The show is about to begin. Please be seated. 大會節目即將開始，請從速就座。
各位，請以熱烈嘅掌聲歡迎我哋嘅大會司儀。Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big hand to our MC.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, honorable guests and speakers. My name is T-Bot, your virtual MC today. Welcome to the 2022 Tricor Annual Conference. As we kickstart the conference, a few housekeeping reminders for those of you present here in person. Your health and safety is the top priority for us. We have adopted appropriate preventive measures following the guidelines issued by the Department of Health. I would like to remind all guests to always keep their face masks on throughout the conference. Please note that a certificate of attendance will be emailed and CPD points can be claimed. Please be reminded to check out by scanning your entry pass upon leaving. For those joining online, your attendance will be recorded through the system. 20 years ago, we sowed seeds and started our first Tricor annual conference. Over the years, this conference has remained a constant in assembling industry elites, company elites, and leading experts in exploring a business solution to enhance corporate governance. This year's theme is Building Back Better with Tricorverse. We will look at ways in which businesses can grow and recover from shocks and uncertainties through empowering corporate resilience, better governance, transparency, and innovative solutions. Agile as ever, our conference will also engage participants virtually via our award-winning hybrid platform, Spot. This year, we have curated an immersive experience for you to truly visualize, feel and materialize Tricorverse in their road to recovery. All guests, including each of you, will get a Building Back Better kit with 7 items symbolizes completion and continuity, progressing one day, one step and one item at a time. We have released our exclusive Tricor NFT to celebrate our annual conference. You will find the redemption instruction on our physical ticket inside the BBB kit. The physical ticket is also embedded with special AR effect, whereas you can enjoy a capsule video of Tricor Hong Kong. Another special feature of this year's annual conference is that today's program is curated entirely by you. With 2 halls being demarcated here at Conrad, you can choose to attend whichever sessions interest you. We truly hope you will find the conference today insightful and rewarding. To kick off, I would like to invite Ms. Kim Jenkins, CEO of Tricor Group, and Hai Noun Zhang, CEO of Tricor Greater China, to deliver the opening address. May I now invite Kim to speak first.
Good morning. I'm Kim Jenkins, Group CEO of Tricor. I'm delighted to be here today to welcome all of you, our valued clients, government and corporate partners, distinguished speakers and panelists, and industry friends to our 20th annual conference. We couldn't be prouder of this milestone. For 20 years, we have convened industry experts, leaders, and policies to explore corporate trends and What started out as a modest idea to connect our clients with industry experts has now become a premier thought leadership platform that helps illuminate emerging opportunities, break down complexity, and explore solutions to our shared challenges. More than 23,000 people have attended this conference since 2002. To commemorate this 20-year anniversary milestone, we have gathered an impressive lineup of more than 30 speakers and panelists here today. Thank you to all who are participating as speakers today for lending your expertise on these important topics. We are also grateful for the support of ACCA, Asia's CEO Community, BNNA, CHKLC, HKGC, HKMA, Chartered Governance Hong Kong, HK Institute of Directors, and HKIRA. This year, proceeds from our conference will benefit Hands on Hong Kong, which supports the city's most vulnerable citizens And on behalf of Hands on Hong Kong, I'd like to thank you all for your contributions to this worthy cause. Our theme of Building Back Better focuses on ensuring a steady course for our recovery from the unprecedented disruptions of the pandemic. Having so many of you able to attend today in person is already a testament to how far we've come since the outbreak began in 2020. It has been said that a tree's greatest strength lies in its roots. Over the years, we have helped companies put down deep roots and build strong foundations and enable their businesses to grow. We will continue to support our valued clients to do the same through and beyond this period of recovery. Tricor was founded in 2000 in Hong Kong to support companies to reach their business goals. Born from the amalgamation of accounting, company secretarial, and share registration services of the Big Four, we have expanded our offerings to a full suite of services. Help enterprises with services to fund administration services, tax and financial accounting, governance, risk and compliance solutions, trust and foundation solutions, and strategic business advisory services, supported by a market-leading range of digital solutions and applications. We wanted to ease the burden of doing business for our clients by taking care of their growing regulatory and back office obligations, so they can focus on what they do best, growing their business. Our transformational growth to become Asia's leading integrated business expansion specialist came about through a whole lot of on-the-ground listening and hearing from industry experts and thought leaders, including from the discussions at this very conference over the years. Most of all, our focus on providing new solutions and services have arisen through hearing from our clients where your key problems and needs lie. We are proud to say that our origin story is a Hong Kong success story, and we pay homage to this in this year's theme. For more than years, we have walked side by side with our clients and our community through the ebbs and flows of the region's economy. With resilience and a bold can-do spirit, Hong Kong has always outlasted crises and downturns, including the Asian financial crisis, SARS, the global financial crisis, each time emerging stronger than ever. This time will be no exception, and we will build back better than ever before. That said, the global economy continues to remain fragile. The return of 1980s-style high inflation has increased the risk of stagflation, with slowing growth and rising costs adding to margin pressure, while the crisis in Ukraine and other simmering geopolitical tensions, together with the impacts and challenges brought about by climate change, have made the global operating environment ever more uncertain. It wouldn't surprise me if these issues and risks keep board directors and senior leaders at our client organizations up at night these days. It's certainly very present on my mind. So how then can we build back better against this backdrop? History repeats itself. Therefore, we believe the answer lies in a return to basics by focusing on the intersection of four key drivers of success: finance, governance, digital enablement, and people. The relentless disruptions over the past few years have shown us that having the capital reserves to weather temporary disruptions is a necessary but on its own insufficient condition for success. The qualitative aspects of a business, such as corporate governance, risk and compliance management, can be powerful agents of success or failure. We operate in an age where sustainability has risen to the top of the critical success factors. It is top of mind for regulators and investors alike, with the former raising the bar of desirable corporate behavior and the latter exercising their ownership rights to effect change. It is also an increasingly critical determinant of client choice. Today, we will hear from experts on a range of salient issues relating to governance, such as ESG, board effectiveness assessments, and what it takes to be a good independent executive director. Digital technology has permeated all aspects of business, including corporate governance. It has enabled improved operational efficiency, enhanced employee morale, added value, reduction of risks, and delivery of better products and services to clients. This is an irreversible trend, one whose criticality to business operations has only been emphasized by the recent challenges presented by a global pandemic. Our panel discussion today on digital corporate governance and the promise of blockchain and NFTs offer timely explorations of the potential presented by emerging technologies such as these. And last but not least, talent remains the strongest linchpin of any business. As we have seen during the pandemic, workforce resilience is key to business resilience. The so-called Great Resignation trend and war for talent has highlighted the importance of considering carefully those services and functions which are core competencies to an organization's ongoing operations and success, and those which can be optimized through outsourcing to trusted partners. And it has most certainly highlighted the importance of employee engagement and well-being to a company's continued sustainability and success and growth. We believe companies that possess superior financial governance, digital, and employee engagement competencies will be better equipped to build back better, regardless of any specific sectoral or geographic market conditions. So how can we help? It wouldn't surprise many of you to know that Tricor is very well positioned to support our clients in these 4 key areas. Distilled from our 20+ years of experience, we have determined a winning framework, Tricor Inside, that covers all 4 important success drivers to guide our clients to achieve business and operational sustainability and success in the long term. The pandemic has led us to amplify our digital service offerings, and our Greater China CEO, Hailiang Zhang, will highlight to you some of our flagship digital solutions and our latest additions in the session later. We continue to offer efficient and cost-saving one-stop outsourcing for functions such as employment services, funds administration, tax and accounting services, and company sector and government services. We have specialists to support the specific needs of both private and listed trusts and funds administrators, local and multinational clients. Again, recalling our roots, we are here to ease the burden of our clients' recovery journey. More than 20 years of experience supporting half of the listed companies in Hong Kong and approximately 20,000 companies in mainland China and over 2,000 in Singapore, Malaysia, Japan, Australia, New Zealand, and other markets across the APAC region have taught us that navigating rapid change requires a steady hand. Our experience over the course of our history has taught us to navigate the troubled waters of market turbulence with clarity of vision and to support our clients to survive and indeed to thrive throughout the challenging times and the good times. Tricor's era is to be a partner throughout the lifespan of our client enterprises, from startup to IPO and beyond. In June, EQT Baring Private Equity Asia, one of the region's largest financial alternative investment funds, acquired the company with the vision of driving the company's next growth era. While ownership has changed, at the core, Tricor's DNA is unaltered. I joined Tricor in September as Group CEO, and I'm proud to stand at the helm of this organization, full of dedicated and talented people, and proud of its stellar reputation. More than 40% of the Fortune 500 companies are Tricor clients. Every day, nearly 3,000 staff in over 20 markets and jurisdictions are singularly focused on serving our clients' needs. My sincerest gratitude to our clients and partners for your loyalty and your trust in Tricor. We're excited to continue to forge deeper ties with you going forward. The road to be building back better may be bumpy at times, but rest assured we are here to walk with you all the way. We remain focused on being your trusted partner throughout the current economic cycle and beyond. And with that, my thanks, and please do enjoy the conference today.
Thank you, Kim. I would now like to invite Hai Noun to come onto stage and share his opening remarks.
Good morning. We have a special arrangement here. Yeah, this is Daryl's idea. I hope you like it. Okay. So back to my speech. So thank you, Kim, for the opening remark. I think Kim has already covered almost everything, but I just would like to elaborate a little bit more in terms of Greater China region, because recently we had some developments and updates too. But before that, it's great really to be gathered here in person, meet all of you in person or virtually. I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to our distinguished guests sitting in this hall, and as well the panelists today and partners who are going to share their knowledge and views today. To be honest, this is my first Tricor annual conference as CEO of Greater China. Previously, I was the CEO who's leading mainland China business for Tricor. So I'm very excited to talk about what we are doing and what we are going to do under the context of Tricor Great China. But before that, let me share with you quickly about what is really our view in terms of longer-term prospects for Asia. Because Kim just talked about the global economy and many uncertainties over there. So at a conclusion, basically, we are very positive in terms of Asia outlook, in terms of the economy. The reasons are, the first reason is Asia has been the fast-growing region in the world, and according to a report, which is Regional Outlook Report, Economic Outlook Report, released by IMF recently, the growth forecast for the Asia-Pac region is about 4% this year and 4.3% next year. Okay, although it is lower than 5.5%, which is average number in the last 2 decades, but it is still the highest one. We can call this as a bright spot in terms of global economy. The second reason is Asia's trends, such as digitization, urbanization, growing middle class, right, and sustainability are really expected to drive the regional next growth cycle, and which can create more opportunities for business expansion. That's why we're positive about it. The third, Asian countries are driving aggressively some regional collaborations and activities. I think some of you already heard about it, RCEP, right? And also there another one, ASEAN, which is Association of Southeast ASEAN Nations, and also the CPTPP, which is another agreement which is ongoing. Okay, just with all the upsides we see in the market, so we see now, so our conclusion is building back better, which is the key theme of our conference, well-positioned companies for the opportunities going forward. Okay, so this is about our forecast about Asia market. And now let me talk about what, around this context, what really Tricor's developments and how we can support you, our clients, the market, to build back better. Okay, the first one, the Great China as an initiative. So in order to serve and support our regional clients better, we combined our business in Hong Kong, in mainland China, in Macau, in Taiwan, as one Great China business segment. Today, in Great China region, we have more than 1,200 people servicing over 30,000 clients across the region. And we have 17 strategic locations being set up in mainland China, Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan, Taipei, right? And those areas are purposely to cover the most fastest growth areas in mainland China and also across the region. I can give you an example like GBA, Great Bay Area. I think everyone knows Dawanqu. Right? We have Shenzhen, we have Guangzhou, we have Hong Kong. And the second largest will be that Changsanjiao, Jingjiqu, which is around Shanghai. We have Shanghai office, Hangzhou office, Ningbo office, Nanjing office, etc. And also Huanbohai Jingjiqu, which is the north part, Beijing, Tianjin, Qingdao, Dalian. So on purpose, we cover all the regions we would like to cover. And also another part, I think most of our competitors will not go, is west part of China. Okay, we have 2 offices in Chengdu and Chongqing to cover the west part of the client needs. Now, with this setup, we are able to integrate our service capability and offering to provide really the end-to-end solutions, okay, to our clients. And from few examples, from IPO to listing to share registry to ongoing ListCo COSAC, right? From ESOP, from trust, ODI registration, 37号文 registration, etc., for the BVI Cayman structures. So we provide all the services and in the whole range of the client base. Okay, so I'm very confident that the integrated services will provide very positive impact to the market and better customer experiences, okay, to the client. Second, I want to touch upon that the digital assets. We're being launched and developing and offer the digital solutions to the market. So I think everybody knows in the pandemic world that the remote on-demand access and cross-border meetings, virtual meetings, have been the key focus for business planning and sustainability. Companies want the flexibility and ease of overseeing the operations anywhere, from anywhere in the world, in a secure and compliant manner. We have specifically have one booth set up out of this hall. Over there, you will be able to see some digital tools. Just a quick highlights. Tricorverse, Adam is going to talk about it, which is a central portal for our clients to easily access the services they need. Okay, and a Spot, which is a very efficient AGM tool for the meeting, and also that the portfolio, which is helping communication between management team and also the stakeholders. Okay, not only for meeting, but also for the materials, document signing, et cetera, et cetera. A few more. Please take your time to take a look about our booth set up over there. At Tricor, we always think and action one step ahead of the client needs. So going forward, we are going to put more investment into this and design and launch more products for around the digital. The third, which is we will continue to develop or refine our services based on specific client needs to resolve the industry-specific pain points. Okay, so just a few examples. We just launched fund services for private equity clients, for real estate clients, and our Tricor fund services basically cover the entire life cycle of alternative investment business, from setup, fund formation, investment structure maintenance, fund accounting and tax, and LP relationship management, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, and the second I want to talk about is business restructuring service. After going through some uncertainties in the past, I think many companies now are aware that staying alert and ready to face the unpredictable changes is their first priority. Okay, organizations have also taken, they are taking the challenges into the opportunities to reimagine the business strategies. So Tricor, with 20 years experiences in governance, in compliance, in finance, accounting, tax, HR, right, with Big Four background, so we're able to support you on this journey. And we are going to launch a few webinars to be led by Joyce after this event. So welcome to join us the webinar to understand more about BIS. And the third I want to talk about is our GRC service. We did an acquisition 2 years before in Malaysia, which we acquired Excel Asia, which is purely providing GRC consulting services, which is governance, risk, and control. It's very much linked to the service now we're promoting, which is in relation to ESG. So I also would like to urge you to spend some time with us to understand this service offering. Okay, last but not least, we believe we together will build back better. We believe a successful organization should pay back the society. Over the past few years, we do through that dedicated programs, volunteering, fundraising to support the community where we operate. In addition, fund collected from today, from this conference, will go to hands-on Hong Kong to support volunteering projects locally. So we will, at Tricor, we will continue to actively fulfill our responsibility to community and social society, and the country to contribute more for a better world. Okay, so as Kim mentioned, just to sum up, as Kim mentioned, this conference has been valuable from forum for us over 20 years. To listen to your voice, issues, ideas, solutions. So beyond this conversation, please talk to us. We'd love to hear from you. You will find me and my teams around. We will continue our conversations. Okay, thank you for being here. Thank you for your business. Enjoy the conference. Tricor is at your service. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your kind opening remarks. May I now invite all speakers and management to come onto the stage and take a group photo, please? Thank you all. Please be seated. Our first topic of discussion is a breakthrough in traditions. How Digital Corporate Governance Tool Brings Benefits to Users by Mr. Adam Stuckert, Group Chief Digital Officer of Tricor Group. Please put our hands together to welcome him.
Thank you, everyone. Very good. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for those of you who are joining us in person here. And for those of you online, thanks also for your time this morning or afternoon, depending on where you are. My name is Adam Stuckert. I'm the Group Chief Digital Officer at Tricor. And today my presentation is about how digital tools can bring benefits to us in corporate governance. And there's really two parts of my presentation this morning. In the first part, I'll maybe talk about something that's a little bit futuristic, a little bit out there. I'm really glad to see that we have T-Bot hosting the event, and we also have the AI mapping of faces of some of the Tricorians that you see around here today, because those are both examples of artificial intelligence, which is the first topic that I'll cover. And in the second part, I'll talk about data and how we can use digital tools more practically to improve our jobs, to improve our compliance, to improve our roles as corporate governors. Excellent. So looking at it as from the perspective of a technologist, there are a lot of things that are influencing our industry, our roles. There's macroeconomic factors, there are global tensions, there was a trade war, although that's now partially resolving. Out of all these things, though, I would really boil it down to two that I think play a role or have an influence or impact on digitization for corporate governance. And those are technology and innovation and the pace at which it's changing. And the second is industry change. So that's regulatory changes, changes to expectation for corporate governance, changes to expectations from regulators around ESG, for example, or around disclosures for data privacy. And I know that these are real issues because I did some research and found that, first of all, technology and the pace of change is actually the #1 issue for directors. Depending on the study you look at, it might be #2 or #3, but it's definitely one of the very top issues. Directors, corporate governors, company secretaries struggle a lot with the pace of change. And so I want to share a little bit how these changes are coming and how we can start to think about them and harness them. On the flip side, for all the new regulations that are emerging, less than 2/3 of directors and corporate governors feel that they fully understand these new regulations and the expectations of them. So these two pressures together kind of define the context or the scenario that we face. And so I want to talk about how we can use digitization, how we can use technology to address those. So first topic, I'm going to talk about some emerging technology or new technologies. And I'm going to focus specifically on artificial intelligence. You may think, Adam, how does artificial intelligence impact us as a company secretary or as a director of a board or in corporate governance? And I'll hopefully try to illustrate that to a certain extent. So the first example I'm going to show, the first thing I'm going to show, this is called DALL-E 2.0. Hands up who knows about DALL-E 2.0. Okay, very few, so that's good. I'm not telling you what you already know. DALL-E 2.0 is an artificial intelligence program that can take things that you type in, like a sandwich or a chair, and turn them into an image in real time. So what you're going to see here is someone typing in an astronaut playing basketball with cats in space in a watercolor style, okay? And then on the right, you see the images produced by the artificial intelligence program. And they're pretty convincing, right? Like this does look like an astronaut playing basketball with cats in space in a watercolor style. And you may be thinking, okay, how does this impact us at all? Well, 2 or 3 years ago, this did not exist. And having looked at technology over 20 or 30 years of my career and my life, the pace of change in the recent time is extremely high in this area of using text and turning it into outcomes, okay? So the question then is, how should we think about it in our roles in corporate governance? And I will give an example of how artificial intelligence, a practical example, is here now and is coming in the future. But to kind of break it down, because it's difficult to think about, okay, what is artificial intelligence? What are big data and some of these other terms? You can think of artificial intelligence in 2 ways. One, in the way that we interact with it. Either it's human plus AI or AI acting alone. And the second way is whether it's fixed and repeatable processes, something that happens the same way over and over and over, or flexible processes that maybe take more creativity, maybe they require more human intervention, they're a little bit less predictable. And if you just think about it in these 2 simple dimensions, then you can come up with basically the 4 types of artificial intelligence. Assisted intelligence, which could be like reports that we use, so where we know the process, but the AI will help us to generate reports or generate analysis. AI acting alone, which is like automation. It could be automating a process or automating the scanning of documents. Augmented intelligence, where we're doing most of the work, but we rely on some AI or some analytics to help us. And then full autonomy, which is AI acting all by itself without any human intervention. And my argument for everyone here, or my suggestion for everyone here, is that in 2022, both for your companies, your organizations, and for you as corporate governance professionals, it's those 2 fixed processes that should already be in use, or those 2 types of AI that should be already starting to see in your companies. And I'll give a very practical example. On the left, we have the typical office environment of 5 or 10 or 20 years ago. I think many of us will have seen this kind of scenario. And this is our own lived experience in Tricor. We used automation, one of those types of artificial intelligence, to automate the scanning and ingestion of documents, to automate the recording of data, and automate some of our processes, which allowed us to really free up a lot of time for our staff. And for everyone here as corporate governors in corporate governance, you should be looking at this kind of automation as it helps you to report to regulators, to file annual returns, to prepare statutory documents, all those types of things that we need to do. In 2022, we should either be starting or down the path of the simple form of AI automation. But I'll also show an example that might be coming a little bit sooner than you think. This is an experience of my own. I used an online AI generator tool, kind of similar to that DALL-E 2.0 that I mentioned before. And all I needed to do was click Create a New Document. I entered just some simple text. I entered that I wanted to create a meeting minutes document. I made some kind of general comments about a FY23 budget and bringing a new director on board. And then the tool automatically generates the full meeting minutes document. It added things like making sure that we attract top talent, offering benefits that are unique to our industry. And you might say, well, Adam, that could never work because it can't possibly guess what we really talked about in that meeting. And I want to make sure that the minutes or that the statutory document I'm preparing are 100% correct. But if you think back to that matrix of AI, first of all, this could be an example of augmentation or augmented AI that's coming to this industry very quickly, where you may put in some key points and have AI to help you to generate a lot of the manual documentation, maybe some reports for regulators, compliance documentation, and move from something that might have taken you 1 month or 2 months to prepare to days or maybe just weeks. Second, I would re-emphasize the point about the pace of change, because until I tried this, I also didn't really believe that some of these tools are as practical and available as they are today. And there are many now. 5 years ago, 6 years ago, some of these things didn't exist, and it was really breakthroughs in technology from the last few years that allowed them to be created. So back to the main point, thinking about us as in our roles in corporate governance, I would really suggest, first of all, that you make sure that you're already down the path of using automation in the day-to-day work in the companies and for compliance. And second, not lose sight of the fact that technology is changing really quickly, and some of these things that seem a bit futuristic or far out there today will really impact us in the next 5 or 10 years. So that all covers artificial intelligence, and that was an example of autonomy, like true autonomy, where the AI wrote the document mainly by itself. Now I want to go on to the impacts of industry change and maybe bring it down to a more practical and day-to-day level. So we all know that regulation, compliance, corporate governance standards are changing year by year. We may be talking about data privacy and cyber risk, including the kinds of disclosures that we need to make about our security. We may be talking about disclosure standards for ESG or board diversity, or we may be talking about board effectiveness, like the composition of our board, risks, and so on. All these kinds of things are actually accelerating. Every year, more regulation comes out. Different jurisdictions release different standards. And so we really want to look at how we use digitization practically, practical tools that you should have today to address the requirements that are coming out on a month-by-month or year-by-year basis. And that will be the second part of today's presentation, talking about how digital corporate governance tools bring benefits to users. So first of all, for those of you who were here last year, you might have seen a video about Tricor Red. Hai Liang mentioned it this morning. I will show the video again just to refresh everyone's memory and to give you an idea of the example that I'll use today, which is how Tricor is helping our clients to digitize corporate governance.
As Asia's leading business expansion specialists, Tricor understands how important it is for companies like yours to stay one step ahead in today's fast-moving global regulatory environment. Which is why we're introducing Tricor Red, a state-of-the-art digital portal that lets you access and manage all your corporate service requirements. Tricor Red centralizes all your company information and allows you to initiate, update, and track your corporate governance and compliance processes in one easy-to-navigate platform. All your company information is made easy to view while being protected by our secure cloud storage. You and your team can access Tricor Red from anywhere, at any time. You'll have access to your latest company and director information and be able to complete urgent corporate changes seamlessly. There's also a document library to download your latest documents, and our e-signature services makes completing corporate actions fast and efficient. Tricor Red monitors your company requirements and notifies you when statutory obligations are due. You'll get automated reminders from Tricor Red about important statutory dates, and our team will be in touch when actions are required by your company. Our expert team are accessible via the message bar and can provide the clarification, advice, and support you'd expect from Tricor's 20 years in corporate secretarial services. Enjoy the efficiency, value, and peace of mind the Tricor Red experience offers companies of all sizes. Contact your local Tricor office for a demonstration of Tricor Red today, or sign up for a demo at tricorglobal.com/red.
So I'll be using Tricor Red as an example of how digital governance tools can bring us benefits. But you can think of this in the context of your own organizations, what kind of tools you may already have, or what kind of things you should be looking for when you're digitizing the business, especially for company secretaries, for directors, for corporate governance. So what you're seeing on screen right here is referring back to that change in expectations for data privacy and reducing cyber risk, which certainly for corporate governance is one of the key things that we've been focused on for the last 5 years. And in this case, the example is having quick and easy and secure access to all statutory documents, corporate governance-related documentation, actions, and so on, and being able to do things like request certified true copies, share those with auditors and lawyers. This is kind of a baseline expectation of digital tools in 2022. So if you reflect on your own organization and you find maybe these things are scattered around, or maybe if you want to find, say, a corporate action from 2 or 3 years ago, you need to go to your email and search. This is the type of benefit that we can get in terms of speed, accessibility of data, and so on from a good digital tool set. Another example is for improving disclosure capability. I've worked with companies in the past that were asked to disclose maybe some history of share transfers or share actions, and going back through their audit log took 7 or 8 months to gather all the right information and submit the report back to the regulator. You should be able to see an overview of all companies that you're responsible for, all entities that you're responsible for. Look at things like the list of directors, the shareholding status, the shareholder structure, both in terms of ownership and what companies or investors own your organization, all of those things within a few minutes or at most an hour. And I think that's very important because as the regulations and the change in expectations from regulators and governments pile up year over year, the expectation is not that we're going to be able to hire bigger and bigger teams. And from my experience as a technologist, I believe that's one of the greatest benefits of technology is that we can obviously do a lot more in less time, but also make the day-to-day jobs of the folks that are in our teams and working with us better. Because they don't have to do as much of the manual work, as much of the digging and kind of consuming effort, it will really improve the morale and effectiveness of teams. And then finally, talking about board effectiveness, to have the capability to survey the board, to understand in real time how the board is functioning and be able to report that where needed, whether in terms of ESG or board diversity and board makeup, also will provide a big advantage and has been shown to kind of differentiate companies that do have good practices and digital practices as better performers than those that don't. I could go on and on about this, but if I had kind of one recommendation for the audience, is to start to build up that digital toolbox. Here I call it the digital corporate governance toolbox, and this isn't every single tool that could be used, but whether you're talking about shareholder analytics, automating corporate actions, board evaluations, digital boards, digital signatures, these are all the sorts of tools that I think, going out of this meeting, have a thought about how the organization that you worked for is governed, have a thought about how the organization operates day to day, and start to check off these tools one by one and build out that digital toolbox. I probably should have done a graphic with a toolbox on it, but this is serving the same point. All right, and then finally, to share that it's real and practical, I'll share a few comments or quotes from clients that I've spoken to in the last 1 or 2 years, focusing on this industry. I love this one in the middle, because I think we've all been there. Even myself as a technologist, I struggle with this. You know you need to get a particular document. You know it's important. You go to your email, you type in, let's say, annual financial return, AFR, and then you get 100 emails, and you look through the 100 emails one by one to find it. With good digital tools, those things should be at hand all the time, ready for you in your day-to-day work, ready for audits, ready for submission to regulators, ready for good corporate governance. And I do have to put in one little pitch here, which is the digital tool that you saw before, Tricor Red, which Hai Liang mentioned. We are making that available to all of our clients in 2023. So if you have any questions, do please approach me or anyone from Tricor and we can talk about it. So, Just to wrap up or kind of conclude today's discussion, remember at the beginning I talked about technology and the pace of change, artificial intelligence as something that's kind of coming in our horizon, as well as industry change. If I can leave you all with 3 big takeaways from today, the first is don't underestimate the pace at which this change is coming. So those artificial intelligence tools, things you may have heard around big data, they are industry buzzwords. You should definitely have some skepticism. But there's no doubt that the pace of change is increasing, and these things will impact our businesses, I believe, for the better in the coming years. Second, at least in 2022, automation should be well on everyone's radar and already starting to have your organizations and your corporate governance teams embrace it today. And finally, start to fill up that digital corporate governance toolbox. There are lots of applications, lots of platforms out there, whether it's digital signatures, board evaluation, that you can implement in days or weeks or months. And it's good to start that process. Over time, you'll see that the effectiveness of the team and the effectiveness of the organization overall and your standards for corporate governance will improve. So that's everything I wanted to cover for today. Thanks very much to everyone here in the audience. Thanks to everyone online, and enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Stuckert, for your insights shared. Please be seated. Coming up next is our second group of speakers, who will be sharing with us insights into what makes a good independent non-executive director in an organization. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Moses Chang, consultant of Messrs. P.C. Wu & Company, Mr. Carlson Tong, independent non-executive director of Standard Chartered and MTR Corporation Limited, and Ms. Jennifer I, head of commercial of Tricor Hong Kong, to the stage. This panel discussion will be facilitated by Jennifer. Over to you, Jennifer.
Good morning, everyone, and also everybody online. Welcome to the second section of today's conference. We have an absolute pleasure to have Carlson and Moses together on the stage with us. Today, we all know an INED is what we call, is an independent member of a board of a company with a part-time role, and also taking responsibility with an executive director to run the business, but not on a day-to-day basis. So my first questions to kick off this sessions is, what are the factors before someone consider to take up or accepting an INED role? Perhaps, Carlson, you want to start sharing with us first?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Jennifer. Good morning, everyone. Now, a lot of people is under the misconception that maybe, the perception that maybe INED have got less responsibility when compared to executive directors, legal responsibility, and they're very wrong. I mean, Moses is a lawyer here, and he would confirm what I just said.
Absolutely. I think the law, decided cases, a string of decided cases say that executive director and independent non-executive director in law shoulder the same responsibility. But let me add, how they discharge the responsibility varies. So the burden of how an executive director discharges responsibility is not the same as INED. So that's my answer to that.
Yeah, during my days when I was chairman of Securities Futures Commission, I come across cases where INED said, when something went wrong in the company, say, I didn't know, so it's not my fault, I didn't know. But now that is not a good defense, because you'll be judged on as a reasonable person in your position as an INED. What should they have known? What questions should they have asked? I've certainly been in charge of cases where we sanction INED for not asking for management accounts. They say, oh, I didn't see a management accounts. I didn't know that it was missing. But had he asked for it, he would have known. And it was his responsibility. He should have asked for it. So ignorance is not an excuse to not to know. I think that's very, very important. Therefore, I think lead me to the answer to Jennifer's questions. Then, what do you need to ask when someone invites you to become INED? Maybe I start off, you need to know the management. Do you know the controlling shareholders? Now, for existing company, obviously it's a bit easier. You can go back to their background, look at the regulatory record. Have they been sanctioned? Have they broken regulatory rules? But for a new IPO candidate, now that's more tricky. If you don't know the company, it is a bit hard. You really need to do a bit of due diligence yourself. Because if you don't trust the management on controlling shareholders, then you're stepping into a bit of a risky area, I would say. So understand company business. Moses, do you want to talk about that?
I think from my experience of serving as INED, the most important thing is that you really got to know the company and understand about the company, and then feel comfortable and confident about this company. And on top of that, I think I would also need to know about the leadership of the company. I think it's very important that you're joining a group of people that you can team play with. I mean, for you to work in a team, you got to understand and you got to have confidence with your teammates. I'm sure that it applies in all corporations, in all work in various companies. You got to know your teammates and you got to at least understand a little bit about that. But of course, as you get into the company, you get to know them better. But on the other hand, I think before you agree to commit yourself, you got to know your teammate. And then you should actually look at the annual report of this company. I always ask for annual reports of companies, and if they are prepared to give me some of the minutes of the company, then I will look into the documentation to identify whether I'm comfortable with their attitude towards governance. Now that's extremely important, especially for me as a legal professional, that I would be very, very, I would be very worried if the company thought that governance is purely a matter of complying with the requirements, or if it's a listed company, it's a matter of complying with the listing rule. But that's not the sort of company that I need to join. But on a lot of occasions, people who are inviting me to join a company would give me the main reason of inviting me to join is that they know that I'm a strong advocate of good corporate governance, and so they said that, look, we want your experience, we want your expertise to join the board and help us to improve upon our governance. Now, if I truly believe that they have that sort of attitude, and I'm prepared to join, even though that I might think that it's a little bit risky, because at the moment of joining, they are not at the sort of level that I'm really comfortable with. But that's quite some time ago. These day and age, I think most of the company with good company secretaries, with good lawyers behind them, especially going through the process of IPO in Hong Kong, I'm sure that they went through a lot of due diligence checking, and so I think it gives more sort of assurance.
Yeah, I mean, I think one last important thing I would remind you is to find out what's the time commitment.
Yeah.
In fact, when I was asked to join Standard Chartered Bank PLC, I was told that we expect you to spend 55 days, full days equivalent, a year, and we expect you to join board committees. I mean, really, so that's quite important. You must understand what is the time commitment they expect of you, how often does the board meet, and what other board committees are there? Do they want you to join? I think you'll be expected to join at least one or two, like audit committee, maybe now nomination committee, remuneration committee, risk committee, lots of committees that you might be asked to join. So there is a lot of time, and not to mention preparation time. You have to prepare for the meeting. In fact, my experience with MTR and Standard Chartered Bank, the minutes run to hundreds of pages, the agenda page run to hundreds of pages, And it takes me like 2 days to prepare for a one-day meeting. So have you got that time? I mean, that's very important. And one last thing I want to say is that make sure the company has got a very comprehensive induction program.
Yes.
That's very, very important. If the company says, oh, no, that's okay, you get to understand the company go along, then that means the company hasn't really prepared you for it. You should expect to be shown around, to meet the senior team, so you have a really talk to them and have a good feel for the business in order you can give value, you can add value, right?
Oh, I think that's very important. I think when I first started to my sort of experience of acting as INED of corporation, in those days, I mean, in IPO, the pre-IPO, the listing rules requirement is that they should give you a full induction of the requirement of directors. A lot of times, it means a pile of paper handed over to you on the eve of the company going public, or on the eve of you asking to sign the responsibility statement. But those are times that I would say that I would absolutely refute and would not accept. Now, I think a lot of people in those days don't take really much attention in giving new directors, especially at IPO stage, the necessary induction as to what they are expected of them, what are their responsibility, and what are their liability, and go through the company's documentation, at least the gist of the documentation. I think, I mean, normally it would like, in an average case, I would spend at least a day, if not two, in going through all this before I agree to sign the responsibility statement. Now, the final point that I would like to add is that this day and age, I think I would not be prepared to accept an appointment unless a company shows me the D&O, the insurance policy. I think that's extremely important. Not that I'm worried about that I would do something wrong during the course of my serving as an IED, but I think that people are much more litigious now, and then the legal costs can be tremendous in corporate claims, and especially in claims against directors on the company on liability. So I think the D&O insurance must be able to cover at least your exposure of legal costs.
So if you're not put up by all those, then good luck.
Thank you. But okay, so now we've discussed about the factors before someone accepting being an INED, right? On the flip side, from a company's perspective, okay, what are the criteria when they select an INED? Or are there any special requirements that you can
now, the Hong Kong Stock Exchange Corporate Governance Guide, they list a few standard pointers, like, for example, you need to have an independent mind, you need to challenge the management, you need to understand the business, you should be prepared to join board committees, and you have to deal with issues of conflict of interest. Those are the standard issues. If you ask me what are the most important, in my mind, is to have an independence mind and to be able to challenge the management when they present something which you don't quite agree with. I think that is the most important, and that is the key about INED. That's why you have INED. They must have an independence mind, and I think it goes into maybe some of the other areas that the listing committee has been changing corporate governance guide, like the tenure of independent directors, where there should be, where there's a time where beyond which you lose your independence, and whether a director is overboarding, you take on too much. It all comes down to their independence. I think that independence, judgment, and to be prepared to challenge the management, I think is one of the most important thing I would be expected of a INED.
So now you've mentioned about independent mind and overboarding, which is something we also want to explore, okay? In Hong Kong, we realized that overboarding and non-serving INED is an issue, okay? I was reading some papers, so it was saying that in 2017, Hong Kong Exchange actually imposed additional justification requirement when appointing a person for their 7th role. Okay, but then 2 years later, an analysis done by Bloomberg, and the number of listed companies with a director serving on more than 6 boards was triple of New York Stock Exchange. So how do you think about the impact on the corporate governance?
I
Yeah.
think, let me jump to answer this question. I think Mr. David Webb, I'm sure everybody knows him, once actually has a table of people with most appointed INED positions. And at one point in time, I think I was either the top or the second highest one. Now, I think let me start by sharing some of my personal experience. It's not really the length of time that you serve on the board that compromises your independence. It's really your mindset and your attitude. Now, another very important point is that corporate secretaries or company CEO would know the difficulty of getting people with the right qualification, with the right experience, and most important, willingness to join board as INED. The more learned professional would really try to stay away from being INED because of the claims, because of the exposure, because of the risk. Now, I think it's and another aspect of that I would like to share with you is that I sit on the board of China Mobile and China Resources for over 15 years, and then I know the international standard of 9 years, and I try to ask to be released from the board, but on all occasions, until this year, they have not been agreeable because they said that this is very important that I have someone who is experienced, who is qualified, who understand about the company and to serve. The most important thing is to challenge them. They said that it's difficult to find people, even they are very well qualified and they are very experienced, but not so ready to challenge the company decision and to add values in the discussion. Now, I think, and so that's one of the reasons why I think on Hong Kong, of course, the stock exchange. I think on the committees of the Carlson and myself, we served for a long time on the listing committee, and we know how the listing division have been making life difficult for companies on this aspect. I think it's really a question of taking a balance. I think the balance of wishing to have company with good board members with good INED serving on the board, and the necessity to demonstrate to the world that is not just how would I say, to demonstrate to the world that we are maintaining the proper balance. I think that's the important aspect, and it's not the magic. There's no magic in the number. Why 9 years? Why not 6 years? I'm sure that all of you know that the company is also listed on the A shares in Shanghai. 6 years, all INED must go. But on the 2 mainland companies that I've served that were listed on Shanghai Stock Exchange, the company management was really upset, and they actually went up to the National Council to try to seek for an exemption to keep me on the board after 6 years. But they failed. The answer to that is that within your group you have 4 listed companies. Why don't you just sort of swap Mr. Chen around? I mean, this is how. I mean, within this war, I mean, this is how absurd it is, in terms of the regulators, in terms of their inexperience in how a corporation and how a board operates. Now, this. So I would have thought that, yes, while we need to examine the independence of the INED after an extensive years of service that he's serving on the board, but it's not magic that you need to gave him off once after he has reached certain number of years. I think that's my answer to that.
Right. Now, I agree with everything that Moses said, but I see it slightly differently. Oh, first of all, I want to say, Moses was the chairman of listing committee back a long time ago. And I followed him. He was the chairman of the listing committee, I was the deputy chairman, and then I became chairman. So we worked together for a long, long time. We don't always agree, right?
Right.
Now, I think on the overboarding, do you know what is the record? The one person holds the most number of INED, 17. He holds 17. So I think it depends, first of all, personal circumstances. If you are working full-time, I really challenge to say, can you do 6? If you've got a full-time job, can you do 6? I'm going to show you some statistics as to how often boards meet. In fact, in Hong Kong, the average for 2022, they meet about 7 times a year. So it's quite a big commitment. And I have to say, if you have a full-time job, I really question, can you do more than 6? I really question it. And I think when it comes to whether it should be 9 or 10, it actually comes down to time commitment. That is the key. It's time commitment, and it's no magic number. And I think 9 is a fair number. I mean, even if you're retired, right? If you belong to 9 and assume they hold board meetings 7 times a year, that's 63 meetings a year. Plus, if you belong to all the committees, I mean, you talk about easy 100 meetings a year. Now, I mean, I have to say that's enough, isn't it, right? So now the stock exchange, or in the original consultation, they say that for someone who has done more than a certain number, they might have to be approved by independent shareholders. But now they change that. They say that it's up to you to justify and explain why you think that you can still give enough time if you've got more than 6. Say you've got 7 board appointments, you have to explain why you think you've got the time. I think that's fair. That's a fair approach. But what is interesting to see, I think we have to wait to see how it works out. Are we going to continue to have people with 10, 12, 17 board appointments? Everybody just tries, oh, yeah, I have got the time, I can justify, and the company just tick the box, oh, yes, he say he can, and let it go like that, in which case I think maybe there needs to be some refinement to the rule. But if people are then really observe the spirit of the rule, then I think that's fine.
I think I agree with Carlson on that. That's the reason why over the years, I've reduced the number of companies that I'm prepared to sit on board as INED. What I was just referring to is the number of years that they are putting 9 years, and therefore it compromises your independence. I don't really agree with that sort of observation. Now, I think I agree with Carlson absolutely. I think these day and age, the requirement of time in INED in serving on the board of a listed company is so much more than previously. Because I think when I first started, there's no requirement of an audit committee, there's no requirement of a remuneration committee, not a requirement of an nomination committee. But I think now independent directors are expected to serve on these committees. And on top of that, when they introduce ESG, and then when they make it a responsibility of the board on ESG, I think independent directors are also expected to participate in the ESG committee or risk management committee. Now, if you are committing to joining all these committees, I don't think that you can safely say that you can join more than 5 listed company board as INED. Now, I think I have now cut it down to about 4 INED, but with a couple of more as non-executive director, because of the requirement of the listing rule that if your lawyer's firm is the solicitors of a company, then you're not considered independent. Again, that's something which is I argue very strongly against it, but I fail. I mean, I was in the minority because I feel that for firms with 100 lawyers, I mean, how can you say that my independence is compromised because one of my partners is actually serving to advise them on the liability of the company. In fact, I said I will feel that we are actually there's no real conflict there, but and so much so, but that's history now, and so that's what is required now, that I can only serve as non-executive director and not counted as independent in the other 2 or 3 that I'm still on the board. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I want to add that on both the topic of overboarding and tenure, I mean, what the rule says that if you breach those guideline benchmarks, and assuming that you can't confirm that you can still serve, it doesn't mean you can't be a director, just that you are not being defined as an independent director. Right. You can be a non-executive director, right? I mean, non-executive director can add a lot of value to a company. The only difference for independent is that there are certain committees that only independent non-executive director can chair, like nomination committee now must be chaired by independent non-executive director, and the same as audit committee. And now also, for example, the newly approved nomination committee under the new revision, a majority of the nomination committee members need to be independent. So it's only that fine line as to on the independence. It's assurance that there is someone there on the board which is not so closely connected to the management. That is the key. I think that's what people need to understand. It's not that you can't be a director, just that you cannot be completely trusted to do certain role, which role is to challenge the management. I think that's the key. Yeah, Jennifer.
Thank you. Very interesting discussion. I have one more question. I noticed that we are running out of time. So now we understand what's happening. How can one equip themselves to be an INED? Because there's still a lot of stakeholders. They need to do the job or to share, to basically serve for their companies.
Can I show you a slide? This is quite interesting slide. Now, right, okay. These are information connected, in fact, by Spencer Stewart. I mean, I need to quote that it came from them. On 2021, on the board composition, you see the average board size, about 11, for both Hang Seng Company and Hang Seng Large Cap Company. And the average tenure of INED of this large company is quite interesting. It's between 7 to 8 years. It's between 7 to 8 years. Now, but in fact, there's a bit further, more refined details. Is in fact, of the Hang Seng large cap companies, of 117 of them, 20 has done between 8 to 12 years. Average now. So the average tenure of 20 of the Hang Seng large cap companies have done between 8 to 12 years. 21 of them has done between 13 to 20 years or more. So it's the outliers that we're talking about. The average actually is okay. It's the outlier. Diversity is not very good. You will see only about 13% of them are female director. And therefore now, in fact, from the 1st of January 2025, every GOP must not have single diversity. So in fact now, female INED is very, very popular, in huge demand. So any female audience, if you want to be INED, put your hands up, because all the boards are desperately looking for more female. Now, 28% of the Hang Seng companies have got no female directors. So this is quite interesting. In terms of board meetings, you will see is 7. On average, they had 7 meetings a year. I mean, this is more than the minimum is 4, because you need to have 4 to have a half-year result. But they actually have 7. Now, the average INED remuneration is still a little bit low, 750,000 on average. But if all the time you put in, I mean, now 750,000 actually is high. If you look at the non-Hang Seng Index companies, I heard very often 200,000, 300,000. It doesn't really pay for the time you put in, right?
I think the average now is between 300 to 400,000 a year, and that is, I mean, if you count my sort of billable hour as a lawyer, I think that is outrageously low. But I think for people who are prepared to accept appointment as INED, the remuneration is not really the consideration. Put it this way, I mean, it needs people who have the passion to help the company to promote good corporate governance to join. But I can actually tell you that in some of the companies that I serve as lawyers, rather than this in INED, I can actually see the quality varies a lot in terms of some of the INED that I have encountered, and they don't. Some of them don't even understand fully the nature of business of the company. So I think that's a lot to say about the need for educating and continue professional development of INED. And that's, if you allow me as the founding chairman of the Institute of Director, we provide a lot of training courses. And so I think I would encourage companies, especially company secretary, to really ask the company to support directors to receive continual professional development. Even the stock exchange has some free of charge continual professional development courses available online for INED, but I think we need company secretary to assist the director to really make known to them the availability of these training facilities. I think that would ultimately help to improve upon the quality, the average quality of INED in serving on listed companies.
So Jennifer, what was your question?
I have, now I see this table, I have one question. We have so many female leaders in the room, right? What would be your advice for them to take the first step to proceed to be an INED?
I mean, as I say, in fact, nowadays, whenever a board is looking for new INED, they tend, the first thing to say, do you have a lady friend? Actually now, I mean, the huge demand for female.
We get the first box check, and then what's the next?
Yes, but then there's not actually a large population of available female INED. So what I would encourage is really for our female audience to step up, to get involved. We actually got to start somewhere, right?
I think for those of you who are willing to consider, the Institute Director maintain a list of people who are willing to serve as INED of listed company. Please make yourself available and go on to the website of the Institute Director, and then you can find the necessary information and make your information available and put your name on the list. And I'm sure that you'll be in real high demand. But on the other hand, I think it's a very interesting, I mean, for those of you sitting in this room who are professional in the field, it's a very, very good opportunity for you to contribute what you have picked up in terms of experience and your professional knowledge to contribute towards the development of governance in corporate governance in Hong Kong in listed companies. And then I'm sure that, but on the other hand, I think a lot of companies that you're working with would be very reluctant to let you do that. And but I think if you are ready and if your company is willing to allow you to serve, then I think you're really on high demand, and especially those who are, I mean, who are seeking an early retirement and so on. And this is a very good, way to keep yourself active after your retirement from the very hectic job as a company secretary.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Moses and Carlson. It's a very interesting discussion. I'm sure that we've got a lot of takeaway. Have a good day.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Cheng, Mr. Tong, and Jennifer, for your information sharing, and please remain on the stage. May I now invite Jennifer to present souvenirs to Dr. Cheng and Mr. Tong. Business transformation is essential in coping with the times, providing flexibility and agility for corporate performance. Our next topic is Strengthen Resilience Through Business Transformation Amidst Uncertainty of Post-Pandemic Era in 2023 by Mr. Tim Herman, Group Head of Transformation of Tricor Group. Please put our hands together for Mr. Herman.
Okay. Morning, everyone. That's good. So, this is obviously a huge topic, and we've got 30 minutes to have a chat on transformation and business resilience. So, touching on some of the topics that Adam spoke about, that Kim spoke about, Hai Liang spoke about, having a look at what are the factors that are going to be impacting us as a business, and how are we going to accommodate those? So, if I start out, I think everyone's seen the news and everyone understands what's going on. Okay. We've obviously seen that we have, I guess, a time of contradictions. We've got increasing inflation and increasing interest. That makes things difficult for us because inflation is affecting the things we purchase and the interest is affecting our credit. So both sides of coins are impacted. We've got energy prices increasing. So, I've picked a nuanced example here, but energy prices, as you see on the graph, increasing quite dramatically over the past year and unpredictably over the next few years. Now, coupled with that, we've seen short-term oversupply. So, again, there's a contradiction. There is both oversupply of something and an increased price. So what's going on there? And finally, we've heard Kim talk this morning about the war on talent, and we have the Great Resignation. So companies like us are fighting for better talent, looking for the market to find this talent, and we're losing talent faster. It's a contradiction, so where are they going? Now, a lot of these things are coupled, and I've picked some examples here that are quite specific. And as you'll find in most of these situations, the truth of the matter is actually quite nuanced. I've picked examples that are more general and broad, but let's see how this really impacts us. Okay. So, just before I jump into some of the key themes in transformation, taking a step back and looking around, okay, we've got those factors on the market affecting us. You know, our staffing are getting more expensive. We've got our consumables getting more expensive. We've got interest and inflation affecting us. So great, we're going to use transformation. How are we going to do that? Okay. And looking at how Tricor have done this, and we've seen our partners, our clients do this, it's first of all about setting that strategy. Taking a look at what we're going to achieve, because we can use transformation to achieve many, many things. We could look for resilience in certain ways. We could go after staffing. We could go after many, many things. So starting at the top, setting a key direction on what we want to achieve from a transformation program. Now, as we do that, this really helps us keep focus as we go through. Transformation programs generally will last 1 to 3 to 5 years. And as you go down this, yes, your focus may change, but you want to keep broadly the same direction. Moving on from there, the funding and resourcing. Okay? Now, you're probably aware that your staff and your companies are day-to-day operationally doing what they need to do. They're delivering your products and services. And so that means the people you have now are unlikely to have the capacity to do the change that needs to happen. So thinking about how we're going to facilitate that, what kind of resources are we going to need? And then how are we going to fund that? We heard earlier about having cash liquidity is a really, really big thing in making our companies resilient. Well, having that cash liquidity helps pay for things like this. So moving on from there, the awareness and support. Okay? So as a transformation program progresses, having top-down leadership in the direction of where you're going, making sure everyone is speaking the same language and the same understanding of what we're trying to achieve. But at the same time, make sure that our staff, the people who work for us, everyone has that support and understanding as well. With transformation, we see it cannot be a top-down or a bottom-up. Generally, it's across-the-board understanding of what needs to happen. Now, I would say here that we have in transformation this thing called change management. Okay? Helping people change what they do and accommodate the new environment they're going to be working in. This is probably the most underfunded and experienced aspect of transformation. And I think for my advice, if I can offer you anything right up front, is really focus on that change management piece. It's much more than posters on the wall. It's much more than some parties at the end of a project. It's about helping people move into that new environment. And finally, the outcomes. So you just saw Adam talk about having data and understanding. Okay? Well, if you go through this transformation program and you don't have that visibility of how it's affecting you, you're going to have everyone's, a lot of opinions coming through. I think it's affecting me this way, we should be moving. You need to have real, tangible understanding of what the impact is to you. Are the things you're doing having the success you want to? And you'll see, I guess, in this area, a lot of organizations talk about being agile. Oh, we should be agile, we need to adapt with the times. That's great. Being agile of mind and agile in the business and supporting change is great. But you need to have data and information to support that, because otherwise you're just going to have people's opinions drawing you in different directions. Yeah. So just at an outset, just think about those 4 things to get your transformation going. Okay? What I'd like to do is really focus on some of the things about, okay, so we've got the transformation going. Okay? What should we be achieving from this? How should it work? And I put on screen, I hope that everyone can relate to this, right? Something around product delivery, whether it's a service or a physical product. We get a request from someone. We make that thing, or we perform that service, and then we give them the outputs and we deliver to them. And there's visibility. So, as Adam was speaking, I hope the concept of digitization came through. That's a really simple aspect here. Where would we digitize? So let's start at the front. Okay? Today, most clients in this changing environment, most people expect to have a digital experience to a company. Okay? I think if I remember back to when I was growing up and we had banks introducing online portals, and everyone was like, oh, this is fantastic. You have to sign up and pay for this new online banking. Fast forward to today, online banking is a fundamental expectation of owning a bank account. You wouldn't use a bank that didn't have that. So, and that we see progressing through a lot of different industries. We see that coming through both from the staff. Obviously, your clients and your customers have different expectations now because they've grown up in a time when digital is pervasive. And obviously, the pandemic has grown and pushed that. We couldn't go and talk to people. We couldn't go and access people that we needed to. And so, when you look at this, there are really 2 areas of, I guess, that request capture in transformation. We could be speaking direct, going to our customers, going to our clients, and saying, hey, what do you want? Tell us. There could be a facilitated view. And you see this a lot in insurance, where you have complicated products and a lot of information that needs to be presented. And that is a facilitated view, where someone will come and they will have all the information and walk you through. So a digital experience on the front doesn't need to be put up a website and they will come. You really have to think in terms of a transformational view. What are we trying to get out of that? And how is it going to be used? After we move through that, the reception, you want to know where it is. Where is my thing? When's it coming? Helping clients and customers set an expectation of what's going to be delivered and when. So, being able to present digitally a view of that information and what you are doing on behalf of your customers and clients. And finally, the delivery. Now, on the output side, we produce something. If you're lucky enough to have a product that is non-tangible and you can deliver in a pure digital form, that's great. Okay? Alternatively, if you have a physical product or a service that's being provided, how can you deliver that digitally? And answering that question will be one of the biggest things that sets your direction on your transformation program. Okay. Now, that's the how, but there's a few approaches in digital, and I want to just touch on them. You'll see many people you talk to around digitization, and they'll say, oh, you should go and buy this product or use this service, and it's great in this area. And that's great, but you have all these different products and services. How do they weave together? Or do you go for something holistic? And what we see is probably three fundamental strategies. There is the commodity platforms, your enterprise resource planning, your ERPs, your big sort of online Shopify, Amazon storefronts, these kind of things. So really take your whole business and operate them. Yeah. Then we see digital front door concept, which is, as a company, you might have been operating for many, many years. And you have got a wealth of customer data and a wealth of operational platforms that are there. You don't have the luxury of completely throwing everything out and rebuilding. So you might decide to create this concept of digital front door. And that is putting a layer of digitization across your company and being able to present your products and services and your existing systems through that. And finally, you see this custom solution. Okay? And this is where something doesn't exist and you completely decide to take this all in-house and build it from the ground up yourselves. Okay? And I think as examples, you can probably use like Gmail or Netflix as good examples here. Things that didn't exist, but they've built them from the ground up as a whole. So there are different pros and cons as you go through and choose this kind of direction. And when you go into a transformation around digital, understanding about which is going to suit your business the best is going to be a key decision up front. Okay? Now, I've put some factors in here that kind of show an indication. They are extremely subjective. They will depend very much on your business and your environment, but just from how we see them. Okay? There is no absolute winner here either. So it's really down to the time on the ground. Now, what should you be expecting, though? So, obvious as we go through this, cost of service or cost of product is a huge thing that we're looking for in digitization. How do we decrease the time to manufacture, whether that's a physical service or not? Now, additionally, and related, time to delivery. Okay? So that, from the time of I take an order through to a time of I can give that product out, how do I track it? How do I reduce it? People and clients are much happier when they get their things faster. Or, if it's going to be the same time, setting expectations. Now, I can jump into a wealth of examples around this one. Setting this area opens a massive hole into your business. Okay? Creating the ability for a client to go in and understand where their delivery is, where their product is it's a level of transparency that a lot of organizations are not ready for. And it's quite shocking, actually, to see how that impacts people. We've seen, and I can relate to you examples from when I've worked, people have been extremely, prohibitive about releasing the information about where something is and what's going on because they feel they can't commit to it. And part of going through digital is actually creating an expectation about you will get this at a certain point in time. You have to be able to set that expectation. And experience. So digital experience is designed to be a better one. I can get information about what's going on with me at any given point in time. I don't need to pick up the phone to someone. I don't need to go and figure out an email to someone and get a response 3 days later. I can get the information I want right now. And that last one, it has a big impact on revenue. Your customer experience will go to you being perceived as a leader in the field, a more inclusive, a better customer experience will draw clients in, and will that become a reputational impact for you? Okay. So the second key area I'd like to talk about is work specialization. And if you've been at any kind of talk on operations or delivery over the past few years, you've probably seen this shift towards work cells. The concept of having knowledgeable staff who sit together and they can do everything they need to deliver an outcome. And this drives a strong bias towards multi-skilled workers. Okay? You have to have people who can accommodate all situations that can happen. And it drives a strong emphasis on being close. You'll find that this work cell situation, typically small office, small room, physically located together. Okay? Now, over the pandemic, those have been prohibitive. So this whole concept of the work cell has been stressed. Previous to that, we probably saw a more linear specialist, a workflow style of engagement, okay? Where a staff would have a particular skill, a particular action to perform, and they would do that, and they would pass it to the next. Now, this places pressure on communication. You've got to have strong linkage between people doing things or your manufacturing lines. Everything's got to be tied together. Now, what we see coming out of the pandemic and more recently is the truth is somewhere in the middle. Okay? We've seen that there is a real push on specialists. Multi-skilled staff are very expensive. They're hard to train, they're hard to keep, and that means they're a precious resource. So how do we take the things that really they don't see value in doing and take them away? Yeah. So that's kind of, I guess, the crux of the matter, is we need to keep staff by giving them the interesting things, but also take away the things that they don't want to do. Okay? So we find ourselves landing somewhere in the middle of this slide. If you think about this as you move here, as on the right-hand side, you're moving towards a cost efficiency view, and the left-hand side is a multi-skilled view. So I said that balance is the key thing just now. Now, if I zoom in just a little bit, and I'll take a very simple example here. We take a very simple activity type process, and we have that specialist view of doing things. We might find that for certain tasks, we can offshore these. Okay? We can move them to a lower cost location. That does mean we have to have good communication on how things are transferred. We can't just let things drop. When that visibility and the client wants to see, where is it? It can't be stuck in the middle of somewhere. I'll put some numbers up here just so you can get an idea. Now, I will caveat these numbers very carefully. They're based on some of our experience. They will vary wildly. Okay? Offshore. Around Asia, we've done a cost comparison. Okay? And if you look at the cost of an onshore person, complete office space, MPF, base salary, all of that, compared to an offshore person, you're looking at nearly a 50% cut in that cost. Okay? Now, as we go through for those cost pressures around inflation, the cost of resourcing, that's a hard number to ignore. We might find that some of our specialist work needs to remain where it is. Okay? We have particular geographies where a speciality is only available, and we need to keep it there. We might find that some part of that speciality can be done by AI. So when we take out a certain piece of work and we can have an AI that makes decisions on behalf of someone. Again, that could be how to structure a particular, as Adam showed, how to structure a particular resolution, or it could be how to make a financial decision. It may not be a complete decision, it may need a person to come and verify that after, but at least taking some of that information away and some of that ability and reliance on specialists. We might find that some of this work can be done with robotics or automation, and I've picked robotics here, but in the general theme of automation and software in general. And again, this is the big one. We found in our experience that the cost of an automated FTE, that's a piece of software that's doing the same work and the same output as a real person, is about 5% of a real person's cost. And again, hard to ignore, right? It's not that we can do everything, okay? And so when you think about operations and resilience and this cost line, okay, understanding these factors and understanding which things and which technology or which approach can be deployed in which area is really going to be fundamental to understanding what you can deliver and how. So, wrapping up, I think I'd leave you with probably 3 key areas. Okay? Costs. Okay? You saw on the front side, costs are only going to get higher. Okay? We see that the inflation, the interest, the cost of resourcing, the cost of commodities, everything is going to be increased. And really, transformation is going to be here to help you either lower those costs or hedge against them. How can you actively prevent the costs from impacting your business? Right. Availability. And I talk here about availability of either physical, so your supply lines, or of human staffing. Okay? But we've seen over the past 12, 24 months, government responses change wildly. We've seen complete shutdowns in 24 hours of whole economies. That is going to severely impact us, or it has severely impacted us. And that's also going to make it harder to get those skilled staff where you need it. If you've got all of your resourcing in one particular location and that gets shut down, how are you going to think about the availability of those resources to deliver for you? So transformation here again, protecting your physical and your non-physical resources. Yeah. And finally, the strategy. Having a good idea of what you want to get out of transformation. Making sure that you focus in on a particular set of outcomes. It's not going to be a huge range of things, but focusing on those key points that drive your company direction forwards. Okay? And as part of this, evaluating your cost appetite. Many of the things here are digital experiences and digital investments can vary hugely on how, which approach you take, how much and how aggressively you go into it. So understanding that and making sure that that cost is within your appetite is going to be a key aspect as well. So I think those are really the 3 things to leave you with. I hope that's been helpful. And do we have questions or nope? Nope. Okay. So in that case, thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much for coming today, and I hope to speak to you all soon.
Thank you, Mr. Herman, for your insight shared. Please be seated. Environmental, social, and corporate governance, ESG, is a good way to map out developments without compromising the future generations to meet their needs. Now, the next presenters will jointly share with us, Walk the Talk, ESG practices with real community impact. May we now please welcome Mr. Adrian Zhai, Managing Director of CEO Office, Hong Kong, Taiwan and Macau, Standard Chartered. Ms. Gabrielle Kirstein, Founder, Feeding Hong Kong, and Ms. Catherine Tong Danaui, Executive Director, Hands on Hong Kong, to come onto the stage for their sharing. While Ms. Pat Dwyer, Founder and Director of the Purpose Business, will be joining the discussion online. This panel discussion will be facilitated by Catherine. Over to you, Catherine.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And great to see you all here, and great to have people dialing in virtually. And first, I just wanted to say, on behalf of Hands on Hong Kong, we're really grateful to Tricor for making us the charity partner of today's event, and you're all supporting by being here. And I think it's really appropriate that, you know, a big part of ESG is giving back to the local community, and that's what Tricor's doing here today. So very grateful for that. So here to talk about ESG, three little letters, and I'm going to be really honest and say, you know, I think this time last year I had only just heard of this term. You know, Hong Kong was sort of quite ahead in terms of, you know, it was in 2020 that the stock exchange launched their ESG reporting guide and their disclosure framework. So that's been in place in this market. Research shows that companies with strong ESG perform better. But it feels, you know, in the conversations we're having, like there's a lot of focus on reporting versus value and positive impact that can come from ESG strategy. And, you know, it was interesting in the previous talk saying, you know, less than 65% of people feel like they understand new regulations in the leadership, and I think ESG is a big part of that. I was looking at a recent PwC study that said nearly 70% of CFOs in Australia view ESG as risk mitigation rather than identifying ESG as an opportunity. So I thought today it would be great to bring these three experts together to talk about, you know, some of the opportunities around ESG and practices that are really making a difference. So I'm going to go alphabetically and introduce first Adrian, a seasoned banker with over 30 years experience. He's currently the head of the CEO office for Hong Kong, Taiwan and Macau at Standard Chartered, plays a key role in delivering the bank's strategic priorities in these markets. His journey with Standard Chartered began in 2010. He's been the CFO of Standard Chartered Taiwan, among other roles, a couple of years as the chief executive of WeLab Bank. And he holds an MBA. Actually, all of my guests are masters. I'm now going to introduce Gabrielle, founder, driving force behind Feeding Hong Kong, which an incredibly impactful nonprofit in Hong Kong in response to food waste. She spent 2 years connecting bakeries with local shelters while she was working in events, working with me, I might add, at The Economist. And in 2011, she really bravely quit her job and set up Hong Kong's first surplus food bank. And they are going strong. Since 2011, they've donated 16.5 million meals, and they've saved nearly 5,000 tons of food from going to landfill. She's also the co-founder of Redress's Design Award. She's got a master's, an MSc in developmental studies. Patricia, she's beaming in with us, and I'm so glad that she's here with us. An internationally respected sustainability expert with over 20 years experience helping businesses activate their purpose, address ESG. She founded the Purpose Business in 2015, having previously led sustainability teams at Shangri-La Hotels, among other groups. She has set standards in corporate sustainability with firsts like a ban on shark's fin soup. She actually helped to lead that. She's guest lectured and spoken at forums like the Obama Foundation, the World Economic Forum, and she has an MA too in globalization and governance. So really honored to have these three leaders with us. And I'd like to kick off by talking about purpose, company's purpose. And, in preparing for today, I've been reading a lot about, what does a company stand for? What is your why? And that's a really good starting point for cascading into ESG strategy. So, Pat, can you please help to set the scene on this a little bit? Share your thoughts on what it means to be a purposeful business within an ESG context.
Wow, well, first off, welcome and good morning to everybody. Thank you so much for having all of us, and thank you for bearing with me beaming in, as Kath was saying I would be. Wow, to set the stage on purpose, we usually will need more than 4 or 5 minutes on that, but let me try. So we're hearing purpose a lot, and it may have come from branding, may have come from reputation, but there really is only a single context for a purposeful or a purpose-driven business, and that's not necessarily like an ESG context. It's just business, right? And I want to start this by saying purpose challenges us, if really activated, to break away from business as usual. Business as usual, as we know, many decades of this is primed with, short-term return, absolute profit maximization. And that business model has really served us from Milton Friedman to post-war to where we are today. And I guess the struggle here is suddenly we're adding layers of vulnerability to such a solid business model that has worked for us through time, because profit maximization means, or at least it has meant, in its absolute extreme, sort of profit at all costs, at the expense of people, of nature. We have never really priced nature. Nature has been free of charge. So if Mother Nature were to invoice us today, so to speak, for every cup of coffee, every shirt that we wear, the price of that is so much more than the price that we put on the tag. Now, I'm painting this picture because the purpose of business seems to have been profit, and we delivered well to that. Well, I would argue that profit is not the purpose. In fact, more profitable means more ability to be able to drive your purpose. And quite simply, it's a vision. We know vision, right? Vision is where you want to go. Mission is what you do. The vision and the mission are never the same. And I know there's many times when these get clouded, but mission is your product and your service, what you sell. So if you're a cafe, your mission is coffee, maybe first off, and then everything else that you sell, right? And purpose is why you felt the need to set up a cafe or open a cafe. So the introduction said today, the United Nations Brundtland Commission started in 1987 when they said sustainable development was meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs, meaning let's not steal from the future generation to sort of finance the life that we live today. And if you think about it, that's quite simply just overall long-term well-being of people and planet. We don't want to steal from each other. We want to meet our basic needs, and we want to be able to price things the right way, including the value of nature. So if long-term well-being for all people and planet is the ultimate meta purpose, my question to all of us is, what is your organization doing to get to that? How do your products and services get to that while being profitable, without being profit maximizing, as in profit of all costs? So an organization's purpose actually delivers to that higher purpose. If you were Disney, it's making good family entertainment, making people happy, actually, is the simplest way of Disney's purpose, right? And you see that their mission has evolved through time. Family entertainment, theaters, theme parks, videos, who knows what the next iteration of their mission is, but their purpose remains to be the same. If you look at every single Yamcha house, if you look at every single cafe, the purpose, which is to bring people together, is the same. Even if you're not a coffee drinker, you have a place there because their purpose is to bring people together. So it may not be coffee beans today, may be something else tomorrow. So in an ESG setting, if purpose is your why, then purpose-driven businesses are really existing for that unique contribution. What is your comparative advantage? In a way, what is in your hands, your one expertise? Is it delivering goods? And is it enabling people to come together? And I think you will hear today from Adrian in particular how a purpose statement of a bank has really driven them to kind of deliver products and services. And you'll hear from Gabs on how the big issue of whether it's food waste, whether it's hunger, there's a real purpose to the organizations as to why they go and do that.
Thanks so much, Pat. And I think that's such a helpful way to frame it, to look at, purpose in terms of competitive advantage and what's the difference that we're making. So and that sort of segues nicely into, talking to you, Adrian. So Standard Chartered is a real first starter, as Pat said. I like that, in the purpose space, a real first starter. So I'm keen to hear your views on how Standard Chartered's purpose, your reason for being, has cascaded into your environmental and your social commitments.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Adrian here, and representing Standard Chartered. Our brand promise is here for good. What it means is our purpose is actually to drive commerce and prosperity via our unique diversity. What does it mean in an ESG sense? We believe we can drive commercial and economic growth, but at the same time being friendly to the environment, and also have a mission to create an ecosystem so that we have like-minded people, like my panelists, to have a sense of community, to do the right thing. Because ESG is a global agenda. It will affect every one of us. So our target is actually to achieve net zero. That's very important for all of us and our future generation. So as a bank, how can we do it? Just to quote something, some figure. In the World Economic Forum report, they predict in less than 40 years, which is 2060, the demand in terms of China, they will face a shortfall of US dollars, $6.5 trillion of deficit. So there's a demand for green financing in less than 40 years, which is a mind-boggling numbers. So there's a demand for it, and we believe Hong Kong play a very important role in that because we have talent, we have product, we're developing regulations, but we are ahead of the rest of Asia. And more importantly, we have an ecosystem. Because to push ESG, you need enablers, you need ecosystem. We have all that. So for Standard Chartered, what we want to do is work with our clients to understand the needs and what kind of role they can play in the ESG environment. And something that we have already achieved, just to quote a couple of numbers. We have committed US dollars, 300 billion on green and transition financing. We have helped to publish net zero methodology because it's still early days. We need to define quality and quantity, how we actually book these numbers. And at the same time, we have a transition framework that's been published. These are the things that we want to help the community and accelerate this move. Thank you.
Thanks, Adrian. I think that the transition framework is really interesting because it's recognizing that it's not a smooth and a quick journey. It is a transition, and we're all in different stages of that journey. So Gabs, turn to you now, someone who founded an organization grounded in purpose. And there's sort of two parts of what I want to ask you. But first, can you tell us a bit about Feeding Hong Kong's mission?
Well, thank you, Kath, and good morning, everyone. So I think talking about purpose, I'm probably the one that can answer this question the easiest on the stage, working for an organization whose sole purpose is to make Hong Kong a better place. So we're at Feeding Hong Kong, we're a Section 88 charity. We were established in 2011, and it was in response to two issues, to food waste and food need. So every single day in Hong Kong, we throw away 3,300 tons of food to landfill. And that's the equivalent of about 8 million meals every single day. And at the same time, we have over 1.6 million people in the city that are living below the poverty line. That's about 1 in 4 people that are struggling to afford 3 meals a day. So on the one hand, we've got good food that's going to waste. On the other hand, we have so many people that are in need of food. And so what we do at Feeding Hong Kong is try and tackle these two issues with one solution. And that solution is food banking. And it's something that I love. I've been passionate about this for over 12 years now. And how does it work? It's all about taking food from where it's excess, where it's surplus, and redirecting it to where it's needed. And how we do that is by connecting food companies that in the normal course of business have got good food, but they're no longer going to sell it, or it's no longer of use in their core business. So we will go and collect that food. We've got a fleet of trucks, we run a warehouse, we sort it, we pack it, and then we deliver it out to frontline charities across the city that are working directly with vulnerable people. So it's all about partnerships. Feeding Hong Kong is very much, the middle person, is the conduit between the companies on one side, frontline charities on the other. But it's a really powerful solution. And I think, Kath, you mentioned in the introduction that over the years that we've been running, over a decade plus now, we've rescued over 5,000 tons of food that would have otherwise ended up in landfill. And instead, that's gone to support over 18 million meals for people in need. So it's a win for the environment, it's a win for the community, and I want to touch on profit, it's a win for businesses as well. So any food company that is looking and working to donate their surplus, you're reducing waste and you're saving money.
And I have to add, and in a lot of this also, not necessarily intentionally, we're actually, a lot of the works we do in nonprofits is supporting government goals for the community as well. So I know that the Hong Kong government has a goal to have 0 landfill by 2035.
Exactly.
So, it's going to take the collective efforts of the nonprofit sector and the whole community to achieve a goal like that. So second part I wanted to ask you, Gabs, is how you've adapted to sort of integrate ESG into your work, because I'm really keen on, thinking about partnerships. We'd love to see, as a nonprofit leader, corporates and nonprofits sort of meeting together in the middle. So I'd love to hear how you're sort of bringing ESG into your workflow.
Yeah, I think it's a really great question. And I think, as I was thinking about this, I think it's less about how we as an organization have adapted. It's more how this shift from philanthropy to ESG has really presented an opportunity for us at Feeding Hong Kong, but I think for the NGO sector at large, to really reposition how companies perceive us and perceive our work. And I think to sum up, the shift is really moving from NGOs being seen as kind of passive recipients of corporate generosity, which is wonderful, and let's say we still very much appreciate that, but rather than, let's say, just being in this passive role, is moving towards a proactive position where we're more seen as strategic partners. We are strategic partners that can work with, businesses, whether it's a food company, whether it's, an organization like Standard Chartered, to help realize ESG ambitions, opportunities, but also to manage risks. And it really is on the two sides. And how we do this is by leveraging what we're already doing. And at Feeding Hong Kong, that's by providing credible, independent data to our partners, and also storytelling, bringing that data to life. I can just give you a bit of an example of how that kind of plays out with a food company that we would work with. So at the end of the year, we can provide a report to our food donors, which basically documents this is how much food you have donated. So we've got that in tonnage. We record everything. We are data geeks at Feeding Hong Kong. So we've got the tonnage. We can even break that down by product category. Why is that helpful? There's the adage that if you can measure it, you can manage it. We're measuring it. We can help you manage it. We can help you reduce that waste. But then what we can do is we can turn that into impact. What does that mean from an environmental point of view? We have a calculation as to CO2. So because that food has not ended up in landfill, there are CO2 emissions that have been saved. We can provide that figure to you. Then what about the social impact? How many charities has that food gone to support? And most importantly of all, how many meals has it supported? And again, we've got methodology for all of these things, which is to say we ourselves are accredited in that as well. We're a member of an organisation called the Global Food Banking Network. So we can provide all this data to you, but then we can bring it to life with those stories.
Yeah.
You know, how has that food donation helped a senior centre expand their lunch programme from maybe once a week to 3 times a week? How have we been able to work with a welfare centre that is providing after-school programmes for low-income families and enable them to share drinks and snacks in that programme, whereas before they couldn't? So really tangible, you know, stories for our corporate partners to share with their stakeholders. You know, whether that's investors, whether it's customers, whether it's your employees.
Yes, thanks so much, Gabs. And I love this idea of sort of, you know, partners that we can really sort of, we're driving impact together. Okay, so keen to talk a little bit about getting started, aware that, you know, everyone in the room will be in different stages in their sort of ESG activation journey. So back to you, Pat. You know, there is a tendency to relate to ESG in terms of investing and reporting. Where should a company really look to start if they're taking those initial steps?
Well, reporting is a means to an end. I hate to break it to you, but reporting doesn't mean doing. It's logical in our heads, right? You can't report something that you don't do. And yet we find ourselves trapped in that 6 months, and I have been a chief sustainability officer. 6 months of your life you're never going to get back because you're just there in data. You're just there writing reports that, frankly, most people don't read. So the question here is, what are you reporting? Why are you reporting? Because you're queuing the reason for it, which is purpose, right? And why does that make sense? Or how does it make sense to people who care about your report? So where do you start? I think this is just going back to basic risk management, right? In the ESG world, we call it materiality assessment. In the finance world, it's financial materiality, right? But the truth of that is to just understand your biggest impacts. What are you impacted by? Everything from a pandemic to the cost of labor to impacts on the local economy or the community even that you work with. And what do you impact just by running your business? What do you cause because you exist? What do you cause? So a simple thing here is, I'm just going to take a beverage company. It doesn't matter what the beverage is. If that beverage company has a sustainability report that says, look at our diversity numbers, is amazing. Men, women, differently able, different walks of life. That's a fantastic report for diversity. Your main issue as a beverage company, guess what? Has to be about water consumption. It has to be about water risk. It has to be about water safety because it's part and parcel, unless your beverage doesn't have liquid at all. It's part and parcel of your biggest risk. So in a way, I'm not saying diversity is not material, but if you're reporting diversity so well and you're not reporting water very well, we have a problem. Because that is one of the most key material issues environmentally in your business. So it's all about managing what it means to your business. And you might say, well, Pat, that's not ESG. Yes, it is completely within business strategy. And this is one of the problems where people tend to think that sustainability strategy needs to be different from your business strategy. It has to make business sense because it has to make you profitable because this is what we're here for. So the second point is something that Gabs raised, and I just want to build on that because this is about managing stakeholders. It's what's important to the business and what is important and urgent sometimes to your stakeholders. That could be your suppliers, that could be your future employees, that could be the economy or the community that you work with, right? And when it comes to reporting, it has to mean something to them. So just now you heard Gab say that Feeding Hong Kong and, you know, my company helps companies disclose their impacts and therefore reporting. We find it really comforting when it's a Feeding Hong Kong partner corporation because they've got good reporting, not just on the number of meals, but you can see that they're looking at percentage diversion to landfill because of the number of meals, because of the number of food, the amount of food waste that is saved. So a big point in reporting here is not just the input into the report, the data. Because I look at the audience today, there's about, 40 of you here, 50, and everybody says 20,000 trees planted or 16 classrooms built. Is that good? Is that bad? We don't know. But if you said to me that because you did 16,000 classrooms, 20,000 classrooms, year 3 year at 25,000 classrooms, and because of that, you can now say that the literacy rate is X% higher, or you can say that the employability of the graduates in this community is higher. Now we're talking impact. So I think if you know your biggest issues, you manage your risk, and you talk about reporting in that impact way, then we would care about your reporting, and it would encourage you to drive policies and business transformation to just keep on doing more. I'm sure we're going to hear more from Adrian about the experience of this when it comes to the well-being of staff, and then back to Gads later on partnerships.
Thanks, Pat. And I love that, the distinction between outputs, numbers, and outcomes, and sort of changing systems and, yeah, sort of, changing lives here. And I think it's good to really recognize that distinction. So Adrian, Kim in her opening talked about talent, and that's so important. Our people, we're nothing without our people. Everyone in this room has a focus on retention, amid, Hong Kong's net outflow of talent. So can you share how, focusing in on the S, our people at Standard Chartered, how do you do that to support engagement and retention and recruitment?
Sure. Let me set the scene, quoting some numbers. Last year, there's a net outflow of 140,000 working individuals out of the population, which is equivalent to about 4% of the working population. It may seem immaterial, but what happened is when someone moves, there's a musical chair, and there's a domino effect happening in every single organization. So it's important for us to ensure when new employees join, they can feel at home. They can actually gel with the rest of the organization quickly. So we focus on 3 areas. One is the organizational culture. I think a lot of people talk about the benefit of diversity and inclusion. What we see, diversity does bring benefit, but diversity is just an output or an outcome of inclusion. So we strive to create a very inclusive environment, an environment that allows people to contribute ideas, and they also feel comfortable of doing it, so that we can attract people from all walks of life to play at their strength. Because everyone play at their strength, you get better outcome at a much faster pace. Secondly, we want to help them on the career. So at Standard Chartered, we have a online application that anyone can give our colleagues feedback. Because most of the other company, the performance review only happen once a year. Some may be lucky twice a year. We do it on a daily basis, or even more often. When someone actually did a great job at the presentation, we write to them and complimenting. But if someone is not doing the right thing, not exactly, and there's room for improvement, we tell them how they can do it better and do it in the Standard Chartered way. So that's the second thing. But more importantly, the third one is we consider the employee experience. I mean, COVID actually helped us to find out, actually, when people work from home, actually works. And to further thoughts, a lot of our employees, apart from playing the working role, they could be a son or daughter looking after their aging parents. It could be a single mother who's looking after the kids at home. As long as we recognize their identity, we respect it, using a hybrid model actually can still achieve the output from work, but at the same time, they feel that they can fulfill their roles outside of work. So in total, I think when we implement this hybrid model, 28 markets in our global footprints sign up, and up to 73% of employees say they need hybrid working environment or arrangement, which is really good, because we create a community that we're able to engage employees who can help us to achieve our targets.
Thanks, Adrian. I'm glad you touched on the hybrid and questioning in ourselves, why do we have to do things that way? Do we have to do things the way we've always done them if it's another opportunity to support well-being? So Gabs, you and I, we talk a lot. Our charities work very closely together. Gabs driving food, our volunteers bringing that food to people. And we've talked in the past about, the E versus the S in ESG don't have to be mutually exclusive when companies are looking for ways to make positive impact. Could you share some thoughts on this or some examples?
Yeah, I can jump straight in with an example and a program which we work very closely with Hands on Hong Kong. So one of our programs is called the Bread Run. And we've been running this since day one, basically. This was the 2 years before we started Feeding Hong Kong. And it's all about working with bakeries across the city to collect their end-of-day surplus. So it's, typically it's a bakery that's baked fresh during the day. It's whatever bread they haven't sold at closing time. Or sandwiches, we do as well, sandwich shops. And then what we do is we work with volunteers to go and collect that food. And then those volunteers will bring it back to the Feeding Hong Kong warehouse, where we'll sort it, we'll check it, we'll pack it, we'll put it in fridges overnight, and then we'll organise delivery first thing the next morning to our charity partners. The whole thing is reliant on volunteers. We couldn't do this without the amazing support of Hands on Hong Kong. Now, how does this all link to E&S? So if we look at the context of a food company that is supporting the Bread Run, so a bakery chain that is donating their bread. So first of all, we've got the really strong E. That for us is the easiest thing to measure. We're tracking all of the inventory that's been donated. We can provide that data to the food company as to what has been the environmental impact of that surplus food donation. But then alongside of that, we have this whole just host of what I would call S's that cascade from that. And so kind of where would I start? Start with, well, the social benefit to the community. That's obviously the big one. How many meals has it supported? But then we start to look at the impact with employees, which I think just follows on so neatly from what Adrian was talking about. So first of all, think about the employees that are working in that shop. That at the end of the day, before they started this program, that food was being thrown in the bin. And now these employees, they're responsible for making sure this food is getting donated. I've never met anybody who works in a food company who wants to throw food away. And so this makes them feel so much better about the company that they're working for because they have adopted this program. And we've got great examples. So I say Pret a Manger are a great example of a company that every single person who works in that company, whether they're in the shop or in the back office, from their onboarding with the organization, they talk through why they donate surplus food, who they donate it to, what the impact it is. You can ask anybody in that organization and they'll be able to talk about it. And they're proud of it. They're really, really proud of it. And then it doesn't matter if you're not actually physically involved in the process, because then we'll also have some of the chains, Maxim's would be a great example of this, who will, at a height, I mean, COVID's obviously thrown things, but at a height, they were organising volunteer activities for anybody who worked in their company once a month. And then they would be doing volunteer activities where they would invite their suppliers along. They'd invite, their partners along. Other companies within the dairy farm group they would bring down to volunteer. So again, it's building up that employee engagement to feel proud for a company, to work for a company that is doing good, but also providing an opportunity for the individual to take action to reduce food waste and to feed people in need. And then I think from the staff, we then move to customers. It's so often, I meet people and we talk about the companies that are donating to us and they go, oh, this makes me feel really good about buying there, like going and buying a Pret sandwich because we know that they're donating their surplus, they're doing all these other good things. And I think just the final, the other side on the customers is also remember, ultimately the families and the people that are receiving these food donations. That you'll have a family that's having a tough time, a tough year, and they received a donation from a local bakery. When they are in a position to then go out and purchase, which company are they going to feel good about? Which company are they going to feel drawn to? So I feel all of these things all linked together. Now the challenge, and this is where I think Pat's expertise is, how do we measure all of this? You know, how can we really get a meaningful measure of that impact? But we can see through one program like the Bread Run that you are touching multiple ENSs.
Yeah. My favorite program, and I love that example so much. And I think it's, you know, what Gab's touched upon about the impact on your team. And there are global studies. We've done studies in Hong Kong. Volunteering is good for people's emotional well-being, their sense of purpose, their happiness, reduction in stress. So, you know, volunteering, and I love that thought of talking about your purpose in someone's onboarding. Like, you know, again, it's not about the report, it's not about the ESG report. Bring that into your onboarding and that sense of pride that someone has joining your organization. Don't hide these great initiatives. So we've got 10 minutes left. So we're going to say, we'll just challenge ourselves to have sort of 2.5 minutes each for our last question. And then I'd love to see if anyone in the room has a question that they'd like to ask. I'm going to flip, actually, and go to Pat. So we talk a lot about the E and the S, and sometimes the G, it's kind of, you know, it sits across it all and it floats out there. Can you outline, like, how do you see people really pulling the G together in a good way across their strategy?
Sure. Well, I think we've heard a fair bit of the G this morning, so I'll keep this short. The management of an organization is governance. We all know that, right? And oftentimes when you look at ESG, everybody thinks, well, G is the corporate governance or G is just basic business. You can see that already is very nuanced. That's a struggle because people do not know what is the G in ESG. And this is a separate training and discussion that we can go and have. But quite simply, in the aspect of ESG, it's the way an organization is managed with particular reference to the environmental and the social issues. So 3 things: basic governance, right? It's about management of an organization. It's a human-based system where an organization is directed, it is overseen, and people in that organization are held accountable for achieving its defined purpose or your ESG targets. So quite simply, there's, you know, in reporting, we give disclosures, the actual amount of greenhouse gas emissions, the water in cubic meters that you consume. Whose neck is on the line when that's not achieved? And it's ultimately, yes, of course, it's leadership. Ultimately, it's the CEO maybe. But down the line, who is the steward of that? And you can't say that's HR, and you can't say that's engineering only. That's also not just the chief sustainability officer, because he or she doesn't run the business by herself, right? So it's about 3 major things. And how do you run the G? What is the management approach when you say, we've got volunteerism? Is there a policy? Is there tracking? Is there training? Do we, like you do in Hands-On Cat, do we kind of come back to the end of the volunteering process and then kind of debrief and really make that as input to how we can do volunteering better? Because it's not a side table project, it is in the middle of things, right? So huge point here, governance is a human-based system, therefore full of errors, but therefore full of potential for carving out, really bringing governance and purpose together.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks, Pat. Great point to sum it up for us on the G. So Adrian, in taking, you know, Hong Kong's ESG reporting guide as an example, there is a section that highlights community engagement and investment. So, you know, how does one of Hong Kong's biggest banks, how do you act on your responsibilities to give back to the local community?
Sure. Let me mention a few signature program and donation that we have done in Hong Kong in recent years. The first one, Standard Chartered Marathon. The next one is on the 12th of February 2023. We started in 1997 with 1,000 people. The maximum number of runners we had is 70,000. But what's more important is the slogan we have. It's called, Together We Run Further. It's a sense of community. The second one I would mention is Arts in the Park. Has anyone been to Victoria Park? It's children education, but it's the largest outdoor arts festival with puppet modeling display. It's happening on the 3rd to the 4th of December. If you haven't seen it, I would strongly encourage you to be there and appreciate some of the kids' talent. Another thing that we have done recently is actually donated 60 million Hong Kong dollars to develop a fintech university together with Hong Kong University, because we see we need a lot of fintech talents going forward for all industry, and that would actually make the whole community good. But what's more important is the spirit that we have. We have 3 days of fully paid volunteer leave to encourage our staff to give back to the community. I'll take 2020 as an example. Q1, wave 5 COVID, nothing can be done, 0%. But as of end of October, over 54% of our staff, which is over 3,000 staff, had already participated in volunteer work. So they actually really caught up quickly because it's in our spirit to give back to community.
Thanks, Adrian. And I know, sitting here with a leader from Standard Chartered, I know you feel like, well, they're such a first starter in this space. And I would say there's nowhere too small to start, and it's also never too late to start. So, we find at Hands-On, we work a lot with companies who want to activate their teams on volunteering. Many organizations we're seeing now have days of annual leave for volunteering. Often, people are not aware. And sometimes even HR teams, it might be sort of an older sort of legacy, and it hasn't been widely promoted. It's actually something that staff really appreciate. And then even just sharing with people, you share them the link to Hands-On Hong Kong, or share them other volunteer organizations, and really empower people to use that time is I think, just a great place to start in that. So our last question to Gabs, and then we would love to open it to the floor. So, in leading Feeding Hong Kong for more than 10 years, I know that, partnerships, again, have been critical to scaling your impact. Can you share some of the ways that, companies are partnering with our sector to support community needs and, fulfill these ESG commitments?
Yeah, I'd be happy to, because, partnerships are really at the heart of everything we do at Feeding Hong Kong. We only exist because of the 450 plus food companies that have chosen to donate their surplus to, but also to the hundreds and hundreds of companies over the years who've supported us with financial donations and with volunteering. At Feeding Hong Kong, we call it the 3 Fs. It's food, funds, and friends. But because we're here with Hands-On Hong Kong, I really want to just dig a bit more into the volunteering, and I think follows on again really well from what Adrian was saying. For us at Feeding Hong Kong, we're a small team. We've got 28 people, but every single week we have over 200 individuals that are coming down and helping us sort, pack, jump in vans, get that food delivered. We can't do what we do without those volunteers. And so many charities are the same. I mean, you only need to go onto the Hands-On Hong Kong calendar, and you'll see charities that are calling out for hands to help clean beaches, to chop vegetables in kitchens, to paint walls. There are just a host of activities where companies can organise for their staff either individually or in groups to go down and support. But where I really wanted to just talk a little bit more about is skilled volunteering, because this is just something that we have seen a steady increase over the years, but I think really accelerated during the last 2 years of COVID. Just to Adrian's point, that people weren't able to go down and be hands-on in the way they were previously. And so we're looking for ways that they could really apply their skills from home. And I'm going to give you a lot of examples. I'm going to keep out now. I'm going to give you a few examples because we're running out of time. But legal accounting, too straight from the bat. I mean, we've had wonderful support from DLA Piper from day one, helping everything from craft our articles to review contracts, helping us review tenancy agreements, employment contracts, accounting, another. I think all of these back office functions that a company needs, a charity needs as well. And if we're able to get the support of a professional to do that, it not only makes the donations that are given us to go further, but helps us just deliver that in a professional way. So Grant Thornton have worked with us on our audit. Makes a massive, massive, massive difference to us. But then some of the more unusual ones, I mean, IT, I know at both our organisations we use Salesforce. So they have a special product that they have developed for charities. It helps manage, our volunteers, our financial donations. It's a non-profit making product that they have developed. But then what I love on top of that is Salesforce will have a staff volunteer program where their employees can volunteer to work with organisations to help them make the most of that platform. And so we've just completed a project with Salesforce where we have 2 consultants have dedicated hours of time to build an inventory management system for us, which plugs into that Salesforce instance. It is just making our work so much more efficient. We've got automation in there, which is one of the buzzwords from this morning. So I think what I would really kind of encourage, and I could go on and on about all the different projects that we've done and support that we've got from corporates. But I think what is so powerful is when organizations go back to their core business, go back to their core expertise, and whether it is a department or an individual within your organization or as I say, the core business of your organization, how could that be applied to help a charity and be applied in a community context?
I love that Salesforce example and how you could have even just a little volunteer task force and people can, opt in to sort of use their skills. Now, I know we're out of time. Are we allowed to ask 1 or 2 questions from the audience? Would anyone like to ask a question? We've covered a lot. Joyce.
Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your sharing. Just want to say I really enjoyed Bread One. I just went there last Tuesday.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you.
Yeah, but then my question is actually leading to Adrian. Because talking about ESG practices for financial institutions, there's one more responsibilities, which is on the finance mission. So could you tell us more what Standard Chartered has been doing on this area to help Hong Kong to be a net zero position? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm actually an accountant myself. Yeah. So I have a lot of connection with all the accountants, the Big Four, the law firm. But at the same time, being in a bank, we liaise a lot with our regulators. So we are the bridge because we know how the business is being run, how our clients work. So we continuously work with all these to develop something that could bring us to a world standard so that the same standard can be applied if it's international customers or whether they are just a local shop. So we're working on it, and it's very important to get in early.
Thanks, Joyce. One more question? We're okay? All right. Well, thank you all, and thank you so much to my 3 panelists, and we've had a lot of fun preparing for this session and, catching up with each other. So thank you all for being here.
Thank you all. May all of you please remain on stage, and may I invite Mr. Daryl Choi, Chief Marketing Officer of Tricor Hong Kong, to present souvenirs to the speakers, please. Thank you, Daryl, and thank you once again, speakers, for providing us with the insightful sharings. Now, the next presenters will jointly share with us the competitiveness of Hong Kong IPO market with continuous enhancement of listing regime. May we now please welcome Mr. Ernest Lee, Technical Partner of Deloitte China, Mr. Raymond Vu, Partner of Harneys, Ms. Paloma Wong, Partner of Skadden, Arps, Slate, Mar and Flom, and Ms. Wendy Ho, Executive Director of Corporate Services of Tricor Hong Kong, to come onto the stage for their sharing. This panel discussion will be facilitated by Wendy. Over to you, Wendy.
Hello, good morning, everyone. So welcome to our section. As the virtual MC said, our topic is the competitiveness of the Hong Kong IPO market with continuous enhancement of listing regime. So today, I'm so happy to have invited my friends to be the guest speaker of this section. So we have Paloma, Ernest, and Raymond. Maybe to start with, Paloma, I have a question for you first. As you may know, the exchange has recently issued a consultation paper on creating a new listing regime for specialist technology companies, that is the STCs. Under the new proposed Chapter 18C, we understand there will be a trend that they will launch this new regime in the first half of next year in order to enhance the competitiveness of the Hong Kong IPO market. So talking about this regime, we know the consultation will end in December this year. So how do you feel about the market practice, or how do you feel about the market, the market experience or the market response on that?
It's a great question, but before I dive into it, I just want to say thank you very much, Wendy, and also Tricor for having us here. And it's such a different experience that we were exchanging name cards and also seeing the audience in face. So 3 years, this is the first time, so thank you very much. And in terms of, I think this is highly anticipated for people who are aware of the process that Hong Kong Stock Exchange, just before launching the consultation paper, they would engage with market practitioners. And since 2018, if you recall, that would be when it's the most revolutionary sort of reform in Hong Kong, because in that year we have weighted voting right, we had biotech, pre-revenue company, and also 19C, the so-called secondary listing homecoming. So pretty much, for this one, I think for me, I would think that for biotech companies, like you can start with no revenue and the one end of the spectrum. And then you have WVR, a weighted voting rights company. There are people who are saying that the market cap is probably a little bit too high. So you can go from 0 to 40 billion Hong Kong, or 10 billion, 1 billion, so different tests. So I think this one is more sort of bridging the gap in between. So I do believe, any sort of initiative to actually make a wider application for applicants to come to Hong Kong, it's a welcome message by the regulator. And as a lawyer, the more rules, that means more work for me. So I'm an indirect beneficiary. So it's I do think that this is something that the market has been sort of anticipating. And in terms of also very typical with the Hong Kong Stock Exchange sort of process, I think market practitioners, they would go back, from different industries, different practice group, people will give their sort of responses. And without sort of, Scadden will, as usual, put in our responses to give, our views, and we'll be collecting some of our clients' views. Hopefully that would sort of help contribute to make a better regime. And I think, a couple of things maybe I can share first. I think, based on the sort of, initial feedback that I have heard, and also my review of the consultation paper, I think people probably are thinking that the bar for the market cap is a little bit too high, and particularly for pre-commercial company, you're talking about 15 billion Hong Kong dollars. That's pretty much 2 billion US, right? If we are using 1 billion as sort of a unicorn company sort of a standard, that's twice the amount. And particularly also in terms of the R&D sort of spending, they are asking for pre-commercial companies to be at least the 50% of the R&D sort of R&D expenses in the past 3 years. And so I think that's quite an obvious one. And then for the other thing that I thought is quite interesting is for lockup, I think people we understand, right, because of this kind of risks, and you want to have people who have a bigger stake in the company to have longer lockup to boost the market confidence. So I think for directors, for founders, WVR beneficiaries, that's all expected. However, I think the consultation paper is sort of proposing also for, apart from senior management, but also for personnel who are sort of responsible for technology and operation. So, from our perspective, I would think that might be a disadvantage for people to sort of, like if, as I said, directors and WVR beneficiaries, those are well expected. And even if you talk about like, C-level sort of, key employees, but still, for that part, I think that may sort of discourage people from sort of thinking of joining. And particularly for pre-commercial companies, we're talking about 24 months. That's quite a lot. And also combined with the so-called Pathfinder independent investor, that's another sort of 12 months. So quite close to what A-share market used to have, the 36 lockup, 36 months lockup. So I think that's one thing that I found quite interesting. The other one which I would share is that I think I get where the regulator is coming from in terms of having 5 sort of big categories of acceptable industry. So because as lawyers, when we want to do things, the rules, they need to be specific, right? There's black and white, that's the best. Although, we work in the gray area as well. But pretty much, so I get it. But one thing is that, in terms of technology is always sort of, going, advancing so fast. What is new this year may not necessarily be new. And maybe another concept, old Web3 metaverse, we've never heard of it. And, all of a sudden that's the trend, right? So, whether you have specific categories as to a more qualitative, maybe, or even quantitative, I think that's just a different mindset in terms of setting it. But the good thing is, I recall I had a client back in 2018, is actually a food company, and they fit right into everything under 18A, the biotech company, sort of, criteria. They fit well in. And so we actually did a consultation, and despite we hit everything, I think back then the regulatory mind is basically this is not intended for food company, food or drug. It's not. So this is a welcome sort of a message. I think now you actually know what are the big category, and there's always with rules and with Hong Kong Stock Exchange has always been adopting a more sort of flexible mindset. So if you have other categories, if they use the same benchmark sort of method in biotech company, so if there's one industry that may sort of fit into it, but not necessarily fitting in the words, I think that's something that we can work with the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. So yes, sorry, I went on and on and on.
Thank you, Paloma. So how about Ernest? Yeah, do you have something to share with us in respect of the new regime on the STCs?
Thank you very much, Wendy, and thank you for the invitation from you and also Tricor. Before I start, just would like to disclaim that this is my personal view instead of the views from my firm or the organization that I'm associated with. I do agree with what Paloma just said, and I do think, personally, this is a... if you look at the trends of companies get listed in Hong Kong and elsewhere in the world, I think the specialized technology companies are really something that the stock exchange and Hong Kong should focus on. If you look at the statistics, like currently we have the specialized technology companies get listed in Hong Kong, only very, very few companies. Or in terms of number of companies, it's around 90 something. But in terms of market capitalization, it is only 3 trillion. As compared with mainland China and the US, we are really very lag behind. So for example, in mainland China, we are talking about 15 trillions, which is 5 times of the size in Hong Kong. And if you look at US, it is much, much bigger. We're talking about 85 trillions, which is 28 times currently we have in Hong Kong. So this exposed, I think the 18C proposal exposed Hong Kong to much greater possibility in terms of the market capitalization and fundraising in Hong Kong. But certainly, as Parliament has said, there are quite a number of challenges in terms of the proposals. Some of the bars, as mentioned by Parliament, is quite high and may deter people to coming. But I think this is something that we as market practitioners and everyone should provide feedback to the stock exchange in order to see how we can improve the market and attract more companies to be listed in Hong Kong. And really, if you look at the listing in Hong Kong, we should not be trying to just attract companies from mainland China, homecoming, but also the international companies, the best companies, including these specialized technology companies. So maybe I stop just here and see what Raymond can add to.
Yeah, maybe Raymond, you can share with us how you foresee the market response, how you see the new regime on the 18C.
Sure. Thank you, Wendy. And good morning, everyone. As Paloma has said, it has been a long time, so very good to be seeing everyone in person again. Well, 18C, Chapter 18C, that has been one of the hottest topic for many years. I think since Chapter 18A was introduced, no other new regulations pushed out by the Hong Kong Stock Exchange attracted such a very fierce and proactive, positive response from the public. Definitely 18C is something which we very much consider to be groundbreaking for the next couple of years. We could see that when Chapter 18A was introduced, it was meant to be a big thing, and it turned out to be. In 2021, over 20% of the listed companies here in Hong Kong who completed an IPO in 2021 were Chapter 18A companies. So overall, there has been like 100 billion raised already since the introduction of 18A. If 18C achieves something similar, that would be a very good result. And I very much expect that to be the case because, again, as my friends have mentioned, 18C has a much wider coverage, which covers a lot of the high-tech technology companies, hard tech sectors, who possibly couldn't qualify for Chapter 18A for different reasons. Now they can rely on this new chapter to do that in Hong Kong. Obviously, the new chapter removes the need for profits prior to listing, which is very helpful. And traditionally, a lot of these so-called high-tech companies, they could not satisfy the traditional IPO thresholds, particularly Chapter 8, in terms of the profits requirements, revenue requirements, and the good stuff, the track record stuff. Now they can rely on this chapter to list their shares in Hong Kong and gain public funds to further develop their companies. But of course, there are challenges, definitely. But before we come to the challenges, I think one thing which Paloma has mentioned just now is the fact that this is a very fluid concept, Chapter 18C. The Stock Exchange has reiterated the fact that this set of the 5 core sets of high-tech companies that they are covering is not static. They would be reviewing these 5 sets from time to time. They could add new sets into the Chapter 18C depending on what is new. And as Paloma said, every day we are changing every day. I guess well back in 2019 when I was sitting here, there wasn't any AI robot introducing us. Now we've got AI robots introducing us. We are seeing changes every day, and the stock exchange is prepared to be fluid and be flexible about these things. So which is a great welcoming sign because historically, over the 15-odd years that I've been practicing as a corporate lawyer, the perception has always been that the stock exchange is fairly conservative. So we are seeing welcoming changes for sure. Obviously, challenges would include things like the high valuation that the stock exchange would require, and Paloma has already touched upon that. If we compare that to the star market in Shanghai, the highest valuation that they would require is actually just around 4 billion Hong Kong dollars. But here in Hong Kong, we're talking about 8 billion for commercial companies and 15 billion, as Paloma has said, for pre-commercial companies. So it's a pretty high threshold. And again, how many companies will be able to satisfy it remains to be seen. But definitely, we would definitely want to see more people responding to the consultation paper. So that's first. The other thing is that unlike Chapter 18A, whereas you would have biotech companies, there would be governmental authorities telling you whether certain drugs or certain healthcare services or devices would qualify or satisfy the requirements set by the governments. There's no such thing for Chapter 18C. So a lot of the kind of the gatekeeping role will be given back to the stock exchange, very much unlike the Chapter 18A perspective, whereas the stock exchange can actually rely on a lot of the government, test reports or kind of the standards set by the governments. For Chapter 18C, there's none of those. So the stock exchange would be playing a more prominent role in terms of policing as to whether someone qualifies for Chapter 18C. So this is something which is very interesting. We do expect the stock exchange to be more proactive. We do expect market practitioners like ourselves, like earners, and like all the experts in the technology sector to play a more prominent role in terms of shaping how Chapter 18C would be like in practice. So it's a groundbreaking change. It's a very welcoming, overdue introduction, and hopefully we would see in a few years' time we will see Chapter 18C blooming, and I very much expect it to be the case.
Thank you. I think we all look forward to the 18C because I heard that it will be launched somehow in the middle of next year. So now, let us jump to another hot topic. There is a hot topic talking about this year, that is the core shareholder protection standards. The exchange has streamlined the requirements for its overseas issuers with one single set of the core shareholder protection standards. Actually, there are 14 core shareholder protection standards, and all the listed issuers, they are required to amend their articles to include those core shareholder protection standards with a deadline that is the next year by the end of their AGM. So we see so many listed issuers, they have either attended the work this year or they were going to attend the work next year. Maybe this question first for Raymond first. So how do you see the trends of the regulatory requirements on the shareholders' protection?
Thank you, Wendy. It's interesting to be discussing this topic because we as a firm, we have been working very closely with Tricor, and we have together done around 140-ish listed companies M&As in the past 10 months. And I do confess that at the beginning is a pretty tough job. But now that we've got a lot of know-how, we've got pushbacks, market intelligence, how the regulators would react to the changes that we have proposed. Now we've got a fairly decent set of stuff that we can roll out at quite efficiently. So it's a very hot topic, obviously, and something which a lot of the companies are concerned because they do not want to miss the deadline, which is by second AGM from January 2022, they would have to amend the M&As. Now, in terms of what I would see as a trend in terms of shareholder protection, I think it would continue here in Hong Kong. The Hong Kong regulators, they would continue to scrutinize very closely on the procedures and the rules regarding shareholder protection, particularly because that here in Hong Kong, unlike in the US, shareholder activism is not that common here in Hong Kong. So the regulators would have to play a more prominent role in terms of being the gatekeeper for shareholders. They would need to be very conservative, as I mentioned just now, and you could actually see Chapter 18C, some of the thresholds are still fairly conservative or high because they want to ensure that particularly minority shareholders' interests are protected, and there wouldn't be subpar or mediocre issuers being listed on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. We can actually see that for Chapter 18B as well, for the SPAC companies. They have set very, very tough thresholds for SPAC companies to be listed here in Hong Kong, and for the SPAC to happen as well. That has always been the trends that Hong Kong regulators would take for shareholder protections. Going forward, as I mentioned, I believe that they will continue to be very closely monitoring the market, very closely helping the minority interests. And I believe that Appendix 3 being the core shareholder protection standards, that is only the step one that the stock exchange has done. There are still a lot of things that the stock exchange could do. For instance, right now, the maximum threshold for shareholders to requisition an EGM is 10% under the listing rules, but actually the company's ordinance sets 5%. So we can see some leeway for the stock exchange to lower it to 5%, meaning that more minority shareholders can requisition for meetings going forward. So that's first. The other thing is that nowadays it's the norm for listed issuers to have hybrid meetings, electronic meetings, and that would definitely call for procedural fairness, arguments, and the good stuff. There would be a lot of public shareholders who are not accustomed to IT, information technology. They would complain about how could I access and vote virtually? Are my votes counted? Is my presence counted? So those things would be very, very important, and I expect the stock exchange to keep a very close eye on that as well, because there would no doubt be someone complaining about that. So it's very important, again, to have very reputable company services, corporate company secretarial services like Tricor provides, making sure that we include all the procedures required for electronic meetings, hybrid meetings into the constitutional documents of the company, because there were discussions as to whether you need to include those in the M&As of the listed issuers. The answer is definitely yes, because you don't want unclear rules and the chairman or the directors setting their own rules, which would be challenged afterwards by shareholders. So definitely we see this trend to continue, and it could be a welcoming trend as well.
Thank you, Raymond. So how about Ernest or Paloma? Yeah, do you have anything to share on this core shareholder protection?
Maybe and let add on what Raymond just said. Raymond raised an interesting point about a hybrid meeting. That is, I'm sure for all the company secretary are very familiar with the kind of difficulties that we have during the COVID situation, holding the hybrid meetings. And one of the difficulty, it's about the company's ordinance dimension about the place, whether it is a physical place and whether you can actually have a hybrid or virtual space. So this is something I think the stock exchange is looking at together with the government. That kind of shareholders protection, because when you're talking about hybrid meeting or virtual meeting, the identity of the persons attending the meetings is quite sometimes maybe problematic, or whether they have the right to vote or speak during this hybrid meeting. But going back to shareholders protection, that regime, I think generally the stock exchange is trying to put a level playing field for everyone, so that all the listed issuers are subject to the same level of shareholders protection, instead of in the past they look at whether there's a so-called qualifying jurisdictions, whereby the companies get it very difficult or burdensome in order to see whether the jurisdictions requirement in terms of shareholder protections is the same in Hong Kong, and this is quite a difficult exercise, as I can see from my clients. And as I'm an accountant, let me focus on the part of the accounting for the shareholder protection. As you know, in the past, for companies listed overseas, if they're using they're not using IFRS or Hong Kong FRS in preparing the financial statements. Let's say, for example, they're using US GAAP for the financial statements for a secondary listing. Then for these companies, if it is a US GAAP company, they don't need to prepare the reconciliation statement to reconcile the US GAAP financial statements to IFRS or Hong Kong FRS. But whereas if you are preparing the financial statements from other jurisdictions' accounting standards, for example, Japanese standards, then you have to do a reconciliation to Hong Kong GAAP or IFRS. But now, under the latest regime, there's a level playing field whereby everyone needs to prepare the reconciliation. If you are not preparing the financial statements under IFRS or Hong Kong FRS, except for mainland company, you are maybe using the Chinese accounting standard. And that can kick out a practical issue that may be not too aware by the preparers or the company or even the stock exchange, because preparing the reconciliation statement seems to be simple, but in fact, in practice, as I heard from my fellow partners, it's quite challenging, and it can take quite a lot of time because of the gap difference between, for example, US GAAP and IFRS. And you might need to look at it retrospectively, a number of years of the transactions, so that can be quite burdensome for the companies. So if you have some companies or you're working on companies have this kind of hit by this kind of requirement, get prepared early and get the professionals to work on this. And in terms of accounting standard itself, using the accounting standards, I think there are not too much changes. Basically, the requirement is still using IFRS and Hong Kong FRS, except for the mainland company using the Chinese accounting standards. And one point relating to the use of the auditor and the reporting accountant is that in the past, the requirement is to have if it is a not Hong Kong auditor or Hong Kong reporting accountant, then the auditor and the reporting accountant must be from a reputational international firms and also a member of recognized body. But now, I don't think that much changed, but it just codified the requirement under the listing rules, saying that it must be recognized by the Accounting and Financial Reporting Council, previously called the Financial Reporting Council, under the RCO, the ordinance. So overall, I think in terms of the shareholders' protection, personally, I welcome it with the unified core stakeholders or shareholders protection regime.
So Paloma, how about you? Yeah, anything to share?
No, I totally agree in terms of transparency and in terms of fairness. This is just so much easier. Because if people remember in the old days when the SFC had a joint policy statement and we have all different country guide because, each system is different. You also have, common law jurisdiction as well as, continental jurisdiction. So each country you have to do the comparison, on a standalone basis. And now they are all codified in the revised Appendix 3. So it's much, much easier. And one thing I want to add, we talk about one anecdote that I want to share, which I thought it's, for hybrid meeting, because what's happening with COVID and in China, there are lockdown. So there are people who have, issuer already announced the venue of the AGM. But then, you know, all of a sudden, you know, the venue is subject to sort of a temporary shutdown. So how do you deal with this? You don't really have time to sort of, you know, repose, because you are supposed to, right? If you change of venue, you need to. So there are a lot of practical issues that we are facing. And I think, you know, both our clients and, you know, professional parties, we have to find a practical solution. So you have, so in the end, you know, you would have someone actually in the building to direct them to another building. But I just want to share, you know, in terms of, you know, a lot of practical issues actually sort of happened. And then for the shareholders protection, I think one thing, because I mean, we do a lot of sort of US based companies coming back to Hong Kong, either a secondary or dual primary or conversion. So I think, you know, one thing that, you know, during sort of, you know, our previous deals, I think it's quite interesting, but hasn't really been codified in the sense is the quorum. Right, in the quorum, because a lot of, like, you know, Cayman companies, when they were US listed, they tend to have the quorum of shareholders meeting of 1/3. That's a very common one. But then, because, you know, you also have WVR and all of this, during many of our clients, even secondary listing, when we talk about shareholder protection, the stock exchange perspective is that, which is actually very right. The thing is that you can have 10% sort of requisition, you can base on 1 share, 1 vote, right? However, if you are saying that it's 1/3 and the WVR beneficiary, they actually have, you know, 70% by not turning up at the general meeting, you pretty much blocked it, right? So that was one thing that we thought, oh yeah, it's quite interesting. So a lot of the clients, despite they have 1/3 sort of no quorum, in the end, if single-handedly you can actually block a meeting by just not showing up, that's really not a good sort of, you know, in terms of, we all know that, okay, if it's not, you know, particularly if it's not the Hong Kong WVR regime, then pretty much you know the result. But the other thing is, you know, result and the ultimate result and the procedural fairness, those are two things. So I think that's one thing that, you know, during our sort of, particularly the first wave of, you know, the 19C companies back in 2020, we had a lot of discussion back and forth, you know, with Hong Kong Stock Exchange. And it's kind of like addressed now. Pretty much, I think we have been advising our client to sort of, you know, just do it. You want to make sure that procedural fairness is there. I know we are sort of running a little bit of time, but I think, you know, for articles, another thing that is quite practical is that for most jurisdictions, I think, you know, particularly offshore jurisdictions, amendment of articles is a matter that requires special resolution, and also you need to have is subject to shareholders' approval. So pretty much in Hong Kong, you know, the thing is, for companies who are already listed elsewhere, and if they come to Hong Kong, either by way of introduction or they are launching a global offering in Hong Kong public offering, it's big news, right? And there are certain confidentiality sort of, you know, arrangement, you know, for secondary listing companies is already sort of, you know, embedded in the rules. But for those who cannot not benefit that, then pretty much, you know, you have to actually amend your articles prior to listing, because the Hong Kong Stock Exchange wanted to make sure all these core shareholder provisions and everything that you need to amend to comply with the Hong Kong requirement need to be in place. But if you are able to benefit from the confidential filing, then that's a different ballgame. Pretty much you have to go through that you gave all the undertaking, interim sort of compliance matters. But the reason is because you can't really just call a meeting prior to Hong Kong listing. So that's why typically I think, you know, for those under the confidential filing, pretty much the Hong Kong Stock Exchange has allowed us to sort of, you know, amend the articles within 6 months after the Hong Kong listing. Of course, you also need to get all the undertaking, particularly from WVR shareholders, that they are going to vote for these and they are going to gather people so that it's a certainty that you can actually get all the amendments passed. So that's just on the technical point.
Thank you. Yeah, since we are running a little bit out of the time, maybe before we end this question, this section, I have my last question for you. Okay, so we talk about the trends 4 years ago, we got the 18A, that is the biotech companies. And then this year, we got the 18B, that is on the Hong Kong specs. And then what we look for, maybe next year, sometime in the mid of next year, there will be the 18C. And in between, we also talk about the conversion, the voluntary conversion of the dual listing to the, of the primary list, secondary listing to the dual listing. So we see all the trends, the regulators, what they would like to do in order to enhance the competitiveness of the Hong Kong Stock Exchange and also the Hong Kong IPO market. So can you share with us your views on how the industry practitioners, say for example the auditors, the legal advisors, the company secretaries and also the governance professionals, how they are going to prepare themselves in view of these kind of changes? Anything you can share with us, so that they can get prepared?
No, I was just saying that this should be, we should start with Ernest.
Thank you. But just would like to start with some of my expectation or the thinking about the trend first. I think if you look at, like you mentioned about SPAD, you look at the consultation that the Stock Exchange put out is around the mid of September. But then you got the first SPAD listed by March this year.
Yes.
It is roughly 6 months from the start of the consultation to the issuance of the first IPO. So it is very short. So what I would just say is that going forward, I would expect the things are moving very quickly. And if there's something new, the Stock Exchange will put it quite quickly. And so that's why as practitioners, whether accountant, lawyers, or other practitioners need to adapt to the changes very quickly. And also in terms of the trends of companies or trends of the Stock Exchange initiative or the government initiative, if you look at what the CSRC Vice Chairman recently said in September, they said that they have the policy for strengthening the Stock Connect. And this one, I think, may have a very big implication because the strengthening would include those companies, overseas company listed in Hong Kong, and if they are primarily listed, their shares may be accessed by the mainland investors. And that might attract quite a lot of companies going to list in Hong Kong if everything's goes in the correct directions. But certainly, if you look at the details of the consultation, we need to provide feedback to the Stock Exchange in terms of some of the problems or the challenge, as the fellow speaker has just mentioned. But in terms of an accountant, certainly what I've just mentioned, like the reconciliation from US GAAP to Hong Kong GAAP, you have not done that before. Many of the accountants in Hong Kong may not have much experience in the US GAAP because it is very specialized. That means you will need to tap into certain new kind of experience or knowledge before you can exercise the role properly. And certainly for service provider like Tricor, there are lots of opportunities, but at the same time, it's the risk of whether you can help the client on a timely basis and meeting all the compliance requirements.
So how about, Paloma or Raymond?
So you dodged my question. I was about to push the PCAOB issue, but that's in terms of the conversion, right? I mean, we were very lucky. We did Skadden did the first one for Bilibili, and I think now there are based on public filing there are about 6 companies that they have done from secondary listed company convert to a dual primary, and Ernest already made a very good point. In the sense that a lot of people, when they think about whether you go dual primary or you go secondary, one factor is whether you will be admitted to Stock Connect, because for secondary listed issuers that currently is not eligible, and So pretty much, I think, if you look at the sort of revised guidance letter that the Hong Kong Stock Exchange has issued, you realize first, in 19C, when they talk about secondary, is pretty much, is autopiloting. You basically very light touch in terms of, a regulatory sort of compliance post-listing, right? You don't need to be subject to the connect transaction sort of, rules, Chapter 14, or a lot of the reporting. You don't need to be subject to interim and annual report content requirements. So very light touch. So sort of a switching to dual primary is a big sacrifice. It's a lot of resources. Mindset is all different. A lot of the things they've never ever disclosed or ever thought that you need to disclose in the U.S. So, however, I think so initially the 19C only has is the migration, but if you share 50% of your worldwide trading volume has already moved to Hong Kong, then like they are going to treat you as a sort of Hong Kong centered company, so you need to be sort of abiding by all the Hong Kong listing rules. So it makes sense, but till now, I don't think any of the company, secondary listed company has sort of reached that threshold. And so what about voluntary conversion? So the revised guidance letter, I have to say that I think we contributed to it, because this is the question that we raised to the Hong Kong Stock Exchange, because it was not very specific. Right now, you have like 3 different routes if you are secondary listed. One is the sort of migration, share migration, because of the trading volume that I mentioned. The other one, you can choose to voluntarily sort of convert to a dual primary. You need to go through, and the Stock Exchange has very detailed guidance letter, acknowledgement. You need to do the submission. You need to fix the effective date. So. As I said, we did the first one for Bilibili, and Bilibili became dual primary listed on the 3rd of October. And then the last one is so-called involuntary. So I think that's the thing that what Stock Exchange has really sort of done, and with all the initiatives to actually welcome all these U.S. listed, particularly U.S. listed companies, coming back to Hong Kong. Because when you talk about secondary or secondary has to start with the premises that you are listed elsewhere. There must be a primary stock exchange. But what if that option is taken away? Then you can't be secondary, right? It's derivative. So what they did is for involuntary. So if you are sort of, delisted or is not by your own choice, Hong Kong Stock Exchange they would treat you, if you are already second listed in Hong Kong, they will still treat you as a dual primary. So I think that's something. And as to the root cause, I think that would be a quite sensitive sort of topic that we've been dodging. And I like the fact that Ernest, start with, this is all his own personal view, which I should have also said, at the beginning. It's only my personal view. It's not views of Skadden Arps. So yeah, I'll stop there.
Yeah, I would just pick up a little bit. Obviously, as an offshore lawyer doing BVI and Cayman law stuff, our kind of involvement liability-wise would be much smaller and much more remote from all the actions. But suffice to say that we definitely see that it's going to be a big leap in terms of changing or converting from a secondary listing to a dual primary listing. We haven't really done one conversion yet, but we have been doing dual primary listing applications, including Xiaopeng and KE Holdings, and those are painful. Yeah, those are very painful, not least because you have to reconcile all the differences between the U.S. Kind of the procedures or the accepted practices in the U.S., like staggered board, like poison pills. Those things are something which in Hong Kong either they have not been tested or that they are not allowed at all. So when you are doing a converting from a secondary listing to primary listing, this is definitely something which everyone will be looking at and making sure that they would fly with and be consistent with the Hong Kong Stock Exchange listing rules. So yeah, hopefully we will see more precedents. Bilibili obviously has done has set a good precedent for all to follow, but yeah, still remain to be seen as to how the appetite is going forward.
Thank you for your sharing. What you touch on the cases that we Tricor have been also working on those cases. We got the engagement for the first 2 SPACs. So I understand how harsh, how pressurized the group have been doing, because within that short period of time, we need to complete everything. In particular, the law was just enacted in sometime in March, and then the first and the second one was listed in March, and then another one was listed in June. So we understand how pressurized, how hard work that the team have been working. Yeah, maybe to recap, so anything, would you please share with us a few sentences? So how you see, or how you foresee the regulators, they can do more in order to enhance the competitiveness of the Hong Kong IPO market. So you just mentioned they're going to explore or to study more on the law, on the Hong Kong company audience. Maybe to introduce or to produce certain provisions that will allow Hong Kong to hold the full virtual meetings instead of just hybrid, or instead of just a meeting that require a place to be conducted. So apart from that, anything that you think the regulators can do more or can enhance more in order to maintain the competitiveness of our IPO market?
Well, I think we welcome all sort of wide, a wider range of, different initiatives. Maybe, a few years later, we'll be talking about 18K. You never know, right? So it's, I think, on the IPO front, I think enough has been said. I think the other thing that, from the regulator's perspective, is probably on post-listing fundraising. In terms of, it's, if you compare, US market, it's just much easier if you raise fund. However, in Hong Kong, because we have all the shareholders' approval and, general mandate, and, you can't do a highly dilutive sort of issuance, it's much harder to actually raise fund. So I think that's, I think the stock exchanges, they did all the comparison and all of that. But fundamentally, as a regulator, we are very different from the US, right? The mentality, and also we don't have a class action route. So I think it's going to take time, but all the sort of initiative, and Hong Kong is very uniquely placed. So I do sort of, as I said, if we have 18K, it's more work for us. So not complaining.
So how about Ernest?
Yeah, certainly we welcome 18K. As I attended a conference yesterday for the Law Society, they're talking about regulating the metaverse. So I think there are lots of changes surrounding the IT and the metaverse. So hopefully the stock exchange would deal with them on a very early stage. And I think it's important to tap into the competitive advantage that we have in Hong Kong with China, like what I've just mentioned about the stock on net, and magnifying that benefit and try to make use of that advantage so that the stock market in Hong Kong would groom much better.
So Raymond, how about you?
Yeah, I also very much expect the stock exchange to continue with their efforts to increase competitiveness, and the fact that Chapter 18C was introduced or announced on the same day when the chief executive was giving the policy address, it underlines how determined Hong Kong is in terms of regaining top spot for the IPOs. Definitely in the right direction, but again, I've been mentioning conservative, this word for a couple of times already, maybe a bit too much, but certainly this provides a unique, this is a unique approach that the stock exchange has taken, as Ernest has mentioned, a very unique approach, which probably is the reason why we've got such a successful stock exchange in the world, because the quality of the listed issuers could be ensured as a result of the scrutiny provided by the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. But of course, we will always say that if you're too strict, then the flip side would be that there are lots of the listed issuers would not be able to catch the boat. But in Hong Kong, we have always not been a disclosure-based regime in terms of IPOs. Would we be moving away from that? I doubt so, but if 18K could be happening in a few years' time, who knows? So we definitely want to see a bit more flexibility, and Chapter 18C definitely has introduced some sort of flexibility elements into the drafting. So very, very exciting times. But I will just end by saying that the world is moving, definitely. Everyone is moving. And even as a Cayman lawyer, after so many years of advocating for things, even Cayman is moving. I mean, 2014, we see the majority headcount test being abolished here in Hong Kong, and it took only 8 years for Cayman government to say, actually, we will also abolish headcount tests for schemes of arrangement going forward. So now we've seen the world being a lot more competitive and more practical in terms of dealing with these things, fundraisings and IPOs, and we do expect everyone to try to compete for good listed issuers. So hopefully going forward, the stock exchange would continue to be practical and be competitive.
Thank you, Raymond. Maybe I echo on what you said. As things are moving, so we need to keep an open-minded. We need to join our Tricor's kind seminar to keep yourself updated of all the rules, all the market changes in order to cope with the changing environment. So thank you. Thank you for all your sharing, and also thank you for all your attention. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all. May all of you please remain on stage, and may I invite Wendy to present souvenirs to the speakers, please. Thank once again speakers for providing us with the insightful sharings. Our next group of presenters will be sharing with us the knowledge on family office, best ways to secure a legacy for their future. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Andrew Low, Head of Family Advisory and Family Office Solutions Greater China from UBS, Mr. Alvin Yap, Managing Director and Principal Consultant AD Financial from Malaysia, and Mr. Michael Xu, Managing Director from Tricor Trust, to come on stage, while Ms. Yi Ying Tan, Director and Head of Private Trust Madison Pacific, will be joining the discussion from Singapore. This panel discussion will be facilitated by Michael. Over to you, Michael.
Thank you, Mr. T-Bot. Welcome to this afternoon's session, everyone. As you know, it's about family offices. Now, family offices have been used in European countries and North America for many, many decades. So it's been a very popular type of structure for wealthy, high net worth clients. It's only recently that they've become popular in Asia, since the rise of the Asian economies and the rise in high net worth individuals. But family offices, particularly at the moment within the Asian region, have been referred to many different types of companies and businesses. Most of them tend to be asset management companies dealing with investment management. But they're not what I refer to as truly comprehensive family offices or family office services. I just saw in the South China Morning Post and this news this morning, they were talking about family offices in Hong Kong, but the main focus was on the capital market and investments. So as you'll hear from our panelists today, that family offices are more than just purely investment vehicles, investment structures. There's a very comprehensive range of other matters that are covered by a truly comprehensive family office. So today, I'm very privileged to welcome Mr. Alvin Yap. He's the Managing Director and Principal Consultant of AD Financial, which is a company that is based in KL in Malaysia, and they also have a branch here in Hong Kong. But Alvin specialises in family office as advisory business. And then to my left, I have Dr. Andrew Lowe, who's head of the Family Advisory and Family Office Solutions for Greater China of UBS. And online, we have Yiying Tan, Ms. Yiying Tan, who's head of our trust services, Tricor Trust Services in Singapore. Yiying is fortunate to be enjoying Bali. So this is a break from her holiday at the moment. So thank you for joining us, Yiying. So what I will do now is I will hand over to Mr. Alvin Yap, and he will present to you his perspective of family offices. Over to you, Alvin.
Thank you. Thank you, Michael. Very good afternoon. Well, coming from the Southeast Asia, you know, Southeast Asia has been a very complex industry we are in. Yeah, it has been 20 years since we truly found our niche in Southeast Asia, and along the way, Southeast Asia's very high, ultra high net worth would always have their wealth in Singapore, Hong Kong, Australia, and that makes us branch out to have our satellite offices to manage them, manage their wealth. Yeah, I'll bring to you today as short as 10 minutes of my practice management slides from a perspective of Southeast Asia. We have now done up to 4th generation families. So we have seen all the dynamics from being a founder, siblings, cousins, and even distant cousins, and all the relevant structures that we would have. Yeah? I'm sure most of us are very familiar with these 3 rounds, these 3 circles, right? So first, you can't run away from the family wealth structure. You must have the ultimate structure as in the family wealth holding vehicle, which are the family trust. The family governance would manage all the emotions and the generational wealth strategy. Now, this is something that we claim that it is very something unique to Asians. Many family offices, advisors, or seminars that we attend, they somehow have not looked into these areas. So therefore, the 3 circles here, there is another bigger circles, yeah, which is the bigger universe. Without these last circles, I would say, well, it wouldn't work, it wouldn't thrive down even exceed the 3rd generations, right? 廣東話, you know, in Malaysia or in Singapore, we would always say, 頭一代咧就做牛，第二代咧騎牛啊，咁啊第3代就劏牛啊，係嘛？咁 how do we pass that? That is the bigger circles that I will share later on, right? So let's start with the family wealth structure. Now, these are the 4 typical structures that has always been to most family, very typical, but each and every one of them has its own depth. Each and every one of them would need to be customized to the respective family, yeah? So we will have the first one on the top left, yeah, everything put into the holding vehicle. Then on the second, hey, let's put in a family office in between, a holding company in between, put in a lot of functions of the family office, yeah, that owns all the assets. Now, what you can see over here will be, you would see that there are 1, 2, 3, 4 options. In Southeast Asia, in Singapore in particularly, Hong Kong, Indonesia, and even Malaysia, we have gone from 1 to 2, 3, and 4. So it means to say the institutional trustees, yeah, which has been along for a very long time providing services like that, and families have become more mature to acknowledge, to understand that, hey, wealth has to be managed by family themselves. No interference of a third party. So they moved from institutional trustees to PTCs, private trust corporation, or even private family foundation. In Malaysia, there is very well crafted Private Family Foundation Act in Labuan that has been very well received. Yeah? And some even are on the self-managed or the declared trust structure, right? And on the left, yeah, bottom left, you will see there are two family offices. One is onshore, one is offshore, but reports to the same vehicle, right? On the right, where privacy and confidentiality is concerned, then most of them would have two structures, right? Because due to the CRS issues, yeah, due to some are vulnerable to lawsuits, privacy, confidentiality, or even some would have more than one family than the one that on the bottom right, yeah, two family offices and two family wealth holding vehicle, right? So I wanted to share with you from the founder's perspective. Usually you can't run away from either one of these structure, which I've just shared earlier, right? So founders, I'm pretty sure most of us are very familiar with structures like this, but how about when it goes down to the next generation, the siblings own, right? If it's siblings own, you would see that some of the shares of the family office will be given to them. Or even before the inception of us engaging us, we would have seen that Petra Metra would have given certain percentage of shares to the children. So when we come in, then the majority of the shares would have to be preserved under the family trust, right? And that's where the family council will sit in here, right? So for siblings own. So whereas from cousins own, you would see that the siblings themselves, each and every of the siblings, they would have their own small family office and a small family trust, right? Because otherwise the shares will be fragmented, right? We are trying to prevent the fragmentation of shares because the more shareholders you have, the least governance you have, the more fights, feuds in the family. So by putting structures like this, then you will see, hey, there will be a governance at this level and a governance at this level as well, right? For cousins own. So how about distant cousins own, where you would see many classes of members. You will have Class A, you will have Class B members. So how would the reporting going to be, right? So we would form the upper layer, which is the Supreme Council, yep, where the chairman and the vice chairman or the group MD would sit in. Then they would oversee the family council. In this case, if you see 8 family lines here means it started off with founder, and then they branch out into 8 sons, 8 siblings, right? Because in Southeast Asia, typically, we would have at least 3 or 4 and above children, right? So in these families that we have been serving at 4th generation, they were on the brink of going to court, right? Because there are just too many of them. They do not know how to manage things. So we came in, we say, before going to court, let's give us a chance. And it took us about 12 months, almost a year, to complete the whole structure. And what you're seeing here is that we put all of them into what we call a family constitution. I'm sure you guys are very familiar with this, but obviously it has to be a bespoke ones, right? You've got to talk to each of them. You've got to talk to the right people, finding the right clause for them, and ensuring that every buy-ins and everyone signs onto the constitution. So then we will form a best family business committee because they owned almost all sectors in Southeast Asia. And because the family is large, we need a business family committee as well, yeah, to ensure the harmony and welfare of all the members are taken care of. have lots of social activities to get people together, yeah? And from a family business side, continue to manage the family business and do a lot of reporting, and even forming a family employment committee. Yeah, because the HR for the family and the HR for the employees are two different management style, right? So it's rather complex, yeah, from when it comes to the fourth generation. But I understand that in Hong Kong, yeah, I've never seen or haven't heard of a family as big as Southeast Asia. All right, so I'm happy to share if, our knowledge if there's any, right? Now, then looks at the family governance, yeah, the next part of it. Now, I purposely, highlight these three, so I will be covering here. Admission of members. As far as family constitution is concerned, most that we have seen only look after the next generation, yeah, because patriarch would say, hey, I can see my third generation and they are still young. Why am I thinking for them? Well, it is not thinking for them. It is to have a provisions for them so that they could improvise it as it comes along, right? So a classification of members is important, yeah? Then we talk about beneficiaries. How about beneficiaries who are adopted in nature, right? Stepchildren, are they part of a family as well? Those got to be in the constitution as well. Surrogation, yeah, gay marriages, all right? So it has to be part of the constitution. So the third one will be a generational wealth strategy. I would say, yeah, it is also often being left out. If you can see the top left, patriarch would go for, hey, let's go for by gender or by family name. And you would see 2 sons, 3 daughters, all of them are the same family name. It will be class A. So when it comes down, the one that on the female side will be class B, because it's a non-family name, right? And the one on the left-hand side here, yellow, continues to be class A. And eventually, this will be pruned. But how about those families that say, hey, I'm non-gender biased, everyone is a class member, all of them are part of the descendants, yeah? So you're going to have all yellow. But you got to be very careful on the 4th generation, you're going to have a lot of family names. Yeah, the Tan, the Lim, the Chan, the Wong, the Yips, and etc., right? So it becomes more complex. And you will see here is by way of hybrid, which means we would use this model and this, we would merge it together so that it is more palatable to the daughter's side. As in you would see the daughter able to see their 3rd generation, right? Although the daughter's children are not the family name, but they're also class A. Yeah, so patriarch, matriarch would say, hey, I would like to be fair to my daughter's line as well. So the daughter's side over here will be still the class A, but the daughters have to understand when mom and dad couldn't see the 4th generation, it has to be class B. And eventually, mom and dad would not be able to see the 5th generation, neither can the daughters see their 1st generation. This generation got to be pruned. Yeah? So the last one will be by lineage. By lineage, mom would say, hey, or mom and dad would say 20% each. Typically, when this was adopted, it is when the children has came into the family business, family wealth, the children had doubled and tripled the family wealth. So what mom and dad would say, hey, guys, you guys did well. Why don't I put 5 of you as one together? We are all one big family. So the distribution will be 20% interest of each of the lineage. Right? Now that's what we call a generational wealth strategy. So at the end of the day, there will be dividend, there will be gains to the family office and all to the wealth holding vehicle and eventually to the beneficiaries. We divide them into working dividend and a family dividend. We have to be fair to those who contributed to the family business and to those who are happily married in the US, not able to, they will get family dividend, provided they must attend at least 5 times the family gathering, right? To those who works in the family business, manage the family wealth, they'll get both sides. And you'll see classification of member, A, B, and C. Again, there are ratios to it, right? So all of them will be guided by the Constitution. There are family councils here. We have We have outsiders as advisors, and their role is to appoint chairman or MD or a family office and organize business meetings and quarterly family council meetings, right? So the last is actually the process, yeah? Well, we can have the best constitution, we can have the best wealth structure, a lot of tax planning, every angles are taken care of, and they are harmonized. But ladies and gentlemen, it is actually a process. It is an ongoing process where there will be a regular family meetings, quarterly family council meeting, that will be good. Family gathering at least 5 to 6 times in a year, and refinement of a family constitution, because nothing is cast in stone, right? So every meetings, they're going to bring up their family constitutions, they're going to talk about it, they're going to pass their votes, they're going to pass the resolution, and everybody agrees to it, right? And always practice fairness, accountability, responsibility, and transparency, managing conflicts between member class. It is okay to have disagreement because it's just a storm in a teacup. It's an endurance test for a family. Sometimes we don't get involved. We know, this is just a storm in a teacup. Let them solve their own. But the moment we see someone bang tables during the council meeting, that's where we will come in again, right? So that they have been too far away to the constitution. And many, many more. And family harmony and unity is a journey of progression, not a perfection. A lot of them don't know what they don't know, and after getting into the process, they would only know what they actually don't know, right? So, and some of the family office has been moving around in the Asian region, right? So if you look at the kind of rates that we are looking at here, right? So recently, our family offices has moved to, a lot of them in Singapore, because of the family office, they take advantage of the Section 13U, 13O, and of course, we met with Invest Hong Kong the last couple of days. Yeah, they're coming with something even better, and Singapore has been very stringent. Some of family offices have gone to Dubai as well because of a zero tax. Next year, there will be a 9% tax, right? So with that, I would end my session. I'll hand it back to Andrew, right? Or Michael. Thank you.
Thank you, Alvin. That was excellent. And ahead of time as well, too, so very efficient. Thank you. We'll hand over to Dr. Andrew Lowe now to talk about family offices from a bank's perspective.
Well, thank you very much, Michael, for inviting me. That seems to be going backwards. So, let's spend some time touching on about 6 aspects. So as you can see, we'll talk about, quickly why family office, the purpose of it, and then the type of family office, and then I'll share with you 2 of the recent foundings that UBS has done. One is on the survey of a global family office. The other one is a recent survey on investors' survey, and what we can take that as implications for a family office. All right. Why do we need a family office? So I think the first piece of theoretical piece of work that came out addressing the topic of family business is John A. Davis. So, and he studied family business and working relationship in the context of father and son in his PhD degree. And basically, there are 3 domains. One is the family business itself, and then there's also the ownership, and then the management of the business. So if you are an entrepreneur starting out in first generation, all of these 3 domains kind of coincided. So the business owner runs the company and has all the ownership. But as the business grows, say past a generation, then you're going to have more family members. But also particularly if the business is successful, then they will do fundraising. And you cannot do debt fundraising all the time, right? You need to do equity fundraising. So eventually the owner's equity stake will get diluted. And then you're going to have pressure in separation of these three domains. So one, for instance, you would have next generation. Some of them may work in a business, so they have ownership and also management. But other family members may not actually work in the family business. So how do you balance these interests? So in modern day, what do we see as the purpose of the family office? I think there are three. First and foremost is about wealth regeneration. So these are sort of wealth management. Usually the bread and butter task of the family office is on doing the investment and then doing the proper asset allocation and also doing the investment performance. Now, the second aspect, as also Alvin alluded, basically is help to support the family unity. So here, then the family office will provide the family governance support. It will also have various governance mechanisms, such as having the family council in place, and also articulate all the aspects of relationship between the family members and the association with the family assets through the family constitution. And then the third aspect is to groom the next generation. So in types of the family office, we can broadly see there are three. So for someone who is ultra high net worth individuals, he doesn't have a family office, he's a business owner, maybe he takes a very hands-on approach managing the wealth himself. So then we will look at ways that will transition him to methodology of working as a family business. So the first way that we will work with him is we kind of replicate and help him to set up what is like a virtual family office. So in that space, we would list out what are the tasks required for family office, and then what he has to do, and what kind of things that he can do in-house, and what he can kind of rely on the platform of a private bank, at the same time understanding the whole process. Of course, then we have the middle, the single family office, and then now we are also seeing multifamily office. I think multifamily office kind of more originated in Europe and US, where it's actually like a cousin consortium. So, you know, go into 3 generations, and they kind of run their own thing, but then they feel that there's more economy of scale, especially if they approach the investment bank and they offer something that they need to place an order of a larger bite size. So sharing with you some reports findings. So this one, every year, this is the 3rd year UBS we have done it. We have surveyed over 221 of the world's largest single-family office. And so each one of them has over $1.2 billion in asset under management. Well, the survey, usually it's quite skewed to the investment. So let me just share with you what are the main findings. Actually, we found that not only this year, but in fact, starting about 2 years ago. So the family office, a more sophisticated investor, they feel that rate rise will soon, come one way or the other. So they have been increasing the allocation towards private markets, and which they all expect that will come with a higher expected return. So what do they put the money into? Private equity funds, so with a fund manager, or they go directly into the direct investment themselves. And also they see values in having a diversifier, so they already sort of place more emphasis on alternative, such as hedge fund. Sustainable investing, has been, on the growth pathway for 2-3 years. But what we have seen this year actually has been the growth has been on pause, as they recognize there is more a need to do increased due diligence in all the fund managers. People always talk about digital assets and NFT, But at the moment, there is interest, but the deployment into that asset from family office is actually quite low. And also, they also expect that costs in the family office are expected to rise. So here we think that scale of economy, the largest family office will be the least affected. So this is a survey that we have just finished last month. So for this survey, we have interviewed 4,500 high net worth individuals all around the world. What are some of the findings that may be of interest through the setting of a family office? So first one, the key concern that we found from our survey is that a very large proportion, 76% of the investors, their largest concern is whether their wealth transfer process is going to go smoothly. And what are some of the main difficulties? Well, the first one is they feel that it's very difficult for them to divide the family assets fairly. So in the global sample, it's about 66%, but in Hong Kong, it's even bigger of a problem. 76% of the respondents in Hong Kong feel this is a big issue. And also, they feel that more communication between the benefactors and the heirs are needed, 60%. But interestingly enough, the attitude toward having a professional to help with the communication, the attitude is quite positive in Asia. It's about 12 percentage points higher than the mean in the global sample. So then I think a professional services firm will find this kind of attractive. What does it mean for the family office? Well, I think to help the family to cope with the problem of dividing the family assets fairly, you would need the family governance framework, such as the family council with the members, and also increasingly we are seeing more external members being appointed into the family council. And of course, you would need maybe a well thought out and well-written family constitution. So here are usually some of the tools. I will not go into the details, but I think I've already articulated what the family council and family constitution will do. And then lastly, I think recently this week, UBS, we have hosted our summit as well on family enterprise. And one of the themes and conclusion that came out is we feel that family office is the glue that can help to bind the family together. The reason is because the human life cycle now outlasts the business life cycle. And actually in the US, Cornell University found that the average lifespan of a family business is only 24 years. In fact, 40% will go to generation 2, 13% to third generation 3, and then fourth generation, survival rate is only about 3%. Difficulties, as highlighted Professor Yu from Shanghai Jiao Tong University, next generation are not so keen to take over the family business. So only 18% in China is willing. And also we have found that in this economic cycle, as also found in some empirical studies, businesses that are operating in highly cyclical and capital-intensive industry are more prone to sale of family business stake. And we think that this may continue in the years. So essentially, we will see a transition from running a family business to a business which runs, to a family that runs a portfolio business. And the family office would be the key to administer all this. And thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Right on time. So now I will hand over to Yiying. Over to you, Yiying.
Hi, Michael. Can you guys hear me well?
Yes, we can.
All right, thank you. Thanks, Andrew. Thanks, Alvin, for sharing your insights in terms of implementations and managing the family office. My sharing will be more on a macro perspective in regards to how the families choose the locations of the family office. So my team tried to find the number of family offices globally and where they are located, and the exercise proven to be quite challenging. And one of the data that we found back in 2019, which is from a Camden research, it shows that in 2019 there are about 7,300 family offices globally, and about 40% are in US, 31% in Europe, and Asia is about 18%. And there are some recent reports, and it shows that about 20% of the family office are Asian-based. But taking away Europe and North America, who has a longer history of wealth accumulations, so we thought maybe we should start from understanding the factors that the families will take into considerations when they consider choosing a family office locations. Now, based on a China Family Office Report 2022, which is very recent, released by Financial Service Development Council of Hong Kong, and it shows that the primary considerations for FO, family office locations, is the environment to conduct the business, such as whether the country has a sound and effective legal system, whether it's politically stable, whether the regulatory requirements are too stringent that result in high compliance costs in maintaining the family office, and how friendly is the tax system, because tax is cost to the business. And other than that, it would be also other important factors such as whether the locations is connected to the major global investment or making global investment locations, and market openness and access to the investment projects are highly significant. Now, there are also family-related factors, such as where the family members are residing, whether it's convenient for them for the interactions between family members and the FO, family office. So for family members who are still owning controlling stakes in the operating business or listed companies, they will probably choose to set up the family office near or the same location where the business are located or listed to better support the developing the strategy for both the business as well as the family office. Now, some other reasons could be personal preference, such as whether they have the same culture, whether the locations of family offices have the same culture, the livability of the countries. I'll give you an example. We have one of the clients who came to Singapore exploring setting up family office in Singapore. After a few days of exploratory trip, he decided that the so
Sorry, you seem to be lagging a bit. I'll see whether our IT people can fix it.
He's proceed with choosing Singapore.
Okay, you're back online, Ying.
Hopefully, it helped with the network.
Yeah, sorry, probably the Indonesian network.
Yes.
I think our IT people are trying to fix it.
I'm going to turn off my video. Can you hear me?
Yes, maybe better if you turn off your video, because it could be the video that's affecting the internet.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me know, are you controlling the slides, or would you like me to control the slides?
I believe it's Samson. Samson is the one who's controlling it.
Okay, I'll let him control it. Carry on.
Yeah. Thanks. Thank you. Apologies about that. Samson, can you please move to the next slide, please? Thank you. Samson, thank you. So back to considering the legal and business environment that the high net worth families main concern when choosing the location of family office, the INED World Competitiveness Research that ranks 63 countries in terms of their economic performance, in terms of their government efficiency, business efficiency, and infrastructure. You can see on the chart here, 6 out of top 10 ranked are European countries. Then Denmark, Switzerland, there are Sweden, Finland, Norway, and Netherlands. And Singapore ranked 3rd, and Hong Kong ranked the 5th, right? So let's focus on Singapore and Hong Kong, because we're talking about, landscape of family office in Asia, and these two countries are always competing with each other. So let's look at Hong Kong. Next slide, please. Hong Kong government, in terms of their policies and incentive in promoting family office space. So in 2019, a unified profit tax exemptions become operative in April of 2019 for all funds, regardless of the structures, the central management and control, size, and purposes. And in 2020, SFC of Hong Kong issued a circular to clarify the licensing requirement of family office. In the same year, Hong Kong implemented the Limited Partnership Fund, which is LPF. Together with the FAE, it aims to increase investment opportunities in Hong Kong and create an ideal development for family offices. And Invest Hong Kong established Family Office Hong Kong team in 2021, which is dedicated in developing Hong Kong into a major family office hub in Asia. Now, recently, April 2022, this year, the Financial Affairs and Treasury Bureau issued a public consultation paper providing details on tax concessions regime for eligible family investment holding entities, in short, FIHV, managed by single family office. So let's see how or what Singapore government is doing or has been doing. Thank you. So in 2019, Monetary Authority of Singapore, MAS, and the Singapore Economic Board, EDB, jointly established the Family Office Development Team to enhance competitiveness of Singapore as a global wealth management and family office hub, right? And during the same year, it proposed a fund tax exemption plan, which is known as Section 13 R&X, subsequently changed to O&U for family offices. Now, the details of it is the applicant can obtain permanent tax exemptions when managing overseas assets, and at the same time, they can also apply for Singapore residency, right? So in January 2020, Singapore introduced a new fund legal vehicles, which is known as VCC, Variable Capital Company, which is very familiar to the Cayman Segregated Portfolio Company. So it aims to make it convenient for different families in the multifamily office to carry out joint investment activities. It also allowed smaller sub-funds that were not previously eligible for the tax exemptions to enjoy the same tax incentive. Now, again, recently this year, 2022, more or less the same time as where Hong Kong rolled out the FIHV tax regime, MAS officially released a new policy on the applications requirement for the 13O and EU family office plan in Singapore, and effective from April 2022 onwards, all new applications that are submitted to MAS will then subject to these new requirements. So let's have a look at, in terms of tax treatment, how Hong Kong and Singapore are comparable to each other, and what kind of tax benefits, to enjoy the tax benefits, what kind of requirement the family offices are required to meet, right? Now, these are just the overall tax treatment, or rather tax system between the two countries. You can see they are very, very similar. They are both territorial tax regime. Now, one different thing I want to highlight is recently, Hong Kong has just recently rolled out a foreign source incomes exemptions regime, in regards to certain foreign source income, passive income, effective from it will be effective from 1st January 2022. Our Hong Kong tax team are actively looking into this for our clients. And now, in comparing corporate tax, you can see that Singapore is slightly higher. Individual income tax, Singapore is slightly higher as well. Now, and other tax terms, Singapore has GST, Hong Kong doesn't have. And in terms of DT, the double tax treaty, Singapore has 90 countries and Hong Kong has 45. Now, next slide, we'll be comparing the tax benefit, or rather a little bit more detail into the tax incentive that family offices will be enjoying and what are the requirements, basically. So whether it's FIHV or a Singapore Section 13 OU, to be eligible to that, one of the conditions is that you must have a manager residing locally, right? And in terms of the fund ownership, FIHV and Section 13O has strict fund ownership requirements, which means the fund has to be owned by the families. But 13U is a little bit flexible. Okay, so that's why you see that 13U has a lot more has a lot more flexibility in regards to the fund structures, in regards to the ownership, but it also has more stringent requirement, and we will see a lot more applicability of Section 13U in multifamily office. All right. So in terms of the legal form and jurisdictional establishment of the fund, so how can you what kind of legal structures can you use in terms of asset holding structures? So FIHV, it has to be a corporation, partnership, or unit or trust set up in or outside of Hong Kong. For 13O, it has to be a Singapore registered company. And 13U it doesn't really matter. It could be a BVI company, it could be a Cayman company, a Hong Kong company, right? So in terms of minimum annual business expenditure, right, to be eligible for this tax benefit in Hong Kong, now the FIHV required you spend at least about 2 million operating in form of operating expenses in Hong Kong, which is approximately 250,000 US dollar. For Singapore, 13O to be eligible for the tax benefit, it again varies, depends on the AUM size. So it varies from 140K to 720K, depends on the size of AUM. Similar to 13O, the minimum business expenditure for 13O, for the 13U is also varies according to the AUM size, but you can see the threshold is slightly higher, so it should be approximately 260K to 720K. Right. So who is the one who is sort of the governing authority, governing body for these sort of tax exemptions or even in terms of the licensing requirement? So for Hong Kong, it's interesting to see that Hong Kong and Singapore are quite different. So for Hong Kong, it's governed by Inland Revenue Department, but for Singapore, it's governed by MES. So on an annual basis, the family office actually has to submit what we call tax compliance to MES in regards to the portfolio that the family office are holding, whether it's still aligned with the investment objective that they set up when they apply. Now, how about the fund size? Is there any requirement? So for FIHV, yes, there is. It should be at least Hong Kong dollar 240 million, which is approximately 30 million. For Singapore, there was a change in April 2022, which I mentioned earlier, where for 13O, so it will start off as, they allow you to start off as a Singapore dollar 10 million, which is approximately US dollar 7 million, but you have to commit to increase the AUM to about 20 million within 2 years. So for 13U is higher threshold, or rather higher benchmark, 50 million is what they were expecting. Okay, next slide, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ying. We're time's up. Would you like just to have a quick final word?
Yes, very quickly. Thank you. for reminding me of the time. So with this ever-changing current geopolitical climate that we're facing now and in the future, the diversity of the portfolio and family members becoming more mobile is more critical than ever. So this then contributed to the ever-changing landscape of the family office. So will there be another financial center that take over Singapore or Hong Kong as a preferred choice of location for FO in Asia? Or should the family look into having family office in multiple locations in different jurisdictions? So it's difficult to know what the future holds, but this will make the decision process even more challenging. But surely all these factors that I presented earlier should be taken into consideration by families when they choose the location of the FO.
Okay, thank you very much, Ying. Sorry, we've run out of time. So I'd like to thank all three panel speakers, Alvin, Andrew, and Ying. So if the audience would like to show their appreciation to the three speakers. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Low, Yi Ying, Mr. Yap, and Michael for your detailed sharing. Thank you all. May all of you please remain on stage, and may I invite Michael to present souvenirs to the speakers, please. Thank you, Michael, and thank you once again, speakers, for providing us with the insightful sharings. Access to the metaverse has become the new normal. Web3 development has made this transition imminent in all different industries. Please put your hands together to welcome Mr. Andy An, founder and chairman, NDN Group; Mr. James Law, founder, chairman and CEO, Cybertecture; Mr. Eric Wong, head of growth, HK, The Sandbox Greater China; and Mr. Tim Learn, Group Chief Technology Officer, Tricor Group. This panel discussion will be facilitated by Tim. Over to you, Tim.
Very smart robot introducing us. Welcome everyone to the afternoon. So as you saw that there are three guests, and there's two here. Unfortunately, Eric has an emergency arrangement that he couldn't join us today. But that means we will have more time for two experts here, Andy and James, to talk about the work they do. And we will have a little bit discussion around a few interesting topics in this latest frontier of Web3 and crypto. You know, including Eric, actually, I was going to say all three of them, we have very good guests. First of all, thank you for coming. And they all represent like different perspectives in this industry. Andy does a lot of consultancy work and helping with different industries like finance and other insurance to do blockchain and Web3 projects. While James, he himself has a very interesting investment of an island and digital twin, and I'll leave the suspense for him to walk you through that. Very interesting. So first of all, then I'll probably let Andy introduce his work and himself, so we understand a little bit more first.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you, everyone. I'm Andy N, and my main job is to help corporates to break through using technology to think through the future and how innovation can help corporations to grow customer base, you know, grow revenue, have better profit margin. So in the past, I think 20 years, my company is around, you know, quite a long time. So we've been helping a lot of industry, banking, insurance, and real estate, you know, helping them to look into different kinds of technology. And I think in the past couple of years, we have seen blockchain as one of the major technology backbones to help a lot of corporations to figure out how they can make use of the technology to scale through in the next decade. So that's one of our core businesses. And on the other side, we have invested about 30 venture startups. We venture built them, and we invest into innovation, into young entrepreneurs, hopefully to boost Hong Kong startup scene to Southeast Asia and to the world. So that's also one of my core passion to build different ventures and collaborate with a sort of ecosystem that we can all scale together, utilizing a lot of technology. Yeah, thank you.
Incredible. That's a very wide portfolio there. Thank you, Andy. And then let's turn over to James, who runs Cybertecture. And James has a different background coming into this. Please explain.
Thank you, Tim. So I'm an architect by training, and about 23 years ago, I decided to start a company called Cybertecture on a mission to design and build the world of the future. And during these 23 years, we have worked on different projects around the world, ranging from skyscrapers to master planning smart cities, to creating virtual reality spaces, and creating innovative devices that uses the latest technologies. In the recent years, we have been very, very interested and invested into helping our world to establish a new kind of way of development in terms of real estate, which is utilizing some of the latest innovations in Web3, decentralization, and then to see how we can build a more sustainable world using these rather creative and innovative tools available to us. So I brought along with me today a project which I'll leave to Tim to let me activate later to tell you about, which is a very well-known project now, which utilizes the blockchain decentralized approach to building, hopefully, the world's first truly decentralized, sustainable city on an island. But I'll leave that to Tim to prompt me to show you about that.
All right, so that's, I think, the one of the most interesting thing that we should talk about first is blockchain. So, of course, we're in this business about compliance, about doing a lot of work for the corporate. You may be interested to know what does blockchain that everybody talks about this technology, how may it impact our world, how may it impact our industry in the future. I think regulatory or decentralized, are they really two different things that go against each other, or are they the two sides of the same coin? I think that's always a very interesting topic. So around the perspective in how blockchain can be used in different industry, what centralization or decentralization's merit is, both of our experts have a lot of thinking and experience in this. So I may go to Andy first, and maybe you can share with us a little bit about some of your projects of investment where there's interesting use case of blockchain in this aspect.
Sure. So about 5 years ago, we have built our own blockchain. It's a blockchain that we initially, we serve the advertising industry. And the reason why we started this is because we see a lot of clicks from the internet world or social media world, that most of these clicks are using robots. It's not real human. So we make use of the blockchain technology to identify a real person. When someone clicks on a banner, we can notify and write each of these transactions into a blockchain to verify that it is a real user. So in financial terms, it's very similar to KYC, right? So we know your customer. And also, we're able to sort of, it's a fraud prevention. It's also a kind of AML kind of thing that we make sure that each of these transactions, if you look at the advertising industry, each year we have about $30 billion that are scandals. And you click on it, maybe you have heard of a lot of Facebook or Google, when you click on a banner ad, the conversion when you advertise is 0.1%. So now the question is, what is going on with the 99.9%, right? So that's the question that we have solved. And eventually, we have moved our blockchain to different industries. So to give you an example, we have used the blockchain for insurance industry. So for one of our venture and some of our clients, we have realized that as a regulated entity, for example, we are under regulations of Hong Kong Insurance Authority. So when we issue a premium, it requires KYC, AML, address proof in order to issue the premium. But then when it comes to claim, when it comes to the no claim bonus or even the loyalty, these are some of the things that we can make use of the blockchain and decentralize a lot of data and information. And we see that the future, it would not be like 100% decentralized or 100% centralized. So we see it in the way that by using blockchain technology, it could be a hybrid mode, right, where we can benefit from banking to insurance to even real estates or value chain, supply chain industries. So these are some of the fundamental layer projects that we've been working on. But on top of the foundation layer, a lot of clients do come to us using a different blockchain technology, or have you heard of NFTs? These days a lot of smart contracts, NFTs, marketplaces, and many of our clients would use Web3 technology to issue digital assets so that the digital assets that can be owned by the customers as well. So to bring in customers as part of the company, rather than just leaving that we are the company, you are our customer. So the future, we see that Web3 technology will be able to blend in that our customer can be part of becoming a shareholder of our company as well, where with the NFT, they have the voting rights. It could be a utility token. They will be part of the community and making different decisions. So we are seeing a lot of different applications coming through. So I'll have James to share as well. And there are a lot more cases that we can discuss.
Yeah, thank you, Andy. I think what you mentioned about KYC, AML is very dear to our heart in our industry. Essentially, trust. Trust is very key word for our company, our industry. And that's why, in the past, you have notarized, we have signature, we have to see the person in physical form to establish the trust, right? Banks did that as well. And then we have virtual bank, we have eKYC, where technology is developed that you can, just use your cell phone, do facial recognition, make sure you are live, not a dead person, not a picture, to show that you can actually open the account. Now, going one step further is, do you need to do this repeatedly for each bank, which is the case right now? Blockchain, as I'm also quite passionate about that solution, is provides that trust that you own the recognition of identity in the virtual space, and you can carry it around, and it's immutable. It belongs to you. You have the key to that encryption. So I'm very glad that you mentioned about that part, because I hope that kind of show our audience that is actually very related to our industry. Now, further than that, when we talk about digital identity, that reminded me of what James' work is. Even more fancy and advanced, like in a digital twin with both physical world and the virtual world. Now you're talking about a passport to go into this land. What is the digital identity? What is this island? What is this work that you have, James? Please walk us through that mystery.
Sure. So thank you. So very much similar to what Andy was saying, I think the world is really going through a massive and very fast change. Fundamentally, in our relationships, in our community, in our economy, the element of trust is one that is being very tested at the moment. And I'll tell you a little example first. About 10 years ago, when I started to develop projects in the developing world, so many of our projects, when we started construction on the land, suddenly somebody would come out with an equivalent piece of paper which was holding the ownership of the land. So there was more than one person holding a piece of paper saying that they own the lease of the land. And it got me thinking that ultimately, if we are to build a stable community, stable city, the ownership is the starting point to really creating that stable foundation. So about 5 years ago, partners of mine, we are all passionate about this new world. We decided to look around the world for an opportunity. And what we did was we thought we'd test it in a real place that we would own and see whether the system would work. So we bought an island, which is about 800 acres. This island is a real island in the chain of Vanuatu, which is just northeast of Australia. And this island is going to be developed into a crypto-stroke decentralized smart city, which is going to be very low density, which is going to be sustainable. How we try to do that is fundamentally try to use Web3 and the decentralized strategies and technologies to achieve it in a different way than a conventional project. Now, a conventional project, I as a developer would go in, build 2,500 houses there, and then just try to sell it. And people have to trust me that the house is going to be there and everything like that. But in the decentralized way, we try to build it differently. And how we try to do it is this island is actually created first both as a planned kind of a digital twin, as well as parcels of NFTs and ownerships on this island that is either given for free or purchased beforehand. So the decentralized approach kind of manifests itself on this island mainly as both citizenship NFTs and land NFTs. So we have a whitelist that people can get on, and then if they get onto the whitelist, they'll be given a citizenship NFT. That allows you a forever right to access the island. And once you have that access to the island, you can then purchase land on the island. Now, all of this, we met with certain challenges in the 5 years where we had to negotiate with the Vanuatu government to allow us to kind of subvent the traditional land ownership program with one which is based on the blockchain. So our NFT is recognized by the government as an ownership of land. Then, because the island is quite far away, we create the digital twin as a form of the metaverse, which allows people then to roam the island, look for the land that they like, with the views that they like, and then they can put a bid on the piece of land. Now, when everything is in process and eventually built, that whole backbone of the system would become the basis of a DAO. So our DAO would be the community management, co-sharing, co-decision-making authority that will run the island. And then to build it, we will use modular architecture and sustainable energy systems to create something which is a lot more sustainable than the traditional city. So this is a very quick video that would explain it to you. So our island is planned around different plots of land. I don't want to sound too much like a real estate agent now, but they have different views from different parts of land. It's very, very beautiful. And there's 21,000 plots. So there's 2,100 plots of land that are available. And each plot of land is made out of 10 NFTs. Why these numbers, 2,100, 21,000, many of you know, comes from the history of Bitcoin. And that's why we use these as a kind of legacy to the numbering of our NFTs. But basically, when you own a piece of land, you own as a group or individually a basket of 10 NFTs per plot of land. And thereafter, once you have that, you have a right to develop your plot of land. And then what happens is you can access a digital twin, and then you can start to build your houses on the land. And just like games like SimCity, etc., these houses are designed by you, stacked up in the way you want, but they're real. So we are going to make them in our factory in China, and we ship them to Satoshi Island. And now it's called Satoshi Island, also the legacy of Bitcoin. So this project is called Satoshi Island. So the idea really is to generate a new format, a new flow, a new supply chain to how we can urbanize and create a new community. all of which are underpinned by the power of the blockchain. And in fact, getting on our whitelist has been a process of proving that you're a cryptophile, that you want to live together with other cryptophiles on an island, and therefore we should have the right people to test our concept. So building these homes very quickly is like this. It's a bit gamified, but literally we have digitized the whole building system into the metaverse, and basically you choose the kind of building you want to build, 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom, 4-bedroom, how many floors, and you can actually design your house. And our system automatically would generate the data that goes to the modular construction factory in China to create these modules for you, and we'll deliver them on site. All of this, again, paid for through crypto. So original acquisition of the land is through many different tokens, but ultimately, later on, there will be a conversion to our own token, which will be the tradable token on the island itself. And so, just to give you an update, the project is in process. Our first phase of development is already underway. The first modules are arriving on the island. And sometime in the first quarter next year, we'll open a resort which people can visit there. But remember, make sure you bring your crypto wallet because you have to pay for your food and your accommodation using your wallet, okay? So that's Satoshi Island. So thank you very much.
Fascinating. I love this kind of complexity, but packaged into such a beautiful and fancy, both physical and virtual images that really make me imagine my life on the beach in the South Pacific now, using all the greatest technology packaged together. So I'll come back to you later about the DAO, which I think is related again to our industry because of our governance. But before that, I wanted to catch on another 3 letters. Most people know NFT kind of phrase, and go back to Andy first. Obviously, NFT has been very hot in 2021, still very hot this year. Now, in terms of the overall metaverse and this big platform of gaming, people establishing virtual real estate there, doing branding and campaigning, I wonder, just from a marketing perspective for Cooperate, whether, Andy, you have some thoughts about what is the trend, what is the things that the big companies are doing. What is your recommendation, if any, about using the virtual metaverse to do marketing?
Sure. So, when we go back 20-something years ago with Web 1.0, right? So it's just read, you go on internet and you read. And then 2.0 came, and then we can write, we write things on blogs and social, Facebook. We upload our photos on Instagram, for example, or LinkedIn, our profile. And then now Web 3.0, it's time not only read and write, but also being part of it. We own the content, right? So I think the future trend, everyone, in all the corporations are going towards how we can be, as a community, we own part of the internet. For example, right now, at this moment, if we write something on Facebook or Instagram or LinkedIn, we don't own these contents. We cannot generate any sort of value out from that, right? So we just give away our free content, and Facebook or Google would advertise, and they have their, income, or revenue by using our generated contents, right? So towards Web3, it is clear that NFT is a tool. It's just basically a smart contract where when we are distributed, or we own a piece of NFT, we become part of the project. Just like, buying James token, NFT, I become an owner of that project. So most of our clients are thinking, from a layer of marketing level, how can we participate, bring in our customers and give them the NFT. But NFT itself, it could be for free, but it could be a really tangible thing that links not only to a digital asset, but also a physical assets, right? So with digital and physical, that comes into who are coming with different ideas. And the ideas are basically limitless. So I'll give you a few examples. So we have launched NFT for Hong Kong bus company, a Kowloon Motor Bus. So they have launched NFT, which is a 3D bus. People, used to have this physical buses, right, toys. But now, when you purchase the NFT, not only that you can access, to look in a 3D file of a bus, but then by owning this NFT in the future, let's say next year, you are able to go to free carnivals. You are able to ride the bus for free. If that bus is 1A to Tsim Sha Tsui Pier, you'll be able to maybe access to free bus rides. You can go to bus carnivals. You can also, when someone, let's say Coca-Cola, advertise on this 1A in the physical world, you'll be able to receive a commission or token, of advertising dollar, as being part of the company. So that would be one sort of scenario. So we thought of, well, how can we think of utility and security, right? Of course, security sides, we have to wait until how the regulators come upon and, regulate all the security side of the model by giving out dividends, for example, right? But now we call it tokens or loyalty points or, a form of rewards system or NFT loyalty. So there are a lot of things that we can do. Another very interesting project that we've done is actually with a few charity organizations. So because during COVID, we've seen that it's really difficult for charity organization, NGOs, to raise money from the market or even having events or even selling flags on the streets, they have hurdles raising funds. So what we have done is we work with a charity organization called Fu Hong Society, and they have all these autism patients. We turn all the artworks into NFTs, and then we sell it in the market where people basically purchase the NFT as an artwork, and then they are donating all these transactions money into the charity organization. And what is interesting is that because it is an NFT, so next time when I trade my NFT, let's say I trade to James and James put in another $400. So that $400 will also go into the charity organization. So no one is taking anything from, the transaction, maybe you have heard of a lot of NFT like CryptoPunks or Bored Apes, those are more for speculation. But in the corporate world, most of our clients, they issue NFT because they want to create value. In a crypto world, when someone wins money, someone has to lose. But as a corporation, when I issue NFT, I don't want my customer to win or lose anything. They want to create a real value that the customers will create stickiness or have access into a future utility of the company. So I think these are, charity is a good thing. And then, of course, we also have banks that they will issue NFT, but it's non-tradable at the moment. You're not able to trade. It is a collectible. Just like banks sometimes would give out, anniversary bank notes as a, collectible item. So those could be a collectible item as well. But I think in the future, most of the items inside the metaverse will be NFT transactions. And metaverse itself is not only about, by selling lands, right? It's all about how can we build an ecosystem or economy where people can transact. So imagine at the Web 2 world, we are only able to scroll, right? We scroll our mobile phones, we scroll our desktop. Imagine you have a photo gallery, you keep on scrolling. But in the future, you can access into a metaverse and you can see all the different, beautiful photos or, paint arts, in a more immersive experience in that dimension. But also now you can interact and purchase by using your wallet, selling and keeping it and own that particular digital asset. I think that's the thing where a lot of brands are going towards and creating that ecosystem. And then that comes to James, the physical side, so, all the things that I've been talking is like digital, but digital linking to physical land, I think that's the future,
Wow, that's just incredible, very insightful, and it gives you a lot of room for imagination. If I summarize what Andy has said, from Web 1.0 25 years ago, Web 2, Web 3, the three keywords are read, write, and then own. So for marketing and corporate engagement with their customers' perspective, it was very simple. You try to build a beautiful website in Web 1, and then Web 2, you need to do social marketing. You need to interact. You need to write. You need to talk to your customers, and there are tools for that. The surface becomes 2 times or however many times bigger. Now it's immense. You need to really look at this Web 3, the metaverse. There's so many examples that Andy has just gave. Limitless opportunities to engage with your clients.
And I think we have to emphasize that when we look into Web3 technology, we need to look at the foundation fundamentals rather than the media, because I think the media is hyping about NFT, speculation, artwork, But if you look at the core foundation of how blockchain, the Web3 technology can help corporates to scale, it's just massive. It's a multi-billion-dollar market where we are using a lot of these technology to help the business to scale in the future. So that is the core thing that we looked at. Even though the market that you see it come down and crash, it has nothing to do about the technology fundamental. It's just the exchange, they're leveraging and borrowing all the loans and got busted, right?
Absolutely. Thank you. So the other 3-letter was DAO. I wanted to come back to James a little bit, if you could explain and help us understand, because we are all faced with this traditional world for 100 years where we have this company structure, governance by directors and all the relevant documents and compliance and registration need. How does a DAO work? It's a decentralized, autonomous organization, isn't it? Yeah, can you help our audience understand this new world that we are going into?
Right, so thank you, Tim. So a DAO is basically a community. And in terms of crypto DAOs, your access or your membership into the DAO, just like our Satoshi Island, is your ownership of a citizenship NFT. And by doing that, you have a right into the DAO. Now, why a DAO is a very powerful way of organizing a complex thing like a community or a city or even a company is that ultimately it boils down to this one thing, that in a centralized way of decision-making or management, you're relying on a very good leader, you're relying on very competent management, and you're relying on their decisions. And normally that is a kind of like a triangular approach of a kind of a very elite top decision maker, and then everybody is following. But sometimes we know that why we have these group gatherings and everything is we realize that sometimes the best consideration of the situation or the best understanding of a situation leading to a decision comes from a much more diverse shared approach. And a DAO allows you to do that because what happens is, first of all, you've selected a broader number of citizens as your DAO. Then you assign roles. So you have people who are moderators, you have people who lead certain topics, you have people who are looking at governance, and you're looking at assigning resources to each of the DAO components. And therefore, you're building your own kind of economy within the DAO about the sustainability of your project, whether it's about profitability, whether it's about maintenance, whether it's about the, the human resources of the community. And everybody knows it's transparent. So the decisions are all transparent. So if in the DAO group, somebody is looking at sustainability and you see that things are not going well and you have an opinion, you can express that opinion. So we're in the early stages of DAO, though. You still need to manage them. You need to have, moderating powers. You've got to stop people from saying ridiculous things and things like that. But otherwise, you can say it is a supercharged, empowered version of a social media gathering that is well organized for organizing something complex. And within that, there is an economic level because people can get paid for being on the DAO. So, we're a civil servant in Hong Kong. We work for Hong Kong government. We get a salary. But in a DAO, for your community, for doing work or getting to certain KPI, you can get paid also for your performance as well. So it's a very, very, I think, a very powerful, holistic way of managing the future any project, any community, any city, which is much more resilient and much more transparent than the current system that is often mired with, particular decisions by particular people. So, but it's a tested thing. I mean, I seem to be like espousing that it will solve everything. We don't know for sure, but it's an alternative strategy that I think we could look into to how we make better decisions, and decisions lead to better action. And ultimately, it starts with the decision being made well. So a DAO is engineered around that, yeah.
That's just fabulous. Yeah, I think this space in in Web3 in blockchain allows us to do a new way of governance, decentralized governance, new way of trading, new way of finance. I think we could go on and on for the whole day to talk about various topics in the space, but unfortunately, we have only a couple minutes left. So before we go, I just wanted to have a last question for both of you. Since Andy also touched on the crypto price and the current stage of the economy in that space, I'm sure there's at least one, if not more, crypto investors in the audience. And what is going on now? Maybe 30 seconds for each of you. And how do you think that what is the volatilities that's happening in cryptocurrencies may mean to the future of the development in Web3? Yeah, go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, if you look at the market cap of the entire crypto market, is now about $800 billion. Is just half of Apple, right? So just disregard the news because it's nothing big, right? It's just one half of Apple, or maybe it's just one Facebook, compared to the entire $100 trillion market, right? So I think it's really at the very beginning. And if you look back into, early days when the IT bubble, I think we are going through the same process. So Web 2, we have the IT bubble, and then there came off, with Amazon, Google, Facebook, WeChat, all these companies. Same for now. If the market, it was in the past 5 years with hundreds and thousands of companies came out in the market, creating their own tokens and economy. But we will go through the same flush, and then I think there'll be consolidation, and then we'll, the Web3, in terms of all the applications would turn into a positive side. I trust the technology because I do think that blockchain is the technology of trust. Right. So that's why I think we are at the very early beginning. Yeah.
That's very encouraging. Thank you, Andy. James?
I agree with much of what Andy said. I probably would add something like this, which is I think speculation in general comes with risk, right? That's the definition of speculation. And with the particular crypto situation at the moment, I think it's just the same as anything else. When it is starting out, when the world is trying to get used to it, and there are certain big parties involved which make big decisions. So the small investor is always going to get hurt. The volatility and the risk is certainly high. But what I would encourage everybody to bear in mind is not to necessarily make a judgment about crypto based on its volatility. I think it's more important for all of us to learn the system behind it, to learn how to use it, how to access it, how to stay up to date with it, so that it is a skill set that we have if and when we feel personally we're ready to participate more into it. Because I think fundamentally, the blockchain probably has been one of the biggest innovations in the late 20th century, early 21st century, that it isn't just a passing fad. I think it will evolve into something much more fundamental, just like when we were holding our passports, we really believed in that system. So we all had to get a passport, right? Even whether or not we go on holiday or not. So we need to know that system. We need to know how to apply for a passport. We need to know how to apply for a wallet. We know how to manage a wallet. We have to understand what that involves and what that means for us in the future. So the volatility is something that I think we have to bear in mind on, but not be scared of. in the acquisition of knowledge and know-how so that we all can benefit from this new paradigm. So yeah, that's my take on it. Yeah.
Thank you, James. So just disclaimer, not an investment advice. But, you know, hopefully after this 30 minutes hearing all these wonderful examples and different aspects of human social structure and life that the Web3 can potentially change and innovate, I hope we all feel very encouraging about our future. Thank you so much again, Andy and James. Very insightful. Appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. An, Mr. Law, Mr. Wong, and Tim for taking us through an interesting discussion on transparency and corporate governance. May I now invite Tim to present souvenirs to Mr. An, Mr. Law, and Mr. Wong. May we now welcome our next group of presenters who will be sharing with us the knowledge on board evaluation, improving board capabilities through robust board assessment. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Henry Lai, partner and co-chairman, PC Wu & Co., and Ms. Jennifer Ai, head of commercial, Tricor Hong Kong, to come on stage. Ms. Winnie Ma, director of general counsel and company secretary, Hang Lung Group and Hang Lung Properties, will be joining the discussion online. This panel discussion will be facilitated by Jennifer. Over to you, Jennifer.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to our afternoon session. So I have Henry with me on the floor, and also Winnie joining us all the way from Macau. Okay. We always say good governance can lead to a long-term success for both issuers and, of course, the investor. Okay. Corporate events in the last decade also make it very, very clear that board can fail. Okay. Failures come from different areas. Failure from managed risks, failure from hiring right people, failure on implanting strategy, and sometimes it can also be an integrity issue or fraud. Okay. So having a good governance practice can improve board effectiveness. I'd like to kick off the sessions. For my first questions is from a stakeholder perspective on the board evaluation, what are the key focuses? Perhaps Winnie, you want to start from your side first?
Sure. Hi, everybody. Sorry, I can't be there for you because I'm in quarantine for my trip to China. Well, I think for us, it's important to look back and to make it clear that what's the role of the board of directors before we can go into what are the measurement and how we can measure the effectiveness. So the board are there to run the business, of course. So it's to look after the financial performance, but also to protect the interest of minority shareholders and sometimes employees. So governance is important. And most importantly is relevance, because someone can have all the knowledge in the world, but he has to exercise his knowledge in the right context, in the right industry, in the right social and political environment. So I see the role of the board as managing financial performance, governance, and also be relevant. So I think for shareholders, what they look for are 6 to 7 criteria. First of all, ultimate goal is to see whether their interests are being protected. And decisions are being made on a fair basis. So first of all will be the board composition, which is the structure, the percentage of executive directors against independent non-executive directors, and whether the roles and responsibilities of directors, whether they are really well defined, like for audit committee and NRC, do they have the power they needed in order to make unfettered discretion and proposal to the full board? And one thing that's very important would be the relationship, because like employees of the company, when we choose someone into the board or into the company, we don't just look at the hard skills, we also need to look at the soft skills. So how would one director or the whole board interact with each other? And how do they interact with the executive and the stakeholders, including the investors? Would they be able to engage all the stakeholders effectively? That's also one thing that the shareholders will look at. And I think it would be, I can't not mention about technology, because shareholders nowadays are very technology savvy. They will also look at like the meeting effectiveness, the effectiveness of giving them information, and then transparency, and how would technology help. So I think those will be the areas that shareholders look at. What do you think, Harry?
Yeah, I fully agree with you, Winnie. In addition to the what you have said, I think the shareholders are also looking at whether whether there's any diversity of the board, and how are you going to nominate the directors to the board, whether they have the experience, whether they have the skill, and whether they are having the integrity, etc. And also, the shareholders are very concerned about nowadays the internal control, whether they have the whistleblowing system or whether they have any anti-corruption system in place. And bear in mind that the world has been changing every day. So the risk management is one of the very important issues that the shareholder will look at. And also, whether the board has any succession plan which lead to the continuation of the achievement of the objectives of the company. I think these are the very important issues which the shareholder and also the stakeholder will look to the board to, to disclose in their annual report or then in their CG report.
So now, Henry, now we understand the focus of the stakeholder, right? As a lawyer, how would you advise a company to structure the board assessment process or mechanism?
Nowadays, we are looking at the corporate governance is one of the most important issues, which not only the listed companies are looking at, and also some of the NGO in Hong Kong are very important as far as the corporate governance is concerned, because, well, if you look at the newspaper recently, some of the NGO charitable organization, the child abuse issue, it's very serious, and the board has a very important role in that regard. So I think the evaluation of the board is very important. Not only listed company, but also the charitable organizations. Now, having said that, I think how we're going to conduct the assessment, it's based on two different directions. One is you can do it internally. You can set out all the questionnaires. You can set out your system, how to assess the board. And some of the board saying that, well, this is not our expertise, so they can get outside facilitator to carry out the board assessment. Now, the assessment, the evaluation is not only on the board itself, but also on the each individual directors, and also they should extend to all the committees. Say, for example, the audit committee, the nomination committee, the remuneration committee, etc. Nowadays, the ESG is one of the most important subjects, and I think the Stock Exchange has been reviewing the ESG report, and I think later there will be some consultation paper issue to increase the disclosure requirement as far as the ESG is concerned. So this is one of the very important subject, which I think some of the listed companies should have established a ESG committee so as to you know, to see how are they going to comply with the carbon emission. This is one of the most important topics in the future.
Winnie, what's your view on this? Because you can maybe share your view from your issuer perspective.
Sure. So I totally agree with Henry that there should be internal assessment as well as external assessment, because both sides will probably look at same things from different angle. But before that, actually, there are already assessment taking place without us putting into a mechanism. Take Hang Lung for an example. We are listed companies, and for Hang Lung Properties, we actually have we have 50% of the board as independent non-executive directors. And if you are following Hong Kong Stock Exchange Corporate Governance Code consultation earlier, Stock Exchange actually proposed to have the chairman of NRC has to be an independent non-executive director, but that proposal wasn't adopted at the end. But then for Hang Lung Properties, all members of NRC have actually been independent non-executive directors for a long time. So all these things people do notice from the annual report or from different industry or committees meetings. So there has been assessment, and therefore Hang Lung has been awarded with a good corporate governance practice in 2021. But I agree that we need to formalize the assessment, and like any other form of assessment, we need to work it backwards to ask ourselves, like, what are the things that we are assessing? And therefore, we need to go back to the KPI, like what are the things that shareholders are looking at? And then all assessment, like I'm sure, Henry, you agree, we need to be measurable, right?
Right.
And measurable both in terms of quantitative and qualitative. Easy things like how many board meetings a year, and the director's attendance, and those are already in practice, right? And then less verbalized would be the mixture of expertise, and then the soft skills, like how they do it rather than what they do it, right?
Yep.
And then most importantly would be like, what is our goal? What does good look like? Right? We need to have a transparency in terms of our communication with shareholders. This is what we want to achieve. But what does good look like in this respect? So we need to have all those things set out in order to have good assessment, be it a questionnaire, be it a technology-enabled system. We just have to map it out as to like what we want.
Yeah, that's right. Agree.
So, Winnie, you mentioned about like quality, quantity, right? So how often should one conduct their board assessments, and how? Because if you look at the board composition, they cover different things, right? If you look at board evaluation, it shouldn't just apply on listed companies, right? Henry, you mentioned about NGO, and then there's also this like SME or large public company, right? So how often, there's something that I think a lot of board are continuing, exploring how often is good and how in-depth should that be?
Yeah, exactly. I think normally we are expecting the evaluation or the assessment annually. I think that is more practical. I mean, if you do it every month or every half a year, that doesn't make sense. I think it's one on the annual basis would be appropriate. And also, when we're looking at the assessment, of course, we are looking at the board level or the director individually. Now, on the board level, we are looking at, well, as Willie just said, well, how long do we have a meeting? Whether the papers are ready to be delivered to each director, they have sufficient time to study all the board papers, whether they have any access or discussion with the management, whether they will be able to get more information or documents from the management to explain the issues, and also how many, I mean, whether all the director will be able to attend the meeting either personally or by video conferencing. So this is very important. If you don't attend the board meetings, how are you going to contribute, right? And nowadays, we're also looking at the board diversity. Board diversity is not only saying that we have a gender diversity, but we are looking at also different expertise, specialties, and skill experience that we are looking at. So one day when I talked to the head of the listing, I said gender diversity is very important, but that is not the only diversity we are looking at. So I think these are the issues which I think should be included in the board assessment. And also, we should ask the director individually what sort of contribution they have made in the past year. What are they looking at, you know, as far as the company is concerned, whether the objectives they can achieve, whether what sort of new objectives should be included, what sort of improvement should be improved in the board level, and also all the committees, whether the chairman has carried out their duty in directing the board, whether they have sufficient time to discuss all the issues, whether they have sufficient information on hand to make a reasonable or variable discussion during their meeting.
Okay, so now with the board evaluation, right? We understand that Hong Kong has been improving. Hong Kong Stock Exchange has been advising on advising the issue on making changes, right? How does Hong Kong compare with other financial hubs in the world on this particular area? Because I understand that it's still not a mandatory
it's only a recommended best practice only. So it's not mandatory.
So how do you think, and actually, so if we look at other countries or other, what we call financial hubs, right? Are there any countries that you think they are doing particularly good at this? And in what areas that Hong Kong should actually take them as a reference?
Well, I must say UK is doing very well. It is their CG code, which require a board evaluation every year. The U.S. Stock Exchange has required the board evaluation as well in their CG code. NASDAQ they don't have such requirement, but usually most of the company listed on this NASDAQ, they will follow the practice of the markets, which they will do some assessment, so that they will be able to tell the investor, especially all the professional investors, that what they have done, as far as the board is concerned. Australia, they have they are not calling CG code, but they said it's good governance guide, which they require board as evaluation. India, they have a mandatory requirement for listed company to do the board evaluation. So, most of the financial centers in the world do require the board evaluation, because this is not only to protect the shareholders' interests, but also all the stakeholders' interests as well. So I think this is a very good proposal, which I think we should, I think some of the listed companies may not agree with me, but I think this should be taken as a code in the future rather than just recommended best practice. I don't know whether you agree or not, Winnie.
I'm actually smiling. I do think it's a good thing, but like everything else, right? Like ESG, if you remember a few years ago, even nowadays, everybody is talking about ESG, but no one has just one uniform standard, only until recently, right? So everybody rushed to do the same thing, but in different way, and there's different benchmark, and therefore it rendered sort of meaningless at the end. That's my view. So I think for us to have this mandatory board evaluation, if there is more regulatory clarity or standards in terms of what we discussed just now, what to measure, how often to measure, then everybody is in the same on the same page. then it might actually achieve the purpose. But having said that, like all industries are different, right?
Yes, exactly.
So we definitely cannot mandate every board to have one financial, one ESG expert. It's just different depending on what the board needs. But there are sure some common denominators that people should agree on.
Yeah, agree.
So now that we think, okay, the board evaluation will become mandatory at some stage, right? What are your advice for the issuer that they should start planning or to equip the company itself to welcome this new requirement?
I think they should, well, there's a lot of external facilitators in the market. I think they should seek some advice from them to see how are they going to do it, whether they're going to do it internally by way of questionnaires, by way of discussion, or by way of any other forms. But I think to seek external facilitators' advice at this stage, I think is desirable, because it's not easy to do it, because if you just prepare some questionnaire for them to fill in, it's meaningless. As long as you have a sensible or practical assessment, which you should do every year, and then disclose it in your annual report, and you review it every year, then it will help you to improve the performance of the board. And also, it will be transparent to not only to the shareholders, but all the stakeholders, investors, so that the corporate governance of your company will be able to improve a lot.
Winnie, what's your view on this?
I think for Hang Lung, again, I think we're very well prepared ahead of time. I think definitely the board should sit down, the INED should sit down with the AED to set out their goals, their KPIs, like what are they intending to achieve as a team, and then also the short-term KPI, the long-term KPI. This is what they need to start mapping out before they can consider whether the current composition suits that purpose. Like the world is changing so fast nowadays, right? With all the technology company in the US firing people, cryptocurrency, and also COVID, and things are changing so fast. So we might need to review the board composition and the policy more frequently than a year, once a year. So having a goal in mind would help to decide like the composition, the diversity, the expertise, and then the measurement. So I think this is what the board should sit down together to think about. And we always talk about corporate governance as if this is just a matter for lawyers or for company secretarial, right? I think it would help if we have the investors to step in and also help to measure that as one of the measurement. Otherwise, I think some of the board of directors will be too busy in managing the business and financial performance and leave those to just to come set. So I think make them, the board need to realize is actually one of the key KPI for them to make sure that due process and policies are in place. Yep.
So we have seen so many changes in the past years. We have pandemic now, we have different financial crises, we have SARS back in 2003. With the board evaluation coming in, have you seen any changes on the board's operating model? Or I should say, do you have any advice for the company to prepare with the changes? Because we see that the changes basically now come from everywhere, and then it actually happened faster than every time we expect.
Yep.
That is the reason why the risk management is one of the most important factors which the board should take into consideration. I mean, it's not only the performance of the company or the financial statements presented by the company, and there's a lot of risk around the world. I mean, it may not happen today, but it may happen tomorrow. So the risk management is one of the issue I think the board should pay attention to nowadays. to tackle the changes every day. I don't know whether that is practical on the board of Hang Lung. I don't know.
Well, I think one thing that's very good about our directors is they're very aware that the world is changing. And other than, I don't know whether you're aware, we actually have 6 board meetings a year and 4 audit committee meetings a year. So we talk often on the business and the financial performance and governance and ESG, which is actually one of the key things that are close to our heart. But on top of that 10 meetings, we actually have board retreat, which all the directors set aside half a day or a day to go deep dive into social issue, economic issue, and politics as well. And it's not just about Hong Kong. Sometimes they cover China and other parts of the world, US as well. So I think that's something that helps to keep them aware of the context. Sometimes when we spend too much time on running the business, we lose perspective of the context. So that's something that we're already doing and requires a lot of commitment from everybody participating.
Whether the Hang Lung board has any requirement for the directors to continuing the professional improvements, see what we call,
Well, I think requirements are for those who are not disciplined. So I think the directors are already very driven and disciplined, and they're all very successful people in different aspects of life. We don't make it a mandatory requirement, but we do keep, as a company secretary, I do keep a close dialogue with the board in terms of things that I come across. There are some accounting firm out there that provide regular forum for independent non-executive directors, and their trainings and hot topics. So through these channels, I do keep them aware, and they're all very eager to learn about something new.
Right. Okay.
Okay, so talking about something new, okay, then it has to touch about technology, okay? Technology is something always new, okay? You wake up, you have something new again, okay? So earlier this morning, Adam, our group digital officer, has shared with us how technology is impacting the business and our life, okay? I was actually very impressed with how the AI can create a piece of art, okay? There's now, I understand there's different tools available in the market for corporate governance, board evaluation, board portal. That's all we have in Tricor as well, right? From your experience sitting on a different board as an INED or being a director running a day-to-day business, how do you see technology is impacting or driving the board function and activity compared with the past years? And what are the challenges you see? Because we always say we understand technology, we need to drive technology, we need to rely on technology to drive us, right? But the transformation, I'm sure everybody on the floor and Winnie, we understand it's not as easy as we just say transformation, right?
Well, maybe I'll start first. Things have already changed, right? Like nowadays we have Teams, we have Zoom, and that's why I can participate in this conference as well. So which is a good thing that enables directors and professionals from different parts of the world in different time zones to talk to each other face to face and to look at their own materials on a board portal. So this is already a very advanced stage of getting the board together. But we do see challenges because sometimes it's about investment. We use board portal, but then there are different ways of using a board portal. Some companies might not want to invest so much. And the other thing would be, we can't deny that there is also some personal preference in play. I personally, as a lawyer, I've been a lawyer forever. I sometimes do want to print out documents to feel the paper in order to be more comfortable. So there are also personal preference in place. So I think it will still take some time to make it mandatory for everybody to just conduct meetings or communicate with each other with technology. Is that what you see as well, Henry?
Yeah. Well, actually, in the past, before the pandemic, we are also always having physical meeting to discuss the issues. The board meetings, the audit committee meetings, whatever. We have a physical meeting in the past. But after the pandemic, we started to use video conferencing, Zoom or whatever kind of IT to make sure that we have the meeting conducted through internet. That is good. There's an advantage or disadvantage of using this kind of video conferencing. The good side is, of course, we can discuss the issues of the financial performance of the business of the company from time to time without any problems. The disadvantage is having physical meeting. You can notice the gesture of the face of each director, whether they agree with you or disagree with you. But by using Zoom, it's difficult to tell what is their view. That is the disadvantage. And also I find it a little bit difficult. I agree with you. I prefer hard copy rather than than using this iPad or whatever. And some of my staff have two monitor on the table. On the one hand is you can see each other. On the other hand, you can see all the audit documents. So I think this is very useful, but I'm not too sure whether this is commonly used by the board. I usually receive a whole box of papers before I go to the board meeting. So I prefer that actually because I can flip over and mark all the comments on the papers, and this is a good thing. But well, some of the listed companies or NGO, whatever, to be honest, IT is very expensive, especially when you have to get all the servers and all sort of firewalls to protect the confidentiality of your document, your information. They are very expensive. And I take example of our firm. There's some problem with our server, and there's the reason why we have to change all the server last year because of the virus. And we have also a backup system, a data center, which we use. We have to borrow a line to send all the information, the emails, everything to the data center. I mean, these kind of things is very, very expensive. We are talking about millions of dollars investment in the IT technology. So I think the blue chip company or the big listed company, they can afford it. But the medium and small size of the listco may not be prepared to invest this kind of money in the IT technology. So this is a challenge on their part, whether they are prepared to do it or not. Especially when nowadays the ESG issue, it's so important. I think they have to spend a lot of resources or manpower and money in disclosing all this kind of information in their annual report or ESG report. So I think the compliance cost is increasing, from time to time. So I think this is a challenge on the part of some of the listco, which they are prepared to invest. But needless to say, I think this is inevitable because the IT is commonly used more every day in our life. Using our smartphone is one thing. The technology is very, very, very useful, and you can see all the email around every day, every hour, every minute. I always say that in the past, I think, if we don't have the iPhone or the email system, we can have a more leisure time. But nowadays, we work 24 hours a day by looking at our iPhone, our email system. So the life is different in the past from now. So I think it's the most important thing is whether these companies, the listco, whether they are prepared to invest this kind of money in the IT technology.
Okay, thanks, Henry. Before we close the section, can you both give us like one piece of advice for the issuer before one company want to structure their board evaluation mechanism. So one piece of advice, okay, Henry.
One piece of advice. I would say I prefer external facilitator to help the company in the first place.
That's actually very true. Winnie?
I'll say give Tricor a call to see if they can help.
I'll make sure someone call Hang Long tomorrow. Okay? So thank you for joining us all the way from Macau, especially during your quarantine, and thanks Henry for coming all the way to here to share with us. But thank you.
Thank you, Winnie.
Thanks a lot. Thanks, Henry. Thanks,
Thank you.
Jennifer.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Mr. Lai, Ms. Ma, and Jennifer for your detailed sharing, and please remain on the stage. May I now invite Jennifer to present a souvenir to Mr. Lai. Broadcasting from Malaysia, our next topic of discussion is Work from Anywhere by Ms. Leo Mui Lee, Senior Executive Director of Tricor Taxand, and Mr. Mahendran Ramalingam, Executive Director and Head of Business Services, Tricor Business Services. Please put our hands together for our speakers from Malaysia.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our presentation today. First of all, let me thank you all for your time today. As you can see from the screen, our topic today is going to be work from anywhere, culture and tax considerations. Next slide. Before we go into the topic, I just thought of sharing an interesting fact about agile work arrangement. Now, post-pandemic, we have been hearing a lot more about agile work environment. So today, we're going to look into some of the agile work arrangement models, the drivers, risk, and what I call the perspectives, right? Now, before we go into the respective models or the different type of models, I just thought of sharing some interesting fact about flexi work arrangement. Right? Now, we know that pre-pandemic, some organizations or companies has already been talking about flexi work arrangement. Now, when this whole flexi work arrangement started, you'll be surprised that flexi work arrangement, the term was already being used almost half a century ago. That was more than 50 years ago. Right? And this was introduced by a lady named Christella Kammer in 1965. She was actually a German management consultant. The purpose of she introducing this concept was actually to balance the professional responsibility and childcare. And hence, that's supposed to then allow more women in the workforce. So that was the whole objective, why they actually introduced workforce, now next slide, please. Agile working models. Let's look at some of the agile work models that we have. Now, hybrid working, where flexible work rotation between work from home and work from office is something not new. And I think some organizations are already practicing that, right? And this is where companies do allow their employees or the workforce to rotate between home and office, right? Some percentage of the days in a week and a month that you do from home, and some percentage of the days that you do from office. Now, hot desking is quite a common thing as well that we hear these days. Right? This is actually in line to support the hybrid work model as well, or where work that does not require a designated workspace then people move into the hot desking concept. Now, during the pandemic, where we all been experiencing a long haul lockdowns, we all have been working from home, right? This was one of the method that we continue to operate, all right? This is how we sustained during the pandemic period. We all work from home, right? And in these days, we are also seeing organizations where they have setups where there's no local offices, and they have got employees who are working from home. So you are being given a home office setup, and you continue to operate from home. That is, that the organization does not even have a local office. Now, the fourth one is the one that's more interesting, where work from anywhere, all right? Now, work from anywhere, it's something that's upcoming and trendy, and a lot more people are embarking on work from anywhere. This is actually a remote cross-border working environment or arrangement where you are accessing to the international workforce, where they work for you remotely. Next slide, please. Now let's look at some of the drivers that drives this agile work arrangements. Now, some of these can be quite academic, but I believe most of them are very much relevant to the agile work model. Now, work-life balance is something that we hear and we see that the request is coming in from the younger worker generation, right? So the demand from the labor market, they desire a balance between work and personal life. Technology that enables that today. Now, without technology enablement, that's the work from home or agile work models are impossible. So this is the backbone of the whole work from agile work environment model, right? Technology movement that allows us connecting with our colleagues, client, community, right? Now, a lot more systems and platforms are all already hosted on cloud, and this can be accessed from anywhere, right? So this is technology enablement is another key driver that drives the agile working environment or concept. Cost efficiency, certainly lower operating costs where organization need not or does not require a large office space set up and subsequently maintaining that large workspace areas. Right? So that can pretty much drive down your operating costs, reduce the cost, right? Now that also relates to the traveling costs of the employees as well. So if you are allowing the workforce to work from home, technically they are also lowering their traveling costs as well. So cost efficiency is something that also a key driver to this agile work concept. Lastly, the sustainability. So when there's less traveling from the employee, besides the reduction in costs, we are also looking at lesser carbon emissions. So less people travel, less people are on the road, and that would certainly be more environmental friendly. And I think that would, in return, benefit both the organization, the employee, and the environment as well. Next slide, please. Now, as we know, now, before I go on to this, I just would like to share something that's very relevant to Malaysia, which is a very recent incident, all right? And this is how the agile work environment comes in very handy. Now, 2 days ago, our light rail transit, all of a sudden announced that there's going to be close to about 16 stations that will be shut down for the next 7 days. So this really interrupted the commuting of the workforce. Now, assuming that we do not practice the agile work concept, right, or have the flexibility or have the technology enabled for this flexible work arrangement, this would definitely interrupt the businesses very much, right? So when this happened, now people can also look at alternative commuting, like catching a Grab, right? But then there is also a challenge there because when the demand increases, so the supply could not, there's not enough supply, so not everyone could get one. And of course, as the law of demand and supply, the price increases as well. So this becomes a challenging thing for the workforce. So now, with an agile work environment, which we are already embarking in Tricor Malaysia, that really enables some of our workforce to continue to operate remotely, and that ensures the business continuity as well. Now, we looked at the drivers, which are the push factors, right? Now, obviously, there will also be some pull factors as well. So the yin and yang, we know when we talk about any initiative, that's always going to be pros and cons, right? So now I'm just going to share with you some of the risk factors that you may want to consider when you embark on an agile work arrangement. I'd just like to clarify here, the risk factors that I'm presenting here are not sorted on any order of risk criticality. So it is just a general sharing in terms of some of the risks. Now, the missing of social aspect, right? So when you're in an environment where all the employees are in the office, all right? So there is a lot of casual chats and conversation that's going on. Not forgetting the gossips that we catch up with our colleagues, right? Or a cup of coffee at the pantry and all that. Now, these are the things that technically that you will miss if you were to work on an agile arrangement, right? Where you don't see each other, the communications are merely via probably your team chats or your any other internal chats that IT allows, to the extent, or at most it's going to be just via WhatsApp, right? Now, the next thing that we can look at as part of the risk element is the procrastinations. Now, when you at work, say you're working remotely, whether you're working from another location or from home, it's easier to procrastinate now because there's no one around you to kind of supervise you or to police you. So one would require a very high level of self-discipline. Now, if you're not, it's easier to procrastinate. You are going to push your task to a later period. And if you're not able to complete it on time, that's going to be really affecting the deliverables. So this could be one of the factor that you need to consider. Higher distractions. So I think this would be those you are working from home and you have got families at home, be it kids or your spouse who are also working from home. The privacy in terms of now when you have got meetings with clients and all that, how conducive that environment is. So there's going to be a lot of distractions, So especially as I said, if you're living with your family and all that. So that needs to be managed. So when one decides to work from home, or when a company allows the employees to work from home, there should be certain factors must be put forward to the employees that if you have to fulfill these criteria before the organization can then allow these employees to start working from home. So these are one of the factors, the distractions that could be possible if the employee is living with a family. Cybersecurity vulnerabilities, it's something that to be considered because increased risk and exposure from security, because not everyone are highly IT savvy, so they might not know what sort of vulnerabilities they are exposing themselves, especially when it comes to vulnerable networks, going into a cloud infrastructure. So employee must be well informed of what are the do's and don'ts in terms of which are the type of networks they can connect, they can't connect, all right? Which type of applications they can download or use when they are working on a cloud-based environment. Working across different time zones, right? Now, if you are practicing models like, work from flexi work arrangement, work from home, this may not be too bad, right? But then if you start embarking on an arrangement where you work from anywhere, now this could be a potential risk here where there could be locations that are with different time zones. So your employee could be possibly on a different time zone. So this could potentially have a risk, right? Where either feedbacks, the communications could be delayed. So especially when a client is actually waiting for a response, now people on a different time zone, the response time could have an impact on these deliverables as well. So this is something that needs to be considered as well. Stress and burnouts, how would this become a risk? Now, I think all of us have gone through this prolonged lockdown period. So when we are at home working, at times, we have this tendency to continue to work. Right now, we start in the morning, we are right in front of the laptop even during lunch, and then that goes over tea and dinner, right? And probably you are still there, after dinner with still your laptop's on, right? So this is something that it becomes what do you call it, a habit. It becomes a habit, right? So you continue to work, and you don't shut down on a certain, or you're not disciplined enough to shut down at a certain period. So this becomes an issue, and over a longer period of time, it could eventually cause a stress, and eventually the employee or the workforce could potentially burn out as well. So this could be one of the potential risks as well that an organization should consider. Last but not least, we have got the technical failures. Right, when the workforce or an employee is working from home, they are on their home network. Right, so if typical setup would be you have got your broadband Wi-Fi running at home with router setups and all that. Now, if there is any technical glitch where you can't get connected, if the employee is not IT savvy, so to troubleshoot that, to fix that, it's going to be an issue. All right, this could be potentially be impacting the deliverables as well, especially if you have got scheduled presentations, meetings with the client that you get connected. So that's going to be delayed, and depends on how robust is the IT support. Now, depending on the number of workforce this IT team is supporting. So definitely there would be going to be a time lapse between when you escalate this and how fast they can turn around and support. And if it's a hardware failure, technically it's going to even get longer for you to get reconnected. So this could be also a potential risk. So these are some of the risks that I wanted to share. That so when an organization looks at agile work environment, you've got to look at all these risk factors as well. See, now the risk factors from one risk factor to the other could be the impact of it could be different from one organization. It may not be the same for all, but then the one organization, if you like to embark on an agile work arrangement, then a model, they need to then do a risk assessment to see how far this impacts them. Next slide. Now, the four models that we looked at earlier on. So now let's zoom into the fourth model that we talk about, which is actually work from anywhere. And we would like to look at it from HR, payroll, and tax consideration perspective, right? Now, I call this a web perspective, right? So now, if you allow, or rather, you're going to embrace your work from anywhere model, right? Now, one thing is that you could potentially have an employee, because when we talk about work from anywhere, the benefit is that now you are no longer confined to the talent pool in one geographical location, right? You are now looking at the globe and looking at talent around the globe, right? Now, you could have a situation that an employee who resides in, for example, Singapore, would like to work from Vietnam. So immigration rules and visa requirements could be one key consideration here, because if a Singaporean wants to start working from Vietnam, probably he or she may require a visa in Vietnam, right? And more often than not, these visas must be sponsored by an employer, right? So this could be one of the consideration, rather influencing factor whether it's possible or not. Now, employee classification is another thing. Right? Now, and if assuming that the business or the company does not have a legal entity in this particular jurisdictions that they are going to allow the employee to work from, now how would then the company or entity that is going to classify this employee? Are they your employee or are they independent contractors? Why we need to distinguish between employee and independent contractors? Because some labor or employment laws in certain jurisdictions do differentiate this, and if you deem them as your employees, then the regulatory or regulatory authorities or bodies would require you to comply with certain employment laws in that particular jurisdiction. So the classification do impact. So then the company must be very clear whether they are treating this individual as an employee or the independent contractor. So that goes on the classification. Now, the third thing that we have on the back consideration of perspective is that personal income tax, right? where do the employee pay his or her taxes, right? So it could be from one location working in a different location, and the company could be from another location. So there are multiple locations involved. So where do this employee pay his or her taxes? So the tax exposure. And there could also be different rates in terms of taxes, right? Now from the country that I'm a tax resident to the country that I'm not a tax resident, that could be a different tax rate, right? And the tax residency status can also be another consideration here. Last but not least, it's going to be the corporate income tax consideration, right? The earlier one that we talked about is for the employees, and the corporate income tax consideration, it will be for the company or the employer, where potentially the company can be exposed to the permanent establishment, right? Now, you may not have a legal entity set up there, but then you have got employees that's with this agile work from anywhere model. You have got employees parked under particular jurisdictions. So would that then potentially open up this permanent establishment issue, right? So these are the four considerations that one may have to, or company may have to look into before embarking on the agile work model. Now, this brings me to the end of my slides today, and I'm going to pass on to my colleague Willie, and she will be then elaborating a little more on the tax impact on this work from anywhere. Over to you, Willie.
Next slide. Okay, thank you very much. And a good afternoon to all participants. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to take you through some of these work from anywhere models. And as what Mahin had mentioned, a company could hire an employee in a different jurisdiction, right? In a different jurisdiction, or you can also hire that individual as a consultant rather than an employee. What I'm going to share with you in the next few minutes is a third option, and that is to use the services of a global employment service provider, right? So can I have the next slide? Okay, so in this little case study that I'm sharing with you, you will see there are two jurisdictions involved, Malaysia and Singapore. And the company that wants to engage a team of people is Singapore Co Private Limited. They then engage a global employment outsourcing solutions service provider, which is ePay, which is a Malaysian company. These two companies are not connected, so they are going to sign a service level agreement. Right? ePay services will be those as an employer on record. So ePay will go out and hire a team of people, provide them with an employment contract. They are the legal employer on record. Now, this team of people will then provide services to Singapore Co, right? And you can see this model, what happens is that, as what Mahin mentioned, Singapore Co will now have an access to a much larger talent pool. They can avoid a physical setup in a specific location. In this case study, that would be Malaysia. And they will be able to reduce overheads. Next slide, please. Okay. And one more click. Thank you. Okay. So in this slide, you can see, we're going to consider what are the corporate tax implications for Singapore Co, right? So as I mentioned, Singapore Co pays service fees to ePay, who is the employee record. They will process the payroll. But this team of people in Malaysia, they will take instructions and direction from Singapore Co. Right? Next click, please. Okay. So this team of people in Malaysia, they will drive sales. They will meet with customers in Malaysia, all right, and negotiate those contracts. And when the contracts are ready for conclusion, then what will happen is that it will be concluded with Singapore Co. Next click, please. And one more. And another one. Thank you so much. Okay. So what happens is that this sales contract, when it is finally concluded, will be concluded by Singapore Co with the Malaysian customer, right? And the sales derived will be recorded as a revenue in Singapore, subject to Singapore income tax. Right? Right. So the pertinent question for the Singapore company is a question of permanent establishment, as what Mahien had highlighted, right? And what exactly is a permanent establishment? It is whether the Singapore company has a taxable presence in Malaysia, right? Do they have a fixed place of business, right? So permanent establishment, or a PE, is a concept found in our double tax agreement, and it generally means a place of management, a branch and office, a building site construction installation project, that lasts for more than 6 months, or you can also carry on supervisory activities for more than 6 months. Right? So sometimes, depending on what this team of people in Malaysia are doing, most likely they may not have a installation or assembly project which exists for more than 6 months. And you can see that in my example, where the team is, they are legally employed by ePay, then you can see, although arguably you may say that in substance, this team of people receiving instructions in Malaysia are in substance employees of Singapore Co, but based on the PE definition, it may not trigger a permanent establishment, right? And therefore, Singco may not have a taxable presence in Malaysia, and the sales revenue continue to be taxed in Singapore. Now, in our treaties, we also have a concept of a dependent agent, right? So in our business profits article, we do look to see whether these team of people in Malaysia, in my example, can be viewed as a dependent agent of Singapore Co. Next slide, please. And 2 clicks, 1 more click. Thank you. Okay, so what exactly is a dependent agent, right? So under our double tax agreement, a dependent agent is a person who acts on behalf of the non-resident, who habitually exercises an authority to conclude contract in the name of the non-resident, right? So you recall my example earlier, I had a team of people in Malaysia. They have no authority to conclude the contracts, right? So when the contract is ready for conclusion, it will be sent to Singapore, right? So they have no authority. So under the existing provisions of the tax treaty, again, this team of people sitting in Malaysia may not be viewed as a dependent agent, right? And because of these complexities, and as our business model start to change, now we have things like work from anywhere. There is in line with the BATS initiative, right? So in line with the BATS initiative, we have BATS Action Plan 15. So what exactly is BATS Action Plan 15? It is a plan to develop a multilateral instrument to modify tax treaties, and in this instance, to expand the definition of dependent agent, as well as to relook at our business profits article, right? So what is the impending change as a result of the multilateral instrument, or the MLI? So now the provision, when it comes into effect, will now read that a dependent person is one who habitually concludes contract or habitually plays the principal role leading to the conclusion of contracts without material modification by the non-resident, right? So if you recall my case study, Singapore Co entering into a contract with the Malaysian customer, right? And this contract is pretty much negotiated, by the Malaysian team. So what happens then is that contract then gets just rubber stamped by the Singapore company. And just for your information, the Malaysia-Singapore double tax agreement has not yet been amended to include these new MLI amendments, but it should be pretty soon, pretty soon in the near future. All right. So let's take a look. Perhaps I can have my next slide. And perhaps you can bring up everything on the slide. The next click. Yeah, one more click. Okay, that's good. Okay, so let's perhaps have a closer look exactly what a dependent agent is. So as I mentioned, it's someone who habitually plays the principal role leading to the conclusion of contracts. So there must be substantial activities conducted by the agent. So you remember in my case study, I have a team of people in Malaysia who are generating sales, right? They're following up leads, they are negotiating with the customers. They're acting as the sales force of the Singapore company, right? They explain the terms and conditions of the contract. They scope out the scope of work, right, and make revisions as necessary. They build relationships with these customers. and that all of it will lead to the conclusion of contracts. And what happens? They continue to solicit and receive orders, right? They receive orders for routine approval of the Singapore company. So if you look at these future changes to the dependent agent definitions, then you can see in my example, what will happen in future is that this team of people in Malaysia, although they are not legally employees of Singapore Code, they are now going to be viewed as dependent agent. Okay. Now, what is excluded from a dependent agent is that if you have an agent that merely does promotional or marketing activities, then they will not be viewed as a dependent agent. Moving on to the next slide. For employees, the next clip. Yeah, okay. So for employees, as what Mahin says, it can get complicated for the employees, right? In this example, pretty straightforward. You have a team of people in Malaysia, but they do not report to ePay, right? So although ePay is the employer on record, the legal employer, but as far as performance review, project review, all that reporting goes back to Singapore Code, right? Next clip, yeah. So what happens then is that, from an employee's perspective, what do you need to consider, right, before you embark on a work from anywhere model? So the first question is, where are you tax resident, right? If you are tax resident, and typically tax residence is driven by physical presence. Some countries have different provisions, and whether you then have a tax treaty in those two jurisdiction that is applicable, right? Is there a double tax agreement that can protect you as an individual, right? And if you spend some time, say in Malaysia, and then you go off to Australia, and then you also spend some time in Singapore, you could potentially be subject to tax in multiple jurisdictions, right? So understand that certain jurisdictions, for example, Australia or the US, they're on a worldwide basis. So even if you spend a few days, as long as you exercise an employment, you already create a taxable presence for yourself as an individual, right? So then the question then is that, what is set out in your employment contract? Do you have, a tax equalization policy, right? And what exactly is a tax equalization policy? In a nutshell, it's basically tax neutrality, right? So that for the individual to achieve tax neutrality as if they did not leave their home country, right? They pay the same amount of tax as if they didn't work anywhere else, right? Next clip. So in my case study, I had a team of people working in Malaysia, right? And if they spend more than 182 days in Malaysia, they will be Malaysian tax resident, right? So under the Malaysia-Singapore double tax agreement, if they need to spend time in Singapore, but so long as the work that they do physically in Singapore do not exceed 183 days, they continue to pay tax only in Malaysia, right? So they will then file Malaysian tax returns, and they do not have to file Singapore tax returns. Right? So I think the key takeaways from this work from anywhere type models, from the company's perspective, really, we are looking at taxable presence, right? Whether these kind of arrangements, can create a permanent establishment or a taxable presence for the company in a different jurisdiction, right? And even if you have, a model like what I'm sharing with you in my case study, whereby you use the services of a global employment outsourcing provider, right? Today it might be okay, but once the MLI amendments come into effect, then you definitely need to revisit these models again, right? From the employee's perspective, tax is always complicated, right? It's always a complicated thing. And the more you work in multiple jurisdictions, because you're working from anywhere, and that could be in many countries, then you could potentially be subject to tax in multiple jurisdictions, right? So I think whether for company or for individuals, what's really important is that before you embark or enter into these types of arrangement, is to understand your tax obligations, your tax exposure, right? So definitely you must consult your tax advisor. Okay, that is critical. Right? And we just have one additional slide. And can I just have the quick next slide as I end my presentation? So we always have a disclaimer slide for tax. The reason why is that tax laws change all the time. And by the time you need to revisit your structure, then these slides may no longer be applicable. So with that, I bring my presentation to a close. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you.
Thank you once again. Coming up next, with heavy importance placed on transparency of shareholder ownership, our next group of speakers will be discussing the enhancement of shareholders' rights and potential challenges to it. Please put your hands together to welcome Dr. Eva Chan, Chairman, Hong Kong Investor Relations Association. Mr. Mike Wong, CEO, the Chamber of Hong Kong Listed Companies, and Ms. Catherine Wong, Managing Director, Head of Share Registry and Issuer Services of Tricor Hong Kong and Chairman of Federation of Share Registry, and Ms. Kelly Chan, Director of Commercial Team, Tricor Hong Kong. This panel discussion will be facilitated by Kelly. Over to you, Kelly.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining this section. And thank you, Catherine, Mike, and Eva for joining us and share with us their insights and perspectives on our topic, enhancement of shareholders' rights and potential challenges. Good corporate governance, especially the protection and enhancement of shareholders' rights, has always been a controversial topic for listed companies. So how do we strike the balance between investors' rights and brokers' operation efficiency of different stakeholders? And what are the benefits to listed issuers and investors on ownership transparency? Before we answer these questions, let us get into our first question on where we are now. So this question is for Catherine.
All right, thanks, Kelly. I think when we look at the shareholding framework, it is always actually good to start looking at how investors actually hold their shares today. It is the first point of reference, and I think that would be easier. We actually demonstrate it, illustrate it in the diagram here. Now, we all know that in Hong Kong, all shares are issued in paper certificate now, and they're held by registered shareholders. And that's the initial intention of the company ordinance and the bylaw, obviously. And registered shareholders are the legal owners of the shares, and the initial legislation intent is that the investor will be fully visible to the issuers in terms of identity, and that investors can actually communicate with the issuers actually directly and effectively. And basically in this diagram, we will talk about the pink part in here, and they are the legal owners. Now, however, in the past few decades, the market introduced the nominee concept. And basically what it means is that they are the beneficial holders that are highlighted in brown here. Basically what it means is that the investors actually hold the shares through their own broker and banks, and then can actually see that was the indirect holdings that we're talking about here. And these individual brokers and banks, they would aggregate their customers' balances and actually hold just one single balance with the stock exchange nominee, which is the single largest shareholders actually representing all the brokers and intermediary industries. So now, we look at it is indirect holdings. They comes out because there are benefits in these indirect holdings, because obviously it comes out as it would facilitate the markets and the broker intermediaries actually do the trading much easier, that they transfer the shares. And then, another reason is that obviously the broker intermediaries, they are doing the omnibus account, and actually they would actually have a very, very effective actually operating model without having the segregated holdings. Now, in fact, I think that Seekers, which is actually the stock exchange nominee now, would call it totally the beneficial interest in direct holding. They're already actually representing 60% of the market value by market cap. And some of the very newly listed company, I think that some of the Seekers holding are talking about 98%, 99%, which is actually majority of holdings actually held by one single shareholders. Now, I guess it's actually there are, as you can see, there are benefit and having direct holdings as a registered shareholder, and there are also benefits actually having indirect holdings. Now, I think that the challenge that we're talking about is for the current system is that, you know, in terms of the indirect holdings, it kind of actually deviate from the initial intentions of the company ordinance and the bylaws, that the issues start to act losing a little bit of visibility of their investors, let alone the omnibus accounts actually add in with layers of holders actually, and all the challenges actually founding their owners. And obviously, in some way, the shareholders' right were not actually passed down effectively through the brokers under the current systems. Now, I guess it's actually, that is actually where we are in terms of how, you know, the market actually works now.
Okay, so what are the advantages and disadvantages do you see in this current model?
Now, as we said that, we actually have a bit of mixed model. We have the direct holdings actually where we can actually recognize legal owners. At the same time, we have beneficial interest holders, we indirect holders, that would enable our beneficiary beneficiaries and investors and the intermediaries actually operating more effectively at a lower cost at the choice of the investors. But the challenges and disadvantage obviously is that I think the issues are losing out in terms of the visibility and building the investor relations. And it's costly for them to actually find out who are actually holding their shares. And in actions, they are actually affecting the corporate governance measures as well.
So you mentioned about the Hong Kong market. So how does it different from the rest of the market in the world, such as UK, US, Australia, or China?
Right. In here, again, I think that would be easier. I borrow one of the table from Hong Kong EX research paper that was actually illustrating how different markets actually, the investors that hold the shares. We have Australia, mainland China, Europe, including London, Hong Kong, and India as a reference. Now, we can see that majority of the market has a bit of combination of direct holdings and indirect holding, which means that I think that there are merits in the both of a hybrid model. But in essence, we can see that most of the market has went through dematerializations now, which exactly means scriptless, and they do away with the certificate. I think that Hong Kong, obviously, we have this agenda. It's going to come fast and right very soon. But in essence, is that we're saying that this is actually the model of hybrid will stay. But if we look at some of the newer market, like China and Australia, they're fully dematerialized, but they do actually have much more direct holdings that are accompanied and supported by the investor identities, which means that, you know, it's more effective that issues can actually found out who are owning the shares, and the investor ID also concept actually facilitate a lot of this electronic records, information, data, and things like that. So that's how we see different markets actually working now.
Thank you, Catherine. So as you said, with majority of the shares are currently held under the nominee name through a chain of financial institutions. So the next question is for Mike. As the chamber has always been seen as the ears and eyes of listed companies, so in your opinion, are there any shareholder transparency or corporate governance issues for ListCo in Hong Kong to communicate effectively or timely with investors? And for investor relations purpose, what are the options available to issuers today to understand their shareholder base?
Thank you, Kelly. First of all, thank you for having me here. Right after the previous panel, which is very exciting and imaginative, our panel seems to be rather mundane, isn't it? But they also talk a lot about blockchain. Maybe if we could introduce blockchain to the whole stock transaction, then all of our problems that we're facing would be solved, right? If we have, step by step, who's holding what and pass on to who. But I guess that's a long way from the reality today. Go back to your question, shareholder transparency, what does it mean to listed issuers? Needless to say, it's very important because with transparency, listed issuers know who's holding the shares and facilitates the direct communication. And also it's a two-way thing. One is for the listed issuers to inform the shareholders what they're up to, what the strategy. And also is for the shareholders to feed back to the issuers, what do they think about those strategies and approaches and upcoming transactions. So it could only be beneficial to both parties. Right now, the system is rather opaque, as illustrated by Catherine just now. But there is way for issuers to know, to have an idea who's holding the share. For example, the 5% threshold. Whoever's own a long position or short position of 5% or more need to inform the stock exchange and the company. So that gives the issuer a certain idea of who's accumulating the holding, or for example, someone is contemplating an uninvited bid or trying to stage a short-selling strike and so on. So that gives an idea, but it's far from ideal. Another thing I guess issuers can rely on to get a hold of the shareholder base is through the SFO section 329, where we can ask our brokers or custodians to provide the shareholder information. Under the law, we can do that, but in practice, that could be cumbersome and costly. It's always devils in the detail. The law enables issuer to do that and also to specify a time period for compliance, but in reality, as Catherine also pointed out, there are multiple layers of shareholdings. So it could take more than from issuer's point of view, we want those information as soon as possible, but for the supply of those information, it may take much longer to dig into the database and so on. So there is always a discrepancy of what's provided in the law and what could be achieved. So that's something we all have to look at as a whole.
Thank you. So it seems like the options are not very efficient. So would that affect certain fundraising activities for issuers, particularly those like time-critical, non-preemptive offers or preemptive offers? And what are the areas that you see potentially can reform to be made? Okay, so under this situation, of course, there's some transactions that would be affected more than some others. For example, when it comes to a majority transaction where the majority shareholders cannot vote and only the minority shareholders can vote, obviously the majority shareholders will want to gauge the reaction of the rest of the shareholders. So those are, in those instances, it could present some challenges, but luckily those instances does not occur very frequently, I would say. For example, in a normal AGM, situation, I guess the need to dig out who's the entire shareholder base is less. Only in those circumstances I just mentioned, or someone's do a bid on your company shares, that you would then want to know who's holding the shares and you would want to go to them and influence them. So in those situations, it's critical that an issuer would understand who's holding the shares. But luckily, those instances, particularly in Hong Kong, that doesn't come up very often. So, from issuer's point of view, so I don't see a lot of issuers, really, incur 329 and ask brokers and custodians to give them the information because the need is not always there. So maybe that's the plus side or the good side of things. Whether your question about how can we improve it,
Well, I guess I don't have the answer. It's for the entire market to discuss. I guess the scriptless system that Catherine mentioned and the central computer system that's coming with it might help a little, because that enables the individual shareholders to create their own account, and that's become more transparent. But the question is whether the individual shareholders would want to do that, because we need to appreciate some shareholders would want to keep their shareholdings or trading activities kind of confidential for various reasons. We cannot force everyone to expose what they're doing. So that's something we need to appreciate. The system could help a little bit. Maybe all can step back a little and ask, why would so many investors choose to hold the shares under a nominee account? There must be some reason why. Maybe it's stock trading efficiency and so on. So if we have a better feel of why they're doing it, and then when it comes to creating the system or creating the new infrastructure, we can address those questions or issues. And hopefully we could come up with something better than what we are having now.
Thank you, Mike. So you're more on a listed issuers point of view. So next question for Eva, now going to more investors' point of view. So do you think that intermediated holdings would affect investors' right?
Thank you having me here, and also Catherine set the scene for this discussion. So we understand the advantage and disadvantage for having the intermediate, and I think from investors' point of view, it will be more effective if we can, if they can talk to the company directly. Under the current system, because if you look at the register of shareholders of a listed company, you always see the name of the nominees. You don't know who are your shareholders. So one day we receive a phone call from a so-called shareholder. He said, I'm your shareholder. I want to know, I want to get some update about your company. So actually you are in puzzle. You have no idea who they are, right? And then, of course, we are doing with investor relations, so that means that we always want to, friendly with all our shareholders or potential investors. So we don't mind to share the update. But the most embarrassing situation coming up is when you have an AGM or EGM, and then at that time when a shareholder comes and they say, I'm your shareholder, I want to sit in, I want to vote in your shareholders meeting. But then from the list, you don't see their name. So, and then under the law, he's not allowed to do the voting in the shareholders meeting. So this, this actually, destroy the relationship we have built with the shareholders all the way in the past. So this is something from the investor point of view, they see that they have the right, okay, I'm your shareholder, so I have the right to receive your announcement, I have the right to receive all your circular, all the company information, and I have the right to vote at the shareholders meeting. But at the end, under this system, it seems all the right is gone. So I think this is something we have to pay attention, and also we have to address the concern of the investor, so that we can really build a good relationship with them, and then to take care of their benefit. Yeah.
So do you think there are differences in how intermediaries serve institutional investors versus like retail investors?
I think this is a very good question. Actually, the problem I'm just saying is for the retail investor. For institutional investor, because they have a whole team, whole professional team to protect their rights, so they don't have this problem. But for retail investor, they have no idea about the law or the system. So they only know that, okay, I bought your shares, but why I cannot come to your AGM? Why I cannot vote? Why I cannot ask you questions? So this is the problem we are facing.
So what are other examples, like retail rights are not passed down to custodian chain, or retail investors may be unaware of corporate events? There are any other examples?
I think maybe, I'm not sure, the people here, you have the experience of buying stock, buying shares through your broker. For example, if you buy shares on the bank's platform, then after you buy the shares of, say, Sun Hung Kai, right? Do you receive any report from Sun Hung Kai Properties? I don't think so. Because under the shareholder, the register of shareholders of Sun Hung Kai Properties, they only see the name of your bank as your nominee. Okay, so that's why you never receive any information from the company you have invested. So I think this is under the system. Of course, you can request the bank to send you all the, all the information, all the stock that you have bought. But actually, for the retail investor, legally, they don't have legal right. They don't know how the whole system is operate, so they have no idea. This is the right they can use, and also they can request. So, and also it seems that under the last 20, 30 years, the system has been ongoing for so long time. They get used to this. They have no idea, oh, this is my right, okay. So this is something I think maybe I hopefully if the, the certificate, digitalization, scriptless can help to improve this situation in the future.
Okay, so how can we better protect investors' rights, particularly for retail investors like ourselves?
I think first of all, education, yeah, to let the retail investor understand their rights. Okay, from investor relations perspective, we always encourage our shareholders or potential investor to reach to us to ask for questions or ask for meetings. Okay, our target is not only the institutional investor. Actually, we are happy to serve also the retail investor. But the problem is they don't know their rights. So that's why we're always spending our time with the institutional investor. It's not because we are biased. Actually, we treat every shareholder equal.
Thank you. Thanks, Eva. So back to Mike. So do you think the process for requesting the information on beneficial owners can be improved? And how can that be improved? And also, who should be paying for the cost to enable these processes? And what do you think we can do to strive to enable equality of participation in corporate actions for investors?
I'll take a second question first. Who should be paying? I guess shouldn't be the issues, because by right, we have the right to ask the brokers to provide us the information. So I don't think it's fair for us when we exercise our legal right to be paying. And also for the brokers and custodians, they're charging the clients for the services. I guess is that should be built in as part of the operating cost. So first thing first. How can it be improved? As I said, or Catherine mentioned too, the layers of shareholding structure could be complex, complicated, and it will take time to take out the information. So I guess for my advice to listed issuers is, they should adopt a more disciplined approach and try to build a shareholder base, not on a really urgent basis, not right before something's going to happen or is happening. They should maybe do it on a regular interval, understand who's holding the shares, and maybe this may be more difficult for retail investors, but would be easier for institutional investors. They would come to the company for request meetings and so on. So companies should spend some effort to build a shareholder base on a regular basis. So when it comes to it would be easier when, for updating it and keep a more accurate record. So when it comes to a transaction or some, like a hostile takeover or whatever, it will be the time frame would be shorter to get the information. You don't have to do everything from scratch. So I guess that's an advice for issuers. But if we rely on the existing law provision, although we can do it, but if in the case of non-compliance, the only recourse we have is to court action, and we know that doesn't serve any purpose, right? So unless we could, come up with some genius way of, how to everything could be extracted efficiently or in a much shorter time frame. So I don't see any immediate solution to the existing problem. And your last question is about how do we balance the shareholders' interest, and so it goes back to the basic of communication and getting information to shareholders on a timely basis, and investors' education is key. I agree with Eva, because retail investors can have the right to attend AGMs and receive annual reports and so on. Somehow they don't know how to do it. So I guess somehow they should be educated. They should be told what the rights are and how to exercise those rights.
Thank you, Mike. So next question is back to Eva. While the company ordinance defines the rights and obligations between company and registered shareholders, would the significant percentage of nominee holdings circumvent the initial purpose of these legal frameworks?
As Mike mentioned, if a shareholder holding more than 5%, of course, they need to report to the Hong Kong Exchange about the significant shareholding. So, but 5% actually is quite a large number. So, from the listed company's point of view, if one day suddenly they receive a notice, I become your 5% shareholder, I think this is quite surprise, okay? Yeah. So, but having said that, I have to say that if the company is doing the IR work effectively or efficiently, the company should not be surprised, because if you're talking to your investor, your shareholder every day, actually you know that some shareholder, actually they have interest in your company. They would like to buy more share in your company. So, and sometimes they don't mind to let you know I'm holding you 3% or 4%. So one day they become your 5% shareholder. I think should not be a surprise to the company. So the most important is whether the company is doing the IR work effectively, and they're really willing to talk to shareholder or investor to understand any questions they have, or what they can give the more support to the shareholders. So I think this is not only about law, it's also about your daily communication, whether you can do a proactive role to reach out to your shareholder, to your potential investor, so that you will not be surprised. And also, it's not about the law to give you the protection or to give you the knowledge. So this is something I would like to share. And then to echo actually what Mike mentioned about the cost, okay? Of course, it should not be paid by the listed issuer. At the same time, it should not be the cost paid by the shareholder. Okay, I want to go back to the story about if you buy your shares through the bank's platform, okay, the broker, that means every time when you receive the dividend from the company you invest, you're seeing that there's an admin charge of $50 from the bank, right? So that means as a shareholder, I'm getting my dividend, but at the same time, I have to pay the broker on this admin charge. Why I have to pay for this? Okay, of course I understand, because as a shareholder, I have the right to change the name into under my name, so that I get the certificate under my name, and then everything, all the company's information will go to me directly. But why I don't make the registration, make the share transfer under my name is because when my share is under the bank's platform, I can sell or buy easily. Otherwise, if one day I want to sell my shares, I have to bring my certificate to the broker, and then make the bank transfer. Make the transfer, that's very complicated. And then when we want to sell shares, we want to do it right away. We don't want to wait 3 days or 5 days later. So I think this is because of the system, because of the script system. So that's why it makes the whole procedure very complicated. So it goes back to the scriptless idea. I think that's a wonderful idea. If one day we can make this happen, it solve all the problem in the market.
Thank you. So the next question is how to ensure the right balance between registered names versus nominee names for company record?
Okay, I think from the company's point of view and also from the investor's point of view, we believe the company's record is really the beneficial name of the shareholder. That will be very effective. This is effective for direct communication, effective for any update of the company, and also as we mentioned about if there's any shareholders meeting, you need the minority shareholder support, then actually we know where to go to talk to them, and then maybe to lobby them, to let them get more information so that we can make sure all the transaction proposed can be properly approved. So that means the whole process will be very effective, and also the cost will be reduced. Yeah.
So while the intermediary holdings are not working very effectively, so should we revert the holdings by registered names? And would it be beneficial for Hong Kong to follow the China real name system?
I think the real name system actually, it can be good or bad. You know, some people, they don't want to show their name on the company record, okay? So it depends. But if you are an investor, you're buying the company for long term, you don't mind to show your name. And also, from the company's point of view, they're also happy to see that, oh, they get a loyalty shareholder, and then he has been on their company's name for a long time. So I'm not saying this good or bad, but from the investor relations perspective, we are seeing that if under the real name system is more effective, and this transparency can increase the shareholder communication more effectively. Yeah.
Thank you. So the next question is for Catherine. We mentioned quite a number of times of dematerialization, okay? So do you think dematerialization or digitalization initiatives would help with our problems? Like, for example, do you think the problem is because we are still running certificated markets? Timetables for retail offers are driven by these paper processes?
I guess it's actually the answer to that is definitely yes, from what we just heard. And I think that also from the discussions that we heard from Andy and James early on, I think that a lot of things can be done. I think that those two terms that we talk about here is that dematerialization, which is actually turning all the certificate in scriptless. I guess it's actually having paper certificate doesn't actually help with the process. Particularly we're talking about the transfer of shares and trading particularly. I think do-away paper definitely can solve one of the problems that we see now is the bundling of the custody and trading rate under the intermediaries, because if you want to sell it quick, you have to hold the shares in the nominee names. But if we actually do away with the paper certificates, everybody can actually have their shares in the digital records that will be operated by the brokers and bankers. So I think that that is actually a more ideal model to make the market more efficient in operations. The other question is about digitalization. I really like this idea because I think having the technologies now can do a lot more things that we can think of, and we can turn all these existing records in the digital records and processes. In fact, a lot of problems that we just mentioned, we are talking about identifications of investors, we're talking about data. Visibility means that the security of the data and ownerships, right? And communications and corporate governance. Now, you think about all these are the terms that, you know, just Andy and James were talking about, is how the technology can actually help out in those areas. I guess it's actually, when we talk about the dematerialization project, it is the best chance that we can actually re-look at how we want to actually build these shareholder structures. Obviously, we want the dematerialization process to be up to the point of fully dematerialized at the 100% at the same time to make it efficient. The other things that I think that Mike and Eva just mentioned is that you really actually need to get all the stakeholders together to talk about what are the pain points now, okay, and what is the better solutions going forward, because we have, you know, the intermediaries actually interested in make things actually more operating at a low cost, effective ways. We want them to actually pay for or actually submit the data or investors to the issues at their own cost. At the same time, issues actually want to make sure that their things or legal rights actually being enabled in the process at an efficient and, you know, costless way. So I think, you know, all these things are actually important. They actually involve the stakeholders, agree on a project or sort of actually digitalize actually world, a new world for us actually how the market will work in the most sort of actually efficient way or optimal way.
So we heard that dematerialization or digitalization is the way out. So do you think that digitalization should be supported by proper regulatory requirements before it can solve our problems?
Well, I think, you know, regulations or regulatory requirements actually would actually help a lot. Obviously, we can't overdo it, but it would be very effective that if they are backed by legislation with a clear definitions, obviously. One is that if we do not actually have regulatory enablement, sometimes we will know that we will not, say for example, for dematerialization, if you don't actually get or require all the company actually have the certificate or do with the script base and go to the scriptless, then you have a half-boiled sort of actually model which would not be efficient for the market. So that's one point. The other thing is that clearly defined and backed regulations can get all the rights and obligations defined correctly, and that we would have a more efficient way of doing it. So just what Mike has mentioned is that Section 329 actually enable the rights for issues to actually get it, but if the legislation is not clear enough on the timing, on the format, standardized format that they have to submit, and you know, whether and which layer that they can actually enforce to comply with it, and not alone that who needs to pay that, they can actually charge issues actually thousands of dollars in submitting the list. So I think that in that aspect, I think the regulations, if they are defined it correctly and the right level, would actually help a lot in building an efficient model. And lastly, when I think about it, is that, you know, a lot of us are well represented in the market. Obviously, listed issues are communicating well in the industry body with the regulators, right? And intermediaries, again, they have industry body that actually have a lot of say in the market. But we think about the investors, particularly retail investors, they really need more protections in terms of the current infrastructures, because it's difficult that the retail, you know, investors to group together that actually have their voice being heard. So I think that, you know, it is important when we actually have the regulatory protections, it would be actually, it would be very well supported if we have to go through to the dematerializations and digital world.
Thank you. I see that we are actually running out of time. So I have one last question for all the speakers here. If there is one thing that you would like our audience here to take away from this section, what would it be? Who would like to start first?
I think that is actually, we have to find a way to enable shareholders' right. You know, I think that is very important, not just from the shareholders' point of view, it's also important from the issuers' point of view, because they want the shareholders to actually participate for corporate governance purpose. So I think, you know, enabling the rights is actually important.
I would say we need to find out the reason why some investors choose to own the shares in their own name or own the shares in the nominee's name, and then do it in a very targeted way to solve the problem. On the one hand, we want to know who's holding our shares. On the other hand, I don't think we want to force everyone to, you know, to expose themselves. for various reasons. I guess that might be counterproductive to creating liquidity. I guess it's to understand, like Catherine said, the pain points or the reason behind, and then make use of technology to deal with those problems.
I think for the listed company, they should proactively to communicate with shareholders. So if they are taking this approach, to know who are your shareholders is the basic need. Otherwise, they think they can do nothing. How they can communicate with their shareholders if they don't know who are their shareholders. So, so no matter the system, under the current system, under the nominee, or in the future, maybe it will become a real name system, I think that this should not be an excuse or a barrier for listed company to reach out to its shareholders to do the investor relations work properly and also effectively. Yeah.
Thank you. So mainly is to understand the pain point and to better communication. So thank you very much for the great sum up. And thank you, Catherine, thank you, Mike, and thank you, Eva. And thanks everyone for your interest in this topic.
Thank you, Dr. Chan, Mr. Wang, Ms. Wang, and Kelly for taking us through an interesting discussion on transparency in corporate governance. May I now invite Ms. Catherine Wang to present souvenirs to Dr. Chan and Mr. Wang. Fellow participants, let's give a big round of applause to our speakers today who have taken their time to share with us their experiences and their expertise as we evolve toward the digital age. Ladies and gentlemen, this marks the end of our sessions today. Thank you for being a part of our seminar sessions today. It is your participation that made our sessions interactive and successful. A kind reminder for members of Law Society of Hong Kong to complete the evaluation, which will be shortly sent to you to claim your CPD points. Thank you once again for your support today, and we really appreciate your participation here at the Tricor Annual Conference.